and winds. We've got flooding rains that are occurring with flood warnings in the city, tornado possibilities as well. So with a storm of this magnitude, again, here's New Orleans, here is Metairie and Kenner, and here is the actual eye. So this is moving northward now. It's not really moving northwestward. It's moving basically toward Luling, Descrahan, River parishes, and we will be in the west or eastern eye roll, as we're seeing right now, continuous and possibly getting worse as we go through the next 3 to 4 hours. And the problem is it is moving ever so slowly. David, let's back out a little bit if we can and kind of show everybody. Here is the northern end of the eye wall. Here's New Orleans. Here's I-310. Look at this. The eastern eye wall is going to go over 310 now in the river parishes. So Luling, Descrahan, these areas, Paradis, up to Norco, over to Monts, you are going to get hit very hard in the next hour or two, and it's going to continue for the next 3 to 4 hours. So this is an unprecedented situation. I've been in the market now just over 25 years. You know, Katrina was bad, and of course we had, Andrew, that was before my time. I was at another station in Baton Rouge, but, covering hurricanes, this is the one that is the worst that I've ever covered in our local area. And again, we're seeing Category 3 in very populated areas. We're seeing one of the top 3 hurricanes since the 1850s hitting southeast Louisiana. So again, here's Raceland, Des Allemands. We're seeing that storm drifting northward, and if we continue to show it to Estelle on the eastern end, we're seeing quite a bit of that activity. So I'm going to grab the phone from Zach if I can, and I'll kind of work it and kind of show you what's going on here. Radar Scope is a product we're using right now, and it's got great detail on it. You can see the high resolution. So Des Allemands, Boutte, on the eastern side, you're going to be in the eye wall for the next probably hour and a half to 2 hours. Taking a look toward Hanville, Laplace, it's going to be bad, continuing to move in. So if we widen out just a little bit, here's the eye wall, here's Laplace, look where it's going. Basically right down the pipe toward Laplace. Where's the eastern eye wall? Here's Metairie, Kenner, Gentilly, eastern eye wall. As it moves northward, all this activity is going to continue to move in from the south and east. Look at Lafitte right now. Easily, I guarantee it, wind gust up to 115 to 120 there in the extreme eastern side of the eye wall. As we move a little bit farther north in the city, we're seeing these gusty winds. And we've heard so many reports of people who live in brick homes in Metairie, in areas around the CBD that have brick structures that feel so uncomfortable that that vibration, they have to get into maybe a bathtub or a closet. So we're seeing storm surge coming to fruition in Lake Pontchartrain. We're seeing that system slowing down, and we're continuing to pile more and more water coming in from the Laplace area right down in the southwestern part of the lake. But notice, too, as you look toward the northern end, Lake Pontchartrain around Mandeville, that area, we're continuing to see quite a bit of activity, too. So here's Covington, Madisonville, Mandeville. As we go into Lake Pontchartrain, notice what's happening. We're seeing that southeasterly wind, so water is really piling up in the area of Mandeville and Madisonville. So let's go over to Slidell. A lot of people want to know what's going on there. You're going to be in it too. You're going to see not as bad as New Orleans and the river parishes, but you're going to see some wind gusts easily 75, 80 to 90, maybe up to an occasional 100. But the farther away you get from the actual center, the less it's going to be. But still, with this now not moving away from the metro, moving more northward, all this activity is going to continue to spin in to the area. So that's going to be the situation for the next several hours. So, you know, if you're watching us and you're listening on radio, if you're getting it bad now, wherever you are, say north, and I'll kind of focus in here, if you are from Des Allemands to Boutte to Descrahan to Laplace, New Orleans, Metairie, Kenner, the West Bank, over to Barataria, you're going to be in this for the next several hours. So, you know, David, you have something to add?
Let's see, you got my mic up.
Yeah.
110. We just gusted to 110 at Fox 8. That's the highest we got. We're nearing Category 3 conditions. That means we have to assume Category 3 wind gusts are occurring across the metro area, particularly in Jefferson Parish and the river parishes.
Well, hey, can I ask you, Bruce?
And for good reason, too. 1 second.
Yeah.
Hold that thought. And for good reason. Look at this. Here is the eye wall. Here is Paradis, Luling, Descrahan. I mean, look how close this is to the New Orleans area. So we're getting these outer bands that are coming out from the eastern eye wall, and that was the worst case scenario. We were thinking if the eye wall can stay away from us, we would be somewhat better off. And I even said yesterday, from devastating to bad. We're more in the devastating now. I mean, at this point, probably 80% of the city is without power right now. On top of that, we're looking at some of these strong winds with some homes structurally failing. We have seen roofs coming off. We see water rising. We have flood warnings in effect. We have tornado watches in effect. We've had a couple of tornado warnings. So this is the extreme, almost worst case scenario you can get as a Category 4, now a Category 3 moves in, and now instead of moving a little farther northwest, it's drifting north. And when I say drifting, 8 to 10 miles per hour, very slow movement. This is going to be prolonged over the metro area. So
can you widen out for a second, Bruce? And one of the things, or you go in a little more, because I want to show Laplace.
Sure.
And you're saying, and y'all are saying, watch out Laplace. It may go up. The eye could go there, right?
Well,
so,
if you look at it, and,
yeah.
Okay, here's the northern end, and what's it doing? Northwest.
So my question is, the track had initially taken, I guess, to Baton Rouge or east. So like folks in Tangipahoa Parish, should they be a little more concerned now about what is coming, and even the western part of St. Tammany Parish?
Absolutely. So remember, we were thinking on the official track that this would be over Baton Rouge, probably at this hour, more so in this area here. And actually, I would say with confidence, without looking back, the storm should have been over here working toward Baton Rouge. Look where it is. It's actually east of Houma now and just southwest of New Orleans by maybe 30 miles, 35 miles. So, the storm, as it moved inland, did not perform the way, I guess, the model and track performed. And, that was even a close call from originally where it was supposed to go toward the Baton Rouge area. But the fact now that steering has collapsed, we've been talking about that ridge of high pressure that was steering it. It looks like now it's feeling the weakening influence of the high. Steering is coming now almost to a close. Eventually, it's going to start moving more northward. Storms like to move north with the curvature and the rotation of the Earth, the Coriolis effect. Eventually, they want to go to the poles. They want to go north. So what's happening is, the concern now, it's moving northward, but even will we start getting a little northeastward movement as the storm eventually starts picking up? If that's the case, again, we're going to be under extreme conditions. And right now, look at the West Bank, look at New Orleans, and I'm going to come a little bit closer here. If you look at these areas from the river parishes, 310, over to I-10, if this continues basically wobbling in this direction, all this activity is going to be well over us, even probably into New Orleans East. A lot of this activity, Estelle, Jean Lafitte, all that activity is more than likely going to spiral in to New Orleans East. So this thing, as it moved inland and slowed down, has really not followed the track. I mean, this storm originally should have been way more so over here. Look at this. I mean, it's now east of Houma. So Lee and Kim, it's a fluid situation. That's why we're here trying to help you plan and, get things going. And unfortunately, storms don't behave the way that we hope. And this storm is actually kind of doing its own thing. I mean, we're on the bus and Mother Nature's driving, and what we're doing is just kind of watching it. And at this point, this activity is moving into the city. And you can see, I mean, if you look at the highway here, over the last 30 minutes, it's just creeping. And that's the problem. It's just not moving much. And as we come in, we had Matthews still in the eye right now, Raceland still in the eye. So if you live in those areas, don't think it's over. Don't think you can go outside, because what's coming? All this on the backside. The backside right now, Lockport, as it moves north, you're starting to fill in on the back end of the storm. So once again, this eye is going to be drifting over Des Allemands in the next probably hour or so. Just because you may see sunlight and actually some blue skies, it's crazy, but that's the way it works. Do not stay outdoors or go outdoors, because the back end comes with a fierce blow unexpectedly. So
all right.
This is where we are.
All right, Bruce, we appreciate your insight into that. We want to take it over now to Mayor LaToya Cantrell, who is on the phone with us this evening. Mayor Cantrell, you're listening to the forecast, and the storm not doing what was expected. New Orleans is now even closer to the eye wall. Your thoughts this evening? What can you tell us?
Well, thank you so much for having me. What we are experiencing is the highest band that we've had since Ida hit landfall. We expect these conditions in an upward of another hour, moving into the 2-hour mark. We have experienced wind factor up to and over 80 miles per hour. So we are standing strong and pushing through. I do appreciate the fact that it's moving a little bit faster, but within the next couple of hours, this will be something that we have to pay close attention to. In addition to that, we know that we did lose Entergy power that had an impact on 8 pumps that are now back functioning. Water levels are now receding. The canals have worked very well with receiving and intaking water loads. And T4, we did have an issue with it in terms of tripping off, again, with the Entergy power. However, it is now back up and functioning. So we are making our way through and just wanting to give an update to our residents that we're just powering and pushing through. The next couple of hours will be very intense.
You, Mayor Cantrell, and we appreciate you updating residents. As far as, I think we had some reports, Kim, of some flooding in Lakeview, perhaps. Any significant concerns so far on any flooding in any areas of the city?
Sure. So that particular area, as I just mentioned, losing power, Entergy power, that impacted about 8 of our pumps that are now back up and functioning, and we are seeing the water levels decrease. That's exactly what we want to be able to see. So what I will say is things are moving along, and we always anticipated some level of power loss, but the good news is that those that tripped off are back online. That also includes our T4 that we were able to bring back into commission.
Mayor Cantrell, I'm sure a lot of people, there was no mandatory evacuation for the full city of New Orleans. We know the outlying areas, but I'm sure a lot of people right now are second guessing their decision to stick this out and to ride it out. Your thoughts on I guess just your thoughts as mayor on the folks who decided to stay.
Well, my thoughts are this is why we give accurate and timely updates and information that would allow for our people to evacuate in a timely manner. We started at the front of this storm. We did not have time. It was not on our side, as we have seen from previous events that we have experienced. Sheltering in place without the time and without people moving is the best thing that our residents can do to stay safe. So they need to continue to shelter in place, stay inside as we move through the largest band that we have seen since Ida hit landfall. That is right now that we're experiencing it.
Mayor Cantrell, we're getting wind gusts here at the station in Mid-City about 110 miles per hour. We saw the Jack's Brewery. It appeared that the roof of the Jack's Brewery, part of it at least, blew off on the street at Decatur and Toulouse. Have you heard of a lot of wind damage thus far from this storm?
I've heard of, I wouldn't say a lot, but I would also acknowledge that without us being able to thoroughly assess the city overall, it is very hard to say with fact that there has not been a lot of wind damage. We know that trees have been impacted significantly. We're experiencing, as it relates to the strongest weather we have experienced since the start of Ida. So we do anticipate further damage within the next 2 hours, given what we're seeing right now.
And then, Mayor Cantrell, one last question for you. When we talked with you last night, we talked to you about the risk reduction system, the levees, and you had confidence in them. I just want to be able to reiterate for citizens of Orleans Parish that you are still confident that everything is fine as far as the levees and flood walls holding under the conditions we are experiencing now and will experience for the rest of the night, right?
Sure. So as you know, I have the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers that is embedded in the EOC at City Hall. The levels that we anticipated in terms of the strength of our levees are still holding strong. We will continue to be updated by the U.S. Army engineers as well as our flood protection authorities should something happen. But right now, and what we have seen, we have been holding strong as well as steady relative to the levee protection system.
All right, before we let you, anything else you want to get across to residents of Orleans before we let you get back to work?
Well, what I will say, let's continue to stand strong. Let's keep the faith, be calm. This is at the height of Hurricane Ida, what we're experiencing now. And I know you may be afraid, but just hang on in there. The winds and the sound of the wind can be alarming and it can be scary, but do not let it sway you. Remain calm. And we will continue to give you updates as needed. And once Ida passes, as we expect Monday morning, we will do a thorough assessment, and then we will know the impacts within the city, and we will ensure that our residents are informed. Residents can also text NOLA Ready to 77295 for real-time updates from the city of New Orleans.
Thank you, Tim and Lee.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to get another update from David in just a little bit. Let's go to Amanda Roberts really quick. She is in St. James Parish, really on the northern edge of Ida right now. Amanda?
Hey, guys. Yeah, we've been here in Convent, and things have really picked up in the last hour significantly. I think you probably saw when things were calm and, the sun was still kind of out, or at least, the storm hadn't begun, but things are really picking up now. We're talking about wind. We're talking about a lot of rain. I'm looking out the window. Fortunately, we have a pretty good shelter here with the EOC, but, you're watching rain being blown sideways. And not only that, it's getting to just be a dangerous situation, so much so that the parish has suspended emergency operations right now. And what I mean by that is personnel is not able to respond to calls. The storm has picked up so much so that it is dangerous for people to go out and respond to any 911 calls right now. But from what I'm told, there are people still manning the phones, still manning the desks. They're still answering those calls. They're just kind of keeping that information so that when the storm finally does clear out, then they can send out emergency personnel. So unfortunately, the emergency crews are bunkering down throughout this storm right now. And I mean, as I'm talking and looking out the window, it is just gust and gust of rain blowing in sideways. Also, when I'm looking out the window, there are some trees in the back parking lot, and a couple of trees have also been down just outside of this emergency operations center that we're stationed at. So a tree has been blown over, knocked down on a power line. There's some damage to a power line I'm looking at. And then, when we went out to look at this tree, seconds later, another tree fell. So, this storm is deteriorating. At least conditions are deteriorating here and just creating a really dangerous situation. So I know that we kind of go out to get these pictures, to get these images to kind of illustrate the strength of the storm. But these parish officials are really just asking everyone to stay inside because they have quite a lot of work to do, even just looking at the trees in this parking lot that we're here. We're after the storm. They need to clear it out. They need to try and get things back to normal as soon as possible. So, all right, that's the latest from Convent. We'll send it back to y'all.
All right, thanks so much, Amanda. And that's a very good point. Property is replaceable, lives are not. So that is one thing that we really stress. And conditions are deteriorating in so many areas right now. We did have Olivia Vidal on the phone waiting to talk to us, and things got so bad in Madisonville where she's at, they had to get into the EOC there because there was the threat, they thought, of a tornado, or the winds had just picked up so much that they didn't feel safe where they were. And
I think we have some information in St. Tammany with the weather and other conditions that David wants to update us on.
We've got a lot to update you on. First of all, here is a live look at Viper right now. There is the eye now just over the Raceland area. This is a dangerous northeastern quadrant of the storm that is now over Laplace. It's over St. John, St. Charles, right into the New Orleans metro area. A devastating hurricane strike now for all of the South Shore, and conditions are deteriorating rapidly on the North Shore as we have been reporting. Zach, let's go to the slide up to Slidell, and also in Hancock County, we have a new flash flood warning that has just been issued. We have a flash flood warning that's in effect for southeastern St. Tammany Parish, so for all the communities around Slidell, including Slidell, and also for the areas around Bay St. Louis and back toward the Stennis Space Center. So that's a new flash flood warning that is in effect. But let's go down to where the most violent weather is, and it's right here on the South Shore. This is just barely moving. And I want to tell everybody right now, I know it's loud, I know it's scary out there, but we're going to just have to wait this thing out. A few hours ago, I said, hopefully after 9 o'clock, we'll get the core of the hurricane past the South Shore, but then we got to get through the North Shore. This is going all night long. This is not going to stop until tomorrow morning. And the longer the winds blow like this, the more damage there is to the infrastructure. Right now, from what we can tell, about 80 to 90% of the South Shore is currently without power. So most people are losing power at this time. This is rainfall in the past 3 hours. That's a good estimate. You want to do 3 or 6, Zach? Maybe let's hit 6. That may be more representative. And when you start seeing the purples, then you're getting into the 6 to 12-inch range. And so that was falling below Lafitte. And then you can see as we get into the metro area where widespread 2 to 4-inch rains have now fallen. And that's why we have the flash flood warning currently going from Laplace all the way across the entire South Shore, including St. Bernard Parish. We've seen videos of streets really beginning to flood in the Lakeview area. So on top of the flash flooding that's going on, we have an eyewall wind warning currently in effect, meaning that Category 3 winds or Category 3 gusts are impacting most of the South Shore right now, north and east of the eyewall. This is the Viper rainfall rate. How many inches per hour are falling? Where you see these purple areas, this is the most intense rain. Anywhere from 4 to 6 inches per hour are the rainfall rates for here. Can we come in a little bit tighter here on these rainfall rates, Zach, and get a, okay, so here's Kenner, and here's Norco and Luling. See, he plotted 4.7 inches an hour. If the storm is moving less than 10 miles per hour, that means we're going to pile up another 2 to 4 inches of rain easily as the eye of this hurricane continues to move very close now to metropolitan New Orleans. Let's see, here's Vacherie, here's Laplace, and here's Lutcher. The track has continued to wobble to the east. Remember, this was supposed to be over Gramercy. Okay, look how far off the track it is. And so the core of this hurricane is literally wobbling right into the immediate South Shore. Maybe let's go back to this, and let's go north of the lake now. Let's go into St. Tammany. Let's go into Tangipahoa Parish. We have winds increasing across all of southern St. Tammany Parish. It's bad up and down Interstate 12, including in Tangipahoa Parish as well. Of course, Olivia Vidal has had to seek shelter in her designated location. I think she was in Madisonville or Mandeville. I can't remember because conditions had gotten so bad there. But again, sustained hurricane conditions continuing area-wide. So what we need you to do is to sit tight, all right? Hold your family members close. Don't try to go outside. Stay sheltered. Put as many walls between you and the outside of your house as possible. Using our Viper tornado detection, we are able to get somewhat of an idea of what the winds are like across the area. Here's Madisonville, here's Ponchatoula, and so a lot of these winds between 80 and 100 miles per hour. Again, that is on the north and northwest quadrant of the hurricane, and then the most intense area of the hurricane is then just below that, but we're not going to plot those. Okay, all right. So is that a report that you got? Okay, so, all right, the anemometer, the wind gauge on the midpoint of the causeway right there is now at 86 miles per hour. So if you're not experiencing the hurricane force winds yet north of the lake, you probably are, at least in gusts. Sustained hurricane force winds now are rapidly moving into portions of St. Tammany Parish. Where are we going now? I'm counting on you guys here to keep this going. All right, so let's go back and let's go back and see where the eye is exactly. It's coming really tight, and see for the reason I want to do that. Okay, here's Lockport and Matthews. I think it was like an hour ago, or maybe 45 minutes ago, I was telling Kim and Lee, I said, look, Matthews and Lockport are in the eye. All right, Matthews is still almost barely in the eye. That shows you how slow this has moved and wobbled to the north and east. So while things may have calmed down, say around Matthews and Lockport for a while, things are really starting to crank again as now the eye is going past. So don't get fooled by the eye. It's not that big. It is moving slow, so it might be calm for a while, but the winds are going to rapidly increase out of the west once the eye goes on past. Let's go one more time into Jefferson and Orleans. Why don't you go ahead and we can see the very heavy rain bands now feeding into the area. The most intense of the activity is here from Bayou Gauche to Booty to Jefferson Parish to Norco and back to Laplace. A very dangerous night across southeast Louisiana, and it's nowhere near over. Lee, let's go to you.
All right, thanks a lot, David. We're going to be joined now by Rob Krieger, who is in Houma. Actually, we've shown you some pictures from a parking garage, and that's him left side, obviously a shot of the car driving, and the right side is Rob in the vehicle. Rob is not driving, by the way. Steve Wolf from our photographer is. But Rob, why don't you kind of give us a rundown of the conditions there in Houma right now?
Yeah, so things have kind of changed a bit in the last really hour or so. It hasn't been nearly as intense as what we experienced earlier, but it was just an immense amount of wind. If you're looking at this building here outside of our window right now, that green roof started to peel off. I believe that's the hospital here in Houma, right near the government complex there. So that was obviously one thing that we saw just actually in the last half hour or so. That roof started to kind of bend off. There was one point we were kind of facing out with the direction that we're going now, and you could feel this wind. It's kind of started to lift the car. Really wanted to pick the car up. And then I'm actually, if you see at the top of the building there, that's the governmental building. Those are cell towers, and quite a few of them are, well, you just see another one kind of bend over right there. So several of the cell towers have bent over in that area, or on that roof there. So certainly, we're definitely seeing a lot of damage. We saw some kind of projectiles flying about. We're going to kind of drive down into the lower level of the garage for a second. I want to get out and show you some of the stuff that we've seen here near this garage. But what I'll tell you is that we experience enormous, just intense winds. There's the old trope of the person standing out in the wind and they can't stand up. And, I know a lot of times people think that that's some sort of a ruse or whatnot, but I got to tell you, I never actually truly, 100% experienced that, to where I stepped out in front of the wind and just could not stay there at all. It was just pelting my face, the rain that just felt like needles going into you. It was a pretty hairy situation. Well, let's see. You want to stop right here real quick? There's actually a couple of other media outlets here using this shelter really as a way to kind of get a good idea of what's happening. I'm stepping out right now. Let me go ahead and flip this around so I can kind of give you a look on my screen here. All right. I wanted to show you, so we've been kind of watching this tree right here, and you can see it's snapped in several locations right there. You can see that, and then this is, another tree here. If you look down into the cemetery, those green pieces right there are from a roof. So that actually flew off of a roof, and you can kind of see all through the cemetery right there, just a ton of debris scattered about. Another area that we've been keeping an eye on are these homes here that are right next to the governmental building. You can see trees right there, this kind of topiary-looking trees. Those have just been bent like a duck.
Rob, if you can, where you're blocking the microphone, it's pretty hard to hear you for the last like 20 seconds. So just if there's a way.
All right, let me see. Is that better?
That's better. Yeah, that's better now.
All right, I'm trying to block it from the wind.
Yeah.
That's kind of been one of the things, and we were still experiencing like incredibly high winds here, but it's actually not as bad as it was maybe an hour or two ago when it was just an incredible amount of wind. As you can see here, as we take a look, there's some power poles that are leaning. Look at that right there.
Why don't you, Rob, back up? So we've seen that because the wind's overwhelming your voice. So why don't you back up and kind of describe it again?
I wanted to try and give you a look. Just let's see here. It's just so you know, we're kind of trying to work with this right now so that we can have get you guys a live shot from some of these areas that have been impacted. Let me see if I can get Steve to pull up in this area. I'm not sure if there's some other cars right there. You can see me.
Rob's having trouble with the audio, but you can see him on the left side of your screen. That's an actual shot of him. And then on the right side is him walking, and he's actually going to get back in the car now. Yeah, because we had some trouble hearing you, but we heard most, Rob, and we were able to see many of the shots just to get a good feeling of that. Hey, Rob, there's a mandatory evacuation for Terrebonne Parish. As you've driven around and talked to leaders there, do you get a sense that a lot of people left, or are there a lot of people still there?
That's a good question because there's a lot of people in this garage right now. Certainly, I think that a lot of those folks are storm chasers from around the country. We saw some media outlets from Texas that are here. But as far as, when we were out on the roads earlier before this, eye really started to approach us, we didn't really see, people out and about at all. It was mostly emergency officials. I've gotten some messages on Facebook from people who said that they did stick around. So there are certainly people here that decided to stay. But as far as, people out and about, if they decided to stay, they're clearly heeding the warnings. So, it's just we really haven't seen that yet.
If there's a way for us as they move out the garage, if we can take that Viper shot so we can kind of show you, or a shot to show you. So Rob's in Houma right now, and we may be able to kind of give you a little perspective of where the storm is. So there's a good look of that, and you can see, let's lose the graphic for 1 second on the bottom, and you can see Houma on the bottom left. There you go. So that gives you a good sense that the eye, has passed by, and now Rob looks to be, and David will hopefully correct me if I'm wrong, but on the southwestern wall of the storm. So, he's still got a lot of wind, as he said, and then you can see some rain is there too. So, Rob, we just wanted to show that to kind of give people perspective. There they go. The weather guys are circling Houma there, where you are compared to where the eye of the storm is. It is moving up through Lafourche Parish to potentially into St. John Parish. So it looks like, Rob, what y'all are opening up, that's your photographer, Steve Wolfram, opening up the gates.
Steve's really the MVP of everything that we've done today. He's the one that's kept me safe and
so what are you doing now?
We were just going to kind of come down out here after kind of waiting a while. The winds have died down enough.
Is that a gate? Are you kind of swinging? I saw that.
Yeah, that gate was really open. All right, this is what I was trying to show you from up top. Look over here, Steve, if you kind of pull over to the, there you go. You can see, look at these bricks that are just all, I don't know where they came from, some wall in this area, but those are bricks. So that just gives you the idea of, what really this can do. We've got these, the power poles are swaying. A lot of roof damage that we're seeing here in Houma. Trees across the road. It's really a lot right now.
Okay, Rob, we're going to have to we're going to get back to you, but we need to go back to David Bernard, who has some updated important weather. So let's keep driving there. Be safe. And we're going to come back to you in a little bit, but let's go to David right now for an update.
I think we need to make several points right now. First off, we have a flash flood warning that has now been extended for all of St. Tammany Parish. Flash flooding is occurring or will begin to occur over all of St. Tammany Parish for the rest of the evening. The number 2 point that I want to make, the impacts for the Baton Rouge area are decreasing. This looks like it will not be a severe storm for Baton Rouge as anticipated. That means we need to expect major damage in Tangipahoa Parish. Significant tree damage is coming your way as hurricane force winds are definitely going to be moving into that part of the North Shore. What is this?
Tornado warning. Put a tornado warning. My mic is open. Tornado warning, eastern St. Bernard Parish in southeast Louisiana, eastern St. Tammany Parish as well until 7 o'clock. Viper indicating a possible tornado in that area. So, Nicandro, let's go into that area.
Well, we're not going to be able to see it. We're not going to be able to see it. We're not going to be able to pick out that detail in these bands. But just the best way to play this is, so for St. Bernard and St. Tammany, we have a tornado warning. Any one of these bands in this eastern eye wall right now could produce a tornado. We're under hurricane conditions and an eye wall wind warning right now. So everybody should be sheltered in place in southeast Louisiana right now as if you're under a tornado. That's what we're experiencing, is one massive tornado across the area. So the points were the flash flood warning for St. Tammany Parish, the tornado warning for St. Bernard and southeastern St. Tammany Parish. The impacts are going to be lower for Baton Rouge. The impacts for significant winds and damage are increasing for the North Shore, particularly for Tangipahoa Parish, Western Washington Parish, and Western St. Tammany Parish. 60 to 80 mile per hour winds with gusts to 100 are going to be possible as we go through the evening and overnight hours. Now, Nicandra, let's go into the northeastern quadrant here from Jefferson Parish into the river parishes. Again, this is a devastating, a very intense torrential rainfall and major Category 3 winds occurring all across the river parishes right now as the eye of Hurricane Ida continues to slow and wobble, just wobble barely to the north and maybe east of due north. And so it's just not letting up. We probably have another couple or 3 hours of this on the South Shore, and then we're going to have the backside of the eye that we're going to have to deal with. But let's come in, just go ahead and just let's go on in. And there we can see, so now we're in, okay, there I see, there's Chateau Estates. So we're in Jefferson Parish. Very intense rains have been moving through there in the last few minutes, and very strong winds as well.
The water's coming up quickly behind the building, so the street flooding is rapidly going up around the city.
Okay, so we are starting to flood on the streets here behind the studios. That is telling me that the pumps are no longer keeping up. The canals are starting to fill, and so look for more extensive flooding to continue across the city. Now that we're seeing that, we're going to continue to have a lot of pressure on the drainage. In addition, with all of our waterways, Lake Pontchartrain, the surge is coming up, and that can affect the drainage as well.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thanks, Dave. We're going to get back to y'all in a second, but we want to go. We have some important information.
We do. We've got some more breaking situation in St. Bernard Parish. Parish President Guy McGinnis on the phone with us right now to tell us about some barges that actually broke loose on the Mississippi River.
Yes, Kim. Thank you for letting us get the word out to our citizens. The Coast Guard just reported to our Homeland Security Director, John Rand, that we got 22 barges that came loose from the west bank side of the river at mile marker 87, which would be somewhere in the Chalmette area. And they are loose in the river, and the Coast Guard at this time cannot get out there to try to secure them. So we're hoping that they're able to secure these barges just like they did the two ferries earlier today. And and our Sheriff's Department cannot get out there at this time with this wind to put an eye on it. So we're just praying that they don't cause major damage.
That was my question. Just 22 of them, and levees on the river. This is, I'm concerned listening to this. How concerned are you?
Well, we're very concerned, and in that area, we have more infrastructure being refineries, our water intake that takes up that whole section of the river. So we're more worried for what it can do with the refineries more than we do the levee at this point. So, but all of it's in play, and we wanted to make sure the citizens are aware of what's going on.
Okay, where were these barges at? We had some mention of the Domino Sugar refinery, or is that where the barges have gone to?
Yeah, well, Domino Sugar is right around. Okay.
Wait,
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
hear
we
you
can.
now. We lost you for a second. So if you can start over that answer.
Yeah, so the 91-mile marker is around Domino Sugar at the parish line. This occurred at the 87.5-mile marker, which is, 3.5, 4 miles downriver, which would be right in the Chalmette area around Chalmette Refining and Valero, and our water take at the Water and Sewer. That's where it broke loose on the West Bank side, is from what I understand of the river.
Do you know who the barges belong to?
No, Lee, we don't have any of that information. We don't have the information of what's in the barges. We just know that they broke loose, and we're concerned mainly because no one can put an eye on them and no one can get out there at this time to secure them.
And so your biggest concern right now for the people of St. Bernard Parish, as far as these barges go, is what?
For me, it's the damage to the refineries and what that can cause. Obviously, we don't want people going out to the levee and trying to find them and look at them, because we had that before. So we want everybody to stay home, stay safe, know that we have people. The Coast Guard is responsible for securing those barges.
Do you know if the Coast Guard is even able to go out in these conditions to try to secure these barges?
The Coast Guard has notified us that at this point they cannot go outside with the wind conditions as they are.
So our weather team is telling us it still could be a couple of hours before the situation in our area gets better. So is it fair to raise the question that, is this going to take a few hours before they can even get out there?
Well, it's going to take more than a few hours. You guys are here in a couple of hours. I'm being told to midnight with this type of winds, especially if that storm takes the easterly track sooner rather than later. So it's something we're concerned about, Lee. We don't have a whole lot of information, and what I take from this information is that there'll probably be some more barges come loose and some more problems on the river.
More than the 22.
We've had 2 ferries and we have 22 barges, and it's only getting worse. So
right.
We're very concerned about all of that, and we're constant communications with the Coast Guard through our Homeland Security Director, and if there's anything that we could do to assist them, we're staying ready.
It's almost like you're helpless. You can just sit here and watch and wait and just hope for the best at this point. I mean, and that's the situation. That's what it is now.
Yeah, Kim, it's not like we're helpless. We are helpless when it comes to those barges. I mean, but it's an awesome responsibility that we have, and we want to make sure that the citizens, have that knowledge, and you guys are helping us do that, and we want to thank you for that.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, thank you for calling in for this. I know you have some answers, not a lot, but we do appreciate it, because people, hear rumors, hear things, and I think hearing from leaders, knowing what is going on is important. So, please, if you have any update whatsoever, even if it's something minor, if you want to call back, we'd love to get you on, so citizens of St. Bernard, and quite frankly the area, can get an update on the latest on this development or anything else that happens in the parish.
Yeah, guys, I really appreciate it. The barges are the least of our concerns. I'm looking out the window right now. That wind is relentless, and it's not letting up anytime soon. So we're looking at months of recovery, and we already started our meetings and putting operations together to get started.
All right.
God McGinnis.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We want to take it over to you too. We want to take it over to David Bernard right now. And you heard Parish President McGinnis say it, it's just relentless in St. Bernard Parish, but it's not just St. Bernard. It's so many areas right now, David.
It's the entire South Shore. It's now the North Shore. Hurricane force winds over the causeway, now spreading into southern St. Tammany Parish. I wanted to give you a little closer look now at the flash flood warning that's in effect for St. Tammany Parish. That includes Covington and Mandeville. You see the green box there, and then that extends into Slidell as well. Now, here is the outline of this tornado warning that was issued, but whatever the circulation was, it's probably passed now. When they issue these tornado warnings in the middle of these hurricanes, it's really hard to track them. And basically what I tell everybody, we're going through a large tornado right now. The whole area is basically under a tornado warning, because if you don't have a specific spin up maybe occurring where you are, you're experiencing tornadic-like conditions, and particularly on the northern and eastern eye wall here. But now even into portions of the North Shore, we're seeing very heavy rain, very high winds there. Look at Tangipahoa Parish. I've been talking about you guys for the last 30 minutes or so. We're going to see a lot of tree damage in Tangipahoa Parish. Right now, very heavy rain, intense winds now spreading into Hammond. Those continue along the lake as well. And then if we head south of the lake, there's where that eye is. Let's see if we can come in like a little bit closer. And, okay, Des Almond. And so earlier, remember, we said Matthews and Lockport was in the eye. Now that is shifted up to the north, okay? But it has taken well over an hour just for the storm to go from here, then go to there. And now, unfortunately, Matthews and Lockport are now on the south side of this storm. So now we're getting violent winds coming in from the west. And earlier, talking to my friend and storm chaser, Josh Morgerman, who has been through them all, Dorian, all the big ones, he had to relocate from wherever he was in Houma because of major damage occurring. And he said the wind was coming from every direction and debris was flying around all over the place. So when you hear things like that, I'm just afraid to think about what tomorrow is going to look like. Tonight, we are just taking a devastating hit. Here's this northern and eastern eye wall. Again, the most violent winds are occurring in this area from Laplace to John Lafitte, and then back into the New Orleans area, and then particularly into Jefferson Parish. That's where we're seeing particularly intense rains as well. That may be a new tornado warning that is coming out, so I'm going to wait and see if that's the case. Let's stand by for a minute. I heard a sound that indicated that there might be a tornado warning coming up. Brewsty's. Okay, so so it's a repeat of the warning that was currently in effect. And they've canceled it for the north. All right. So here's the bottom line right now. Let's switch to Viper. I'm going to go ahead and go to Viper, and Nikandra is going to run that for me. So if the director could switch over to the Viper source, we can now loop this. And there again is the eye of Hurricane Ida. These red areas are not only very intense winds, but also extremely heavy rain. I was just looking outside our parking lot. We have some cars where the water is now coming up past the tire. All right, with extensive flooding ongoing there. Let's go right into the metro area. Maybe hit the metro hot button, Nikandra, whichever one is easier. And okay, so let's run it down. River Ridge, Harahan, Avondale, Kenner, Chateau. Then here's UNO, Gentilly, City Park, St. Claude. Look at this, Marrero running right through Uptown. That's a very severe band right now with extremely heavy rain, and Chalmette is getting it as well. Here are the rainfall rates. So look at this band where the dark green and the purples are. That goes through St. Claude up to UNO and Gentilly and right toward the lake. Those purples are indicating over 4 inches an hour. That's an instantaneous rain rate of 8 inches per hour. Now, it's not sitting there for an hour, but if you get the training, you can see why flooding is starting to affect so many parts of the area. Moving out to the west a little bit, pan just a little bit over there, Nikandra, and then we'll be able to get a little better shot of of where you're showing the heavy rain rates. Just turn off the, okay. We're going to get there, but there you can see the northern and western end of that eye wall, 5 to 6 inch rainfall rates per hour. So major flooding ongoing in the river parishes and also into parts of Jefferson Parish as well. Not a good look tonight for sure. maybe one more wide view, and we'll send it back. One more view of the radar, a wide view, and then we'll send it back over to Lee. There is the big picture tonight, guys. Here's Gulfport for perspective. There's Slidell, Covington. Everyone south of Interstate 12 is getting tremendous rain right now. Flash flood warning, southern St. Tammany Parish. Washington Parish, winds are coming up there. Rain too, northern Tangipahoa. Things will get there worse tonight, but by the speed of this storm, it's going to take a while for it to get there. Lee.
Thanks a lot, David. And you can move off to the side because we're going to keep this up for a second as we get ready for our next interview. And Rob Masson actually has a report. He's been, in a hotel in the CBD right around Tchoupitoulas, Poydras Canal, and we're going to go to Rob now with this report.
We're now on the river side of the Windsor Court Hotel, and the wind is really pounding this side of the building. Out there around 110 miles away, Hurricane Ida is pushing her way up Lafourche Parish. But here they have a feeling sustained hurricane force winds for quite some time. Look at the palm trees down there outside of Harris Casino blowing as the wind and the torrents of rain just push their way from the river up Poydras Street down there. You can see the lights are still on. They are still on in most locations around the city and the CBD. However, there are traffic lights out in several locations as well. Out there toward the west, and you can see the rain kind of coming down, pouring down the side of the building as it's collected on the top of that building. Absolutely no river traffic out there right now at all. There have been some reports of some barges breaking free. We do not see anything like that out here. So far, everything is holding. Conditions are rapidly deteriorating down here. We've been in hurricane force winds now for the last hour or so. Absolutely nobody on the streets. If you look down on that street below, you can see a lot of leafy debris, but no major tree or limb damage so far, at least in this part of the CBD. So there is a voluntary evacuation in place in Orleans Parish. It seems like most people have adhered to it. There's nobody on the streets. Across the way, too, you can see some utility trucks down there in the parking lot of the Westin Hotel lined up, ready to go for whenever Ida decides to give us a break, and they can go in and restore power in whatever locations have lost power. So the wind is really starting to push here on the riverside of the hotel, and as you can see, it's probably best that we get at this point as Ida begins to make her wrath felt in downtown New Orleans. From downtown, Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Rob. We are on the phone right now, FaceTiming with Jacqueline Hotard, the parish president in St. John Parish. Thank you so much for taking this time to, I know you're super busy, but we appreciate it. Things aren't the way that maybe you expected in St. John Parish. Tell me the situation there right now. It's pretty hairy, isn't it?
It is. It's pretty intense. I'm in my office right now, connected to our emergency operations center. And I mean, the winds right now, we've got 72 miles an hour is what we've picked up on our radars. So the winds are very intense. The rain is pretty intense right now, and we're just still, monitoring this thing to the end, and then we'll do a damage assessment after and enter into a recovery phase.
What is your sense about people who evacuated? I mean, I know you had a voluntary evacuation, I believe. And so did you get the sense that a lot of people left? I'm hearing from a lot of people in Laplace who stayed and are terrified.
I'd say we have a mix. We had a lot of people who have left, let's say in my neighborhood, many of the residents did leave. And then some people we know just don't like to leave during a storm. They want to ride it out. We've gotten, calls from both, I guess, people who are away checking on their property and people who are still here. And it is very scary. The winds are, like I said, 70 miles an hour, gust a little bit higher. So it is definitely a very scary situation right now.
And the storm is still moving towards that area. And so, David has told us, and all of our meteorologists have said this is going to be a very extended storm. This storm is moving so slowly. Have you been able to assess any of the damage just from what you've heard so far? I know you can't get crews out there yet, but what have you had so far?
What we've gotten reports of so far, down trees, down power lines. We've got about 15 to 20,000 of our residents who are without power right now. But the largest amount of calls that we're receiving are about trees that are down blocking roadways. We want to encourage our residents, please do not get on a roadway, especially if there's a tree or down power lines. You don't know if those are live lines. We're asking our residents to please stay put. Even after the winds die down, please don't go out and do any sightseeing until it is safe. So we want to impress, that upon our residents. But the biggest thing right now, structural damage, homes that we have reports that roofs have come off, those types of things. That's what we're seeing right now.
And how concerned are you about the water? Because, in storms past, we've seen the water come up pretty fast in St. John Parish, and the concern from our meteorologist here is that southwest quadrant of Lake Pontchartrain, the water is just piling in there, and that tends to be what dumps into Laplace. I have memories of the water crossing the interstate and those exits at Highway 51 just being impassable. Is that a big concern for you right now?
Yes, the storm surge is a concern. The rain is a concern. I'm not sure why, but right now, a lot of our areas that we typically see that take on a lot of water, they have not yet. So I'm not sure if it's still the direction of the winds right now that haven't produced the tidal surge that we typically see. But right now, things look pretty good. However, we do know as this storm continues to move in and continues to turn, that's going to change very quickly. And so we want our residents to pay close attention. If you've lost power, through your phone, on our social media or anything like that, because conditions can change very quickly. Right now, we just don't have that water coming in just yet from the lake.
Okay, and then, like you said, just yet, we don't know what is going to happen as this storm continues to move so slowly over southeast Louisiana. Is there anything else you want to add to let the people of St. John Parish know before we go?
Just want to let them know that, one, we're here, on their behalf, not to get out on the road, to just hunker down and hold on for as long as they can. And about 9 or 10 o'clock is when we're expected to see some of these winds kind of soften a little bit. And just please stay safe and continue to keep everyone in their prayers. This is a devastating storm for our entire region, unlike anything that I've ever seen, where you have from New Orleans to Baton Rouge just bracing for a storm so severe.
It is going to be a long night. Jacqueline Hotard with St. John Parish, thank you so much for your time. And
yes, ma'am, thank you.
If you have anything that you want to get across to your people in St. John Parish, please feel free to call us back and we will put you on the air.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Lee, back to you.
All right, Kim, we're going to bring in Bruce Katz with us now. Actually, Bruce, we just heard from Jacqueline Hotard, St. John Parish. Why don't you kind of give an update on St. John, the river parishes, your concerns there? Is we've been talking for a while, the storm, I guess, going a little more east, right, than the track had thought it would.
Yeah, well, first of all, we thought this storm would have been more so over here. So, I mean, a big difference. And, yesterday when we were talking about that line coming in, where the center was and that margin of error, the closer, even 10, 15, 20 miles it got to the city, that would bring in the worst of the weather. And indeed, that has come to fruition now. The storm was on a good track as it moved in right near Port Fourchon. Then it moved over toward Grand Isle on the eastern side of those big squalls, and then over Golden Meadow, over to Cutoff, but it kind of slowed down to the west of Cutoff, and now it's drifting off to the northwest, really more so due north at about 8 to 10 miles per hour. So this is really at a snail's pace. And basically what we're watching is, as it moves northward, look at the eastern eye wall. Right now, coming into Laplace, Luling, Destrehan, the river parishes right now are seeing incredible winds and rain. This is just a really devastating situation. I mean, we're going to see catastrophic damage and catastrophic flooding. And again, you'll notice on that southwestern side coming in, right along Lake Pontchartrain, we have now seen that flooding taking place where streets are beginning to fill up in this area. So once again, St. John, St. Charles, we're seeing big flooding coming in on that eastern side. So the winds coming in a trajectory like this continue to bring in all the strong winds. And remember, we have rainfall rates coming in easily 3, 4, 5 inches per hour. So that is just adding to the situation. Now, as far as the winds, we're going to show you right around Laplace, we're looking at 82 up to 100 on that western side. So again, nothing to sneeze at. These are devastating winds, as you can see, hurricane force easily and above, and these could be even higher within gust. Now notice 90, 75, this is all hurricane force winds, so it kind of peels off just a little bit to the back, but nevertheless, we are seeing strong hurricane force winds. The winds around the center right now at 125, so it has come down 5 miles per hour more, but this is still a very dangerous storm as it moves northbound. Now, what about rainfall?
It's a category 3 storm,
still,
right?
Yes,
okay.
It's a category 3, from a 4 to a 3. So this is rainfall rates per hour. So we're talking 3.5, 4.5, 5.5 inches per hour. So this is adding to the problem, as we're seeing a very, very angry lake kind of filling up over the southwestern side, plus all this efficient rainfall. We're going to see significant flooding in and around the river parishes. From St. Charles over to St. John, we're going to see just water over many streets. In fact, hopefully over sidewalks, and that'll be it. But we're going to have to watch very closely as we see the outer bands and the Corley continuing to move in. So we're going to toss it back to you and once again be back. But this is a very dangerous situation, Lee, and we still have several hours to go.
Okay, yeah, Bruce. So we're going to get back to you because we want to continue to get updates on this. Look, Kim's got Rob Masson. You were talking about conditions in New Orleans too. Kim's got Rob Masson, who's down in the CBD area.
Yeah, we sure do. Thanks, Lee. Rob is actually on the 15th floor of a downtown hotel. And Rob, kind of tell us what you're seeing. Tell us what's going on down there.
Kim, the situation's been deteriorating for the last 3 hours. I'm going to show you a little bit about what we're looking at before the sun comes down. But this has been going on now for 3 hours. I don't know how good the picture is, but just torrents of rain cascading across the CBD, basically from south to north. I believe we're on the north side of this building. We're somewhat protected. But you can see we're on the Windsor Court, 15th floor. This is looking out at the DoubleTree. You can just really see how the wind is pushing through there. And that's the Custom House down below us on Canal Street. The wind just pushing those palm trees over. There are some lights on here, but the power at this hotel went out about 45 minutes ago. And as you can see, it's mostly out across most of the CBD. There are no traffic lights working on Poydras Street. Nobody should be out there anyway. Most people seem to be staying inside. You can see a car light moving down there. Over on the other side of the building, overlooking the river, it's just a whole nother story. You can hardly stand out on that balcony as these hurricane force winds push their way through the CBD. The people here at the hotel are trying to do the best they can. They're on emergency backup generator. It basically just powers a couple lights in the hallway and I think one elevator. But that is a situation that's being shared certainly there at the Sheraton, where you can just see the rain cascading against the building. There are some lights on, though, at the top floor of the Marriott across the street from us. But virtually everywhere else in the CBD is dark. It's just going to be a long night. We are starting to see a little bit of property damage. I don't know if you can see out across from us, but it looks like there's a section of a metal roof peeling from one of the condos there facing Canal Street. And there was also a little bit of damage down below us. But as you can see right there, most of the roofs here are holding up fine. The trees that are down below us on Chapatula Street are still up. We haven't seen any major breakage here. We did see some, when we drove around on Canal Street a little while ago, we did see some large limbs on some of the oak trees on Canal Street have been clipped. But this is the situation as it plays out over the CBD this evening. And again, there are, as you can tell by the cars down there, there are a lot of people in these condos down here in the warehouse district, but most of them do not have power this evening again.
And Rob, the hotel that you're at, the Windsor Court, are there a lot of people staying there? I think I heard somewhere that a lot of the hotels was full downtown.
I don't get the sense that there's a lot of people staying here, Kim. Down the hallway, there is a man from Metairie who I think came here for safety, to get away from his home, and thought maybe they might have power a little bit longer than than they would at his home. I've heard you talking all afternoon, and we've got friends who are now dealing without power all over the metro area. And some people thought that they would get some safety here at the Windsor Court, but the power has been out for 45 minutes here. It flickered off and on for a little while, but now it's out solid.
Okay, and I'm just being told by Lee that the Windsor Court actually opened up about half of its hotel rooms for the storm, specifically for people to come ride out the storm. So that kind of answers that question for me. We did see in the background, you had a little, one of the streets, you could see an emergency vehicle driving down the street, but for the most part, you're not seeing a lot of people out and about at all.
No, Kim, we saw some emergency vehicles about 3 hours ago when we were down all up and down Canal Street, but we have not seen very many. We're not hearing any sirens right now. I would imagine they are now officially in lockdown as we are. It's just not safe to move around down there. You just don't know what's going to come flying down the street. You can see some signs that are topped over. There's some signs down there on the street, garbage cans flying. As we've been reporting, I mean, these are winds of 100 miles an hour. It can be dangerous out there with just so many objects coming off of these buildings, causing a potential threat.
All right, Rob Masson, thank you so much for get back inside where it's not so windy and take shelter. I'm going to toss it back over to Bruce Katz in the Weather Center.
All right,
yeah,
Lee's in.
Yeah, so let's talk, Bruce, more about the big, as you're calling it now, the north hook of the turn that's being made.
That's right. You know, this is from about 6:30, 7 o'clock this morning, and when my super comes down, I appreciate it. I am Bruce Katz. You'll notice that as the storm was moving off to the northwest, look at that big northward hook. I mean, this thing was expected to continue basically like this, and like this. It didn't do that. If we can put it back into motion, the Conver Norwood, look at this a little bit closer in, and I'll tell you, this storm system, well, that's a Viper forecast. So if we can maybe put in back the satellite picture, there we go, a little bit closer in, you can see it. I mean, this thing just actually hooked north, it moved inland, and it did not stay on that trajectory. Eventually, we expected a north turn over Baton Rouge, but that's a good lead, 45, 50 miles of a difference, and that made a huge impact on New Orleans.
So Bruce, is my mic on?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay, Bruce, is it basically, I mean, it's almost like it looks like it's going to almost go up 55, like almost hug 55?
Well, you know, I think what happened was, you know, we were talking about the big high pressure system and that big steering. Well, the steering has basically collapsed. I mean, this thing is creeping pretty much northward now. So instead of moving in this direction, the high obviously broke down and it's saying, I don't have anywhere to go. So if we look at Laplace, here's I-55 coming in around Albany, Independence, Roseland, Amite, and those areas. I mean, this thing is going to lift northward, basically, I mean, smack dab over Destrehan, Luling, Laplace, and if it continues northward, I mean, we're looking at really coming in throughout parts of Tangipahoa Parish, and we may even start getting a little northeasterly hook, and that would even bring it a bit closer toward Covington, Mandeville, and Madisonville. But nevertheless, this is what we're looking at, Lee. This is the worst core of the storm, and watch where these are going. They're lifting off to the northeast, and these will be approaching Mandeville, Madisonville, and Covington over toward areas of Albany, Lee's Landing, right around Hammond. So this storm actually just took that northward turn and really changed the entire game. I mean,
Bruce, and I'm getting some people in Kenner who are, you know, said it is really bad. So when you're talking about, you know, parts of Jefferson Parish now, it's more of a concern.
Well, we're going to come in. I mean, Laplace, I want to mention you guys because, I mean, you guys, you're going to take it on the chin. I mean, you guys are about an hour away from being in the eye of this storm. I mean, just incredible how close to home this thing is. But look at Kenner. Look at this band that's moving in. First, one band. These are spokes coming in from the eastern eye wall. And again, the eastern eye wall in this quadrant is the worst part of the storm to be in. And since it's moving, I mean, creeping slowly north, these spins and bands, they're coming right into the city. Even New Orleans, I mean, look here, look at Gentilly, even out to New Orleans East along I-10, heading along the twin spans. So as this moves northward, all these spokes are moving over the area, and these have wind gusts, as we've seen, Lee, at about 100 to about 105 miles per hour. So Metairie and Kenner right now taking it on the chin. But Norco, Laplace, Luling, Mons, Destrehan, you're going to be basically in the eye of this storm in the next hour. So make sure you hunker down. As this northern eye wall continues to move in, you're in the worst winds right now.
Okay, I want to take a look around the area, but let's just start with the South Shore. So river parishes, Jefferson, Orleans, those areas. How much longer do you think will the worst conditions be around for?
I'm thinking another 2.5 to 3.5 hours. I mean, it's moving so slowly.
Yeah.
It's moving so slowly. As it moves in, once we lift this northward, we're going to get all this mess lifting north. But unfortunately, all that is going to go to the North Shore. Nicandro, let's come a bit farther south and see where the eye has been and what conditions are like. So, Lee, look at the difference. Where we see that eastern side, we're talking south of Luling, major stuff. Look down to Lockport. Remember Cutoff? Remember these? They got nailed. Matthews, they were in the eye of the storm. But look at this. Yes, they're getting strong winds, but they're coming out of the southern end of the eye wall, and the rain is not nearly as intense. So, yes, as it moves northward, we will gradually see slow improvements. The winds just aren't going to die. It's going to take through tomorrow afternoon to really start winding this thing down. But the worst of the winds in the city, probably the next 2.5 to 3.5 hours, then lifting north. If we can go toward the Lake Pontchartrain area, Nicandro Norwood is on the Viper radar. That's going to all lift, heading northward toward Brudock and then around Mandeville and Madisonville. So it's going to take some time moving out of the South Shore in the next 3 hours. But then the North Shore, you're going to be in this right now. It is
It's 7:01.
7:01. Okay, I couldn't see the clock. But nevertheless, all this moving in, we're looking through at least midnight for the North Shore to go through. I mean, that long.
But I mean, if it's 7 o'clock and you said it's 3.5 hours or so for the South Shore, I mean, it could be past midnight for the North Shore.
Oh, easy. I mean, we're looking
for it to be past them.
The worst of it past. I mean, again, remember, you have all this to move northward. So everything is wrapping around and moving in. So for the city, I think probably around 9:30 or 10, but then the North Shore, maybe around 2 or 3 in the morning. I mean, it's going to be a while for that to move in.
And then let me ask you this. So, I mean, we have a Tangipahoa issue where, the eye could be moving through Tangipahoa or western St. Tammany. So take me through Tangipahoa, Covington, Mandeville, and then Slidell, and then Washington, the differences that people can expect in those areas.
Perfect. And a lot of people are saying, don't forget about the North Shore.
Yeah.
Believe me, we're not. So let's back out now. So here's Laplace heading northward. Here is Lake Maurepas, Albany, Independence, Roseland, they meet along the I-55 corridor. Mandeville and Madisonville over to Covington, Sun and Bush here, Bogalusa. So what's going to happen is, since this is now moving northward, that eastern quadrant, all of these areas of winds, rain, and squalls have wind gusts easily up to 100 miles per hour. So as they're moving northward, you can see where are they going? They're sliding into Slidell, sliding into Mandeville, Covington, Picayune, Sun, Bush, Albany, Lee's Landing over to Hammond, Ponchatoula. You're going to be in the thick of this thing well beyond midnight. So it's going to be a long, long night. And remember, many are without power now. So if you stayed and you have no power, when these storms come in with this magnitude and you have maybe creaking, your roof may be failing, it's a very dangerous situation. And again, that's why, Lee, so many leaders said, if you can leave, leave. And hopefully people did leave. I mean,
look, some people don't have means to leave.
Without
Bruce.
question. And I get that, and I respect that completely. But some of the people who said, I've been through this before, and I've got friends who have the means, but I'm staying, I'm good. Well, I've heard from some of them, and they're kind of wishing they didn't stay.
Okay, Bruce, stay there for 1 second because I have a few more questions for you. We're going to take a look at the outage map right now to kind of give you a sense. This is the Entergy outage map, Bruce. Actually, I'll take over for this for a second.
Take over.
So
I'll set your shot. I'll set your shot.
I can kind of, I'm fine. I can scoot
down.
It's okay.
I got you.
But this kind of shows you the Entergy outage map. Obviously, the red is the outages, and you can see, this is, Jefferson Parish, Kenner, and down to Orleans Parish, and most of both parishes are red. That means there's no power. Look, there are some places in Metairie that looks like, even in some New Orleans East and Gentilly area over there, where there is still power. It is still green. But literally widespread power outages throughout the metro area. Again, this is Entergy. We'll try to show you some of the other companies like Cleco later, although the situation in St. Tammany certainly isn't as bad yet as Bruce indicates it will be. But again, this is the Entergy, Louisiana and New Orleans map. Widespread power outages, just a little green. I'll back up here, just a little green in the area, which of course indicates that the power is still on in those areas. So if we can bring Bruce's map back up, and Bruce, if we can widen this out a little bit, and Nikondra's trying to get this set for you, so we'll kind of get it. But if we can, I'd like to widen out because you talked about people who evacuated, Bruce.
Right.
And, you know, there are people who are, whether on the Alabama Gulf Coast, the Florida Gulf Coast, who are watching us online, but they're going through conditions there. Can we get a shot that just shows the scope of this storm, how big it is? So that may show where the impacts is.
Pensacola, basically Pensacola. I mean, we're talking Mobile, Gulf Shores, areas right around, Pensacola, right near, the Floribama, that area. Right now, getting on the eastern side, they're getting winds, they're getting some rain, they're getting some breezy conditions, and yes, the Gulf is churned up there, but again, nothing like we're seeing now. But this is a perfect example, Lee. I mean, if you look at the center right here, and then you look out west, it only extends out maybe, here's Breaux Bridge. So from Laplace to Breaux Bridge, maybe about 60 miles, but look at basically from Laplace all the way 62. I was pretty close. All right, Nikondra, actually putting on the ruler. So let's go all the way into Pensacola. 175, 190 miles. So when you look at the difference of just over 60 miles, and then it cuts off on the west, but over 190 miles to the east, that is why we call it that worst part of the storm in the eastern side. I mean, this could be a textbook example. Meteorology school, we learn all this stuff, but, there's nothing more like real time. But look at the extent from the eye all the way to the east. Again, we're talking just under 200 miles, where from Laplace to New Iberian Breaux Bridge, they're really not getting much at all. So it's really an eastern-weighted storm. Most of them are. And unfortunately, where that eye is moving northward, we're going to continue to see all this activity batter for the next 2 or 3 hours, most of the South Shore, but already we're beginning to see some of those bands moving in onto the North Shore. And these bands have a history, Lee, of wind gusts easily up to 90 to 100 miles per hour.
When these bands move through, are we done?
Well, we're not done, because unfortunately, once all this moves out, Nikondra, I think you put up the Viper Futurecast. So Nikondra's going to put up Futurecast, and Nikondra's going to join us on the broadcast in a little bit, because I've got to go eat something. David was like, I got to eat. Hey, we forget to eat because we're on the air so long. But nevertheless, here's what we're looking at now. Here is 10:45 in the evening, and then here is right around 1 in the morning. Look at the North Shore still battered, but look at the tail coming in throughout parts of the South Shore and the very strong stream lines. These are winds, and these arrows are indicated. So this is well after midnight, Lee, and still South Shore will be dealing with these storms. 3 o'clock, I mentioned maybe 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, North Shore. That's exactly what it is, up to 3 o'clock. So now through 3. Sure, come on in, Lee.
Is that like what could be the eye?
That's actually the center.
Yeah, so that's
is
the center.
Back it up slowly, Nikondra, and let's kind of track and see what Viper's saying, if we can back it up a little bit. So basically they're saying around 7 o'clock, actually not verifying all that well. They're much farther north at this point. But
they're north and west, right?
Yeah, they're a bit north and west, yeah. So the Viper model is a little bit off at this point. But, I would agree timing on the rainfall that we're going to go through at least 1:30, 2 o'clock, maybe up to 3 in the morning for the extreme northeastern viewing area. But then we're going to have to watch out for the tail of this storm. We may see more rains backing up. Today we had a level 4 for flooding. Tomorrow we're still at a level 3 for flooding. And then on Tuesday, we get back to a 2 and down to a 1 by midweek. So we may be dealing with this wind and rain through at least tomorrow afternoon and evening, with still some rain chances. And then by Tuesday, we finally begin to clear on out. So it's going to take some time. So this storm, as it moves through, still by morning, it's going to be breezy. Pretty windy. And 30 miles per hour, Lee, that's what Entergy says. We cannot send bucket trucks out if it's 30 or greater. I still believe tomorrow morning we're going to have wind gusts to 30. I mean, when you have a storm of this magnitude that is now just like a rubber band, you wind it up and then you cut it and let it go. That's what's happening here. And it's going to take time for that unraveling to come. The pressures are extremely low. It's going to take a while for the pressures to rise. So again, through midday tomorrow, don't be surprised. It's going to be pretty breezy, even with the storm moving well north of us. It's going to be a little while before the winds finally settle down. They're not going to be like the winds we're seeing now. However, it's still going to be breezy enough to where we may have to wait for energy maybe until tomorrow afternoon or evening to even start getting out at this point. They're not going to get out tomorrow morning, I can promise you that. Maybe by late morning in the afternoon in some areas, but it's going to take a while to get that energy back. So,
Bruce, 113 is the peak gust here
so
at
it's
the
up.
station.
All right.
Yeah, 113. Right now, we're in the 50s sustained, it looks like.
Right.
But yeah, 113. We've been in the 80s a little over the last couple of minutes. Too,
I mean, it's like the normal gust here, Lee, is between 85 and 90, but 113. I mean, that's the highest that we've been, and I think that's the highest we've had here at Fox 8, probably in modern time. That high of a wind. So, Lee, right now, look at Mandeville and Madisonville and Bush over to Slidell. We don't want to forget you guys. I mean, you're under the gun too. Problem is as well. So much rain, the grounds are saturated, and what happens when trees blow? The ground is saturated, the tree loosens, the root system is loose because it's wet, it's teeter-tottering, and that's where we have massive trees down. So I think North Shore, Lee, we're going to hear many stories of trees down, unfortunately.
Right. Can you stick with us for one? We're going to go over, okay, you don't need to eat yet?
I'm good.
All right, you're good. We're going to go back to Kim. She's got another interview, then we'll continue to discuss.
We'll come back to me, and then the Condor will come back on.
Okay, perfect.
What you got, Kim?
How long do we have before we're taking this live?
Right now we have Olivia Vidal on on the phone with us. Olivia is sitting in her car. Are you still in Madisonville, Olivia?
I'm actually in Covington right now, and I don't know if you asked me how much time I have because I have my lipstick in my hand, and I can almost hear my mother screaming from her living room watching this thing. Why does she have lipstick on in the middle of a hurricane? So there we are. Yes, I am in downtown Covington. Yes, I'm in downtown Covington. I'm in my car right now. My photographer Tommy and I, we kind of took a trip around Lower St. Tammany Parish, Mandeville, Madisonville, and around Covington to kind of see what was going on. Of course, we went to the Mandeville lakefront. I think you saw a video of that earlier, and how the water was starting to crest over that seawall there and cover Lakeshore Drive area. That's typical for tropical storms that come through this area. We see that in Mandeville often, so that's not unusual, but it was starting to happen, and I thought that was, something that residents needed to know at the time. This is happening. Here we go. Brace for it. We also went into Madisonville along the Tchefuncte River, and water there was rising from the river onto the roadways. Several restaurants, popular restaurants, were seeing some water. Some of the parts of that road along the river were closed. So the water is definitely rising, wind is picking up, and the rain is coming down.
And Olivia, you're talking about the Mandeville lakefront. I know the mayor of Mandeville actually ordered an evacuation for that area. I think it was south of Monroe Street, just because that is an expected area. Had you seen any of the water getting into businesses there yet, or was it just coming over the roadway?
It was just coming over the roadway. We were on Girard Street right there at Lakeshore Drive, and it was just coming up to the stop sign there at that corner. So it was pretty early on for that flooding. So I can only imagine it will get worse.
Okay. And in terms of you driving around looking, are you seeing people pretty much staying put, not out and about, trying to look at what's going on with the storm?
It is surprising. There are still a few vehicles on the road, people just wanting to check out the areas and the different neighborhoods. Several vehicles, and we were kind of surprised by that. The roadways are not safe right now. A lot of debris covering the roads from the wind that's coming through. The wind is kind of scary at moments. It makes you do a double take and, kind of wonder if a tornado is coming down, or it's not safe. It's definitely chilling, I would say. So people just kind of driving around the roads, checking things out. It's not okay. We saw down power lines, trees taking down power lines, transformers blowing along the street side. The rain is heavy in some parts. It's just not a safe place to be driving around and just
just checking it out, touring your hometown to see what it looks like during the height of a hurricane.
Earlier, we had you, I think you were on the phone with us, and then we tried to go back to you, and they said, oh, she had to run inside because they thought there was a tornado situation happening. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I was waiting to do a phoner with you earlier. I think it was right before y'all were speaking to Mayor Cantrell. I was waiting outside the Piggly Wiggly in downtown Madisonville, and the wind was just coming in, and it was making this howling noise. And those are the kind of sounds that I think stick with you during hurricane coverage. It was making a very eerie, howling, whistling noise, and the trees were just moving all over the place, and it made me very nervous because I didn't know with some of these winds that are coming through if a tornado or something would touch down. You heard Bruce and several other meteorologists say, tornadoes could pop up in the area, and I didn't want to take the chance, so I had to get to safety.
Okay, that is absolutely a good idea. So what the meteorologists are telling us now is that the North Shore hasn't seen the worst of it, that the storm did stall out a little bit. It is moving a little bit to the east and north now, and that the Mandeville, Covington area, Bush, Sun, all those areas are still in for a lot more of Hurricane Ida well into the night. How concerning is that for emergency leaders there? Are they talking about that?
I haven't seen too many of the emergency leaders recently. I just got back to the EOC. Like I said, we were driving around the Emergency Operations Center here in downtown Covington. We were driving around, just got back. I'm hoping to speak with the parish president soon to see, how things are going. I did run into a police officer in Madisonville, and I, rolled down the window and asked him, how things were. And he said, things are doing okay, pretty normal for hurricane coming through, but no major issues that they've had to deal with that we've heard about. But again, I'm going to touch base with the parish president here shortly and try to see if anything has changed.
Awesome. Well, we're going to let you do that, and then we'll touch base with you in a little bit. Thanks so much, Olivia. Be safe.
Sounds good.
All right. Lee?
Thanks a lot. We are back here with Bruce Katz, who is going to look. Olivia was just in Madisonville, so let's take a first look at the western part of St. Tammany.
All right, Nicandra Norwood driving Viper right now, and again in Madisonville, Covington, Mandeville. We're going to talk about this whole area here up to Beatico. You can see these bands continuing to move in. Now, these are still well removed from the actual eye and center. Now, the way it looks, the actual center being down here is going to move northward and maybe even a little northeastward tick. So all of this activity here, it's going to be coming into Mandeville and Covington. So as it kind of spirals out and kind of unwinds, it's kind of basically moving off to the east and just kind of expanding. So we can certainly see the expansion of all these areas of thunderstorms and also gusty winds. So the North Shore right now, you're easily seeing gusts up to 60, 70 miles per hour already, but we still have a lot to go. And you can see basically in the city, we still have another hour and a half to 3 hours to go depending on where you live. So these are going to be issues too.
And Bruce, you talk about the city and the metro area and the South Shore. Let's go down there. Look, we talked about Kenner, we've talked about New Orleans. Right. What about Metairie? We've talked about that some, but not in a few minutes. I want to focus on Metairie for a second.
Well, Metairie right now, I mean, basically, here's Kenner, Chateau, River Ridge, Harahan, Metairie. Here's the causeway. Then you start getting over the 17th Street Canal over to the Uptown area and also the West Bank. So we'll talk about this entire area. But right now, Metairie and Kenner are closest to the actual eye wall. You start getting a little bit beyond that into Orleans, but some of these are going to continue to spiral in. But as of right now, from Norco to Metairie, here's Chateau Estates, and you'll notice it's only about 20 miles from the eye, and that is too close for comfort. So all the activity from the south is going to spin off to the north. So Metairie and Kenner, you're going to probably have another couple of hours to go. I mean, right now it's 7:18, probably through about maybe 11 o'clock, and then things will begin to slowly wind down. But what we need to do is we need to get this northward. And look at Edgard. You're going to be in the eye in the next 15, 20 minutes. So this is going to be a calm, and then on the backside, we're going to pick it up. But right now, Lee, as you mentioned, Metairie and Kenner, closer, only within 20 miles from the eye wall, and that's incredible, are seeing the brunt of it at this point.
And then, Bruce, David and I were talking a while ago with Kim about the barometric pressure. It was at 29.19 about an hour or two ago. Right. Now it is at, what, 29.16?
Right.
What does that mean?
What that means is the lower the pressure, the higher the wind speed. The higher the wind speed, the more damage and destruction. So a normal day in New Orleans, you would have maybe a barometric pressure of 29.95. 9.5, we're at 1.6. So we are well down below that 30.0 average to just below it. So when you're that far down on the scale of pressure, pressure equals wind. And when you're at 29.19 or 1.6, that is extreme low pressure out to the east. So when the pressure falls, we have the wind fields that come in, and that's what we're seeing right now. So as the storm moves northward, yes, it is slowly weakening. The winds right now still at a very strong Category 3, 125, and it's just hard to imagine that we have a slow-moving hurricane, Cat 3, this close to Metairie and Kenner. Very different scenario than Zeta. Zeta was moving at 35 to 40 miles per hour. Yes, the eye went over the city, but it lasted about 3 hours and it was done. This has been an easy 8 to 10 hours with another 2 to 3 hours to go South Shore and another 3 to 5 hours on the North Shore to go. So that's the difference. Every storm is different. Maybe the winds could be close to the same, the amount of rainfall, but the trajectory it comes in, the amount of wind speed it has, and the direction of movement and how fast it's moving. And again, unfortunately, Lee, this thing, as we expected, it should have been now near or over Baton Rouge, and it's a long way from Baton Rouge. It is in the New Orleans metro on the western side from Laplace around 310, Luling, Hanville, Laplace. Again, we've been seeing a lot of water piling up in the lake on the western and southwestern side. We hear of a lot of flooding going on in this area here, and with the eye wall coming in, we're going to have really a funnel of winds. I mean, it's going to be just, basically, the eastern eye wall is going to go right over Laplace. I mean, we're going to see a huge fetch of these winds continuing. So what you're seeing now is probably the worst it's going to be, but unfortunately, what you're seeing now for Norco, Laplace, Hanville, Luling, Bouty, you're going to be in this for a while. So you're in it right now. So with whatever winds there are, up to 120, 125 on the gust, you're going to be in this. What you're seeing now is going to be the worst of it. And I know it's bad. I mean, if you're watching us, and I want to mention too, our radio stations, we want to try and paint the picture for our listeners on radio. iHeartRadio, a great partner. We've been with them for many years. Right now, they're simulcasting Fox 8 on about 5 of their radio stations. So we want to try and put it in perspective as well for our viewers, our listeners rather, and viewers, that this storm is basically south of Laplace. The eye's going to move over Laplace in the next probably hour to 90 minutes. It's going to be over Laplace for about 45 minutes to an hour as it moves northward. And what you're seeing right now, or what you're hearing right now, is going to be all the rain and all the winds that are pretty much at their maximum right now, because pretty much the eye wall's on you. And as you come out maybe 15 miles from the eastern side with those winds of maybe gusting up to 125, you're in the worst of it now. So I know it's bad, and if you're listening on the radio because you don't have power, which 90% of the South Shore doesn't, what you're feeling right now is the worst it's going to be. And I'm not discounting it. When I say the worst, it's bad, and I get it. It's bad. However, with all the rain and the wind, that's going to be the worst of it that you're going to see, but it's going to last for a while. Moving on out, over the last 12 hours, look at this. Luling, Norco, Bouty, look at these bands of rains that set up. So when you get that training effect going on, you get these rains that pile up, and this can cause significant flooding. Then you look south of Kenner. This is on the West Bank now, right near Marrero, farther south toward Crown Point, Jean Lafitte. We're talking a half a foot of rain, and we still have several hours to go with a possible tail developing late tonight into tomorrow that could bring another 4 to 5 to 6 inches of rain. So that's why we were calling for up to 10 to 15 isolated, even up to 20 inches of rain. And remember, the storm is still here, and we have all this rain to go through. So the tail, if it's going to set up, it's going to be in this quadrant here. And as it moves northward, it may extend down to the city during the day tomorrow, so we could see quite a bit more rainfall into tomorrow as well. So to recap it for you and our listeners on radio, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're listening, the eye is approaching Laplace in the next 30 minutes. You're going to be in the eye. It will move north, moving over areas probably almost right over Lake Maurepas, near French Settlement, and eastward into Manchac. and then eventually moving in near Albany and Independence in Tangipahoa Parish, probably in the next 3 hours. So it's going to be a situation where on Laplace and on the western side, Metairie, Kenner, Laplace, Luling, Destrehan, the worst is what you're seeing now, but it's going to last another couple of hours. And then on the North Shore, you're going to get it from now. It will be getting worse in the next hour or two on the North Shore. You're not in the worst of it yet because the eye wall is still down toward Laplace. As it moves northward over Lake Maurepas, you're going to be east of it, and that's when the eye is going to be closer to bring in a lot more rain and also winds as well. So hopefully for the viewers and the listeners, we got it all for you. David, you have something to add? Nope? Okay. Back to Lee and Kim and David and the Conver taking over. I'm going to eat. As David said, I'm feeling a little woozy here.
You deserve some food. That was, I don't know if you even took a breath there.
Stay safe.
That was some good information. Yeah, stay safe, everyone. Kim, well, you have some breaking news, right?
Yeah, we've got some breaking news out of the town of Jean Lafitte. We're getting word that the Kerner Swing Bridge in Lafitte has been hit by a barge. And basically they're telling us that any residents who may still be in Lafitte are being told do not attempt to drive over that bridge. They do not believe it is structurally sound at this point. And, you know, we heard earlier that some people did stay behind in Lafitte.
Yeah.
I think there was an estimate that the Jefferson Parish president gave. It was a pretty good amount of people.
When they were talking about Grand Isle and Lafitte, they thought there was, I have it written down somewhere. Yeah, a few dozen if not more.
And so they're really concerned that people are going to try to get out and drive over this swing bridge. We don't really know much more than that, just that the barge has hit the bridge. You're being told not to drive across it. That bridge is not structurally safe. As soon as we get more information on that, of course, we will pass it along to you. David.
Oh, David. Okay, go, David.
Tell us something.
Hold on. Is your microphone on?
Woo!
Hold on. Nah, I don't think that's your microphone. We hear something else. Okay, which mic are you on, David?
I am on.
We're,
I'm on pink.
Okay, David is on the pink microphone. Is it on now? Why don't you try to take a test now, David?
All right, how's
there
this
you go.
sound?
We got you now.
All right, great. All right, so this is, you guys, I may have missed this if you said this about Entergy, about Orleans Parish. Did y'all reporting this? Entergy is reporting there has been catastrophic transmission damage. There is no power left in Orleans Parish.
Do we have the power outage map? We don't. Okay, we don't. We'll try to pull that up again in a little bit. Say that one more time, just so
they
so
said
They
said due to catastrophic transmission damage, all of Orleans Parish is currently without power.
Which, you know, you've been saying it's not necessarily, it's a significant, but it's not necessarily a surprise. I mean, we've had wind gusts here up to 113, I think, here at the station.
The problem is it is blowing for hours like this, and it's unsustainable. And so obviously there's more and more damage being done to the infrastructure. Yeah. So in that sense, it's not a surprise what's going on at the current time.
All right, we're going to get back to
one thing I was going to tell you is when you had the energy power, when you had the outage map up earlier, I saw you over here at the wall when you had that up. I don't know if you noticed, it was interesting to note where the power was on. You could see Ochsner, the main clinic was on. I could see West Jeff had power, and the quarter still had a fair amount of power because the lines are buried there. Okay, that's usually the last to go, but even that I saw start to go out on the map when I was looking at it.
All right, that's good perspective on that. We're going to get back to you in a second, David. Wanted to go to some of our reporters who are traveling around the area, not traveling, but you know, in many cases embedded in areas. And we're going to begin with Sabrina Wilson in Jefferson Parish.
Hurricane Ida was expected to arrive with a lot of power, and she certainly has. Just take a look at what's happening here in Jefferson Parish on the West Bank near the Mississippi River. Now, all of this is happening after the powerful hurricane buffeted communities along the coast. Grand Isle, which is Jefferson Parish's low-lying island, was beaten by Ida earlier today, so much so that water entered the fire station there and overwhelmed Highway 1, the main road in that community. Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang says some people who did not heed the mandatory evacuation order have reached out to parish government to be rescued, but that will have to wait until the dangerous weather dies down. And as Ida moves through the New Orleans area, everyone is urged to remain indoors.
We have people there on Grand Isle. Our concern from the beginning has been this level of storm surge for that island and the people who chose to remain on it. We are in touch.
Now is not the time to become complacent. Stay with us for another 36 hours. Stay indoors. Don't venture out on the streets. And do not venture out after the storm passes. Give us time to get an assessment on what needs to be repaired and to get those roads open.
The strong winds that are beating up this area right now, and of course the rain, which is moving in sideways, is very difficult to be out in. It's hard for me personally to stand upright in these conditions, so you want to stay indoors at all costs. Only emergency and essential personnel are out in these conditions only when they need to be. Now, tens of thousands of people have already lost power here in Jefferson Parish, and that number is expected to only increase. Reporting from Jefferson Parish, I'm Sabrina Wilson, Fox 8 Local First.
And that is why Sabrina needs to stay inside.
And all of our people do. It's
Absolutely.
dangerous out there right now.
Absolutely.
David, is that something that's
likely a tornado warning? I'm going to ask, I should see it come up on my phone, and I'm going to have Nicandra on Viper. Let me see.
Okay, we'll stick with you, and you figure it out. We'll stick with you.
All right, let's see exactly what is going on here. Tornado warning. All right, this is a tornado warning for St. Tammany Parish, central St. Tammany Parish in southwestern Hancock County. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado is near Pearl River or near Slidell, moving northwest at 65. So once again, we have a possible tornado moving northwest at 65. There's no way I'm going to be able to pinpoint that for you on Viper. We have to assume that all of these feeder bands, which are already, even out here to the east along the Pearl River, are producing winds of 40 to 60 miles per hour, that any one of these could be producing a tornado, with, of course, the most violent winds occurring right now in the river parishes as the storm finally begins to lift out to the north. But we still have these feeder bands which are likely to produce additional tornadoes. But the bad part is that the flood situation is worsening across the metro area and will probably continue to get worse. Okay, so that's the tornado warning. Oh, it is? Yeah, you would have gotten those. Okay, I think we're regaining some internet capability. Why don't you stop the loop for a minute, Nicandra, and then we'll be able to, I think if you stop the loop back, well, the tornado warning should come up in just a second. Not quite sure why that didn't show up there, but, well, at any rate, they're really hard to detect on there, but everybody should be sheltering in place, all right? There is that tornado warning for around Pearl River and Slidell, but it's moving northwest at 65 miles per hour. Basically, we have multiple spins along all of these feeder bands rotating around the hurricane. Let's come in just a little bit tighter and look in the northeastern eye wall as it relates to the New Orleans metropolitan area and also the river parishes. Nicandra, if you come in just a little bit tighter than that, and so we can see so the eye is about to get near Laplace. Let's come in real tight on that, Nicandra, and take a look at the eye. All right, let's come in real tight and see who's in the eye. And okay, so there it is. Is that over Lake Salvador? Yeah, it's over basically, so the eye is over Lake Salvador right now, and Laplace, you're about to get in the eye. Look at how this has continued to wobble toward the east, but we are still getting violent winds in Chateau and Kenner in River Ridge. And Nicandra, do you mind if I say what you told me? So Nicandra was getting alerts on her phone. She lives in the general area here in Kenner. She was getting alerts on her phone that there's somebody was trying to break into her house. And it's because the doors and the windows are rattling so hard. She's getting alerts from her home security company. That's how bad it is out there tonight, folks, that it's setting off her home alert system as if somebody is trying to break in. So this is really bad in Laplace now. I don't like the way that is, and it's trying to bend even farther to the north and the east. Let's come into Jefferson Parish and center that up just a little bit more so I'm not blocking it so much. And here's where we're talking. Well, there's Norco, and then here's River Ridge. Harahan, this is another terrible band that is backed into Kenner. And then let's go here over to, I'm just now noticing this band. I may actually ask you to stop the loop over Orleans Parish. Just slide in just a minute. Let's stop it just for a second so we can see what's actually, where all this is. So this is just torrential rain falling from Gentilly right through the French. Here's the French Quarter. There's the Marigny, the Bywater, and here's the lower 9th and Araby. And then there's Chalmette right there. And then south of there onto the West Bank. All the way to Timber Lane, almost to Bell Chase. Really intense rainfall rates. In fact, what if you put the rainfall rate on there? I'm just curious to see what that may come up with. I know I'm making you do this all on the fly. That's going to be up to 4 inches an hour, where we're seeing some of these darker green spots. By far, though, the worst of it is what's happening in Kenner in the river parishes. That's where the heaviest of all this weather is right now. Let's go to the North Shore in Conduit. Let's go back to reflectivity. And so we want to get caught up on what's happening north of the lake, particularly in St. Tammany Parish and in southern Tangipahoa, where hurricane conditions are spreading across the whole area. The outer eye wall. Here's the inner eye wall near Laplace over the southwestern part of the lake. But this portion of the eye wall, when that first came over the South Shore, that's when we start to have these 100-mile-per-hour gusts. And it's very possible we're going to see gusts as high as 100 miles per hour north of the lake with sustained winds 60 to 80 miles per hour. Shelter in place, pillows, blankets, mattresses, because north of the lake, even more so than on the South Shore, we've got to worry about falling trees, okay? That is a real danger. Falling trees on the North Shore probably is going to be very extensive, and so you want to be in your safe place, and if you can, pile blankets and pillows in there around your kids to protect everybody. Is there...
Yeah, we have one quick interview to do, and then we'll get back to you. Is that okay, David?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I think we got all of this covered as far as where we are right now.
Okay, because we want to go. St. Charles Parish President Matthew Jewell is on the phone right now with us, and you know, as we looked at that radar, and look, there was a mandatory evacuation there, significant concerns, Destrehan, Hanville. Mr. Jewell, thanks for joining us. What can you tell us about the conditions in your parish?
Well, look, we just got an update on the track. And this thing just made a significant jog over right towards us, putting St. Charles Parish directly on the eye wall, just skirting up our parish. And I can tell you right now, the wind outside of the EOC, which is, you know, rated well for about 200-mile-an-hour winds, it just sounds like a freight train around this entire building right now. And we can only imagine what's going on outside in the parish. I'm praying for all of our residents right now who are having to go through this in just a regular home. We're expecting to see just devastating damage in our parish when this thing clears out.
How many people do you think stayed, even though there wasn't an evacuation order?
I don't have a good guess on that. I would just have to say 50-50.
What about the flooding? I mean, there are parts of your area, your parish, that I know you're extremely concerned about with the potential flooding. Yeah, look,
we have rain gauges all across the parish, and we're seeing over 10 inches of rain in several spots. And I just looked at the gauges before we got on here, and the rain's coming down at a rate of 4.5 or 5 inches an hour in several locations. And that's just really hard to deal with when you know you have a drainage system that's rated for a 10-year rain event. It's definitely not rated for a 1 in 100 year hurricane like we're experiencing right now. But yeah, we're concerned. And then, you know, as these winds have changed, they were coming out of the north, the northeast. They switched to east, and now we're starting to see the wind switch and coming from the south. We're worried about that water coming up Barataria Basin and pushing up against our levees on the west bank and pushing up against our HESCO baskets that we deploy down into Zalman's, where our levee system's a lot lower. You know, it's not a good situation right now.
We're showing the radar, the live Viper radar right now for our viewers, and I'll try to describe this for people listening on the radio, but you can see he mentioned Des Allemands, and you can see the eye of the storm right there, Des Allemands, and you move up Booty, Luling, Hanville, Norco. That gives you an idea of what Mr. Jewell was talking about, where literally you can see the eye just to the west of Norco and Hanville and Luling right now. Again, just describe the conditions that you're experiencing.
Look, you're looking at probably sustained 100, 120 mile an hour winds right now, sustained. And from what we're looking at, we can expect this for the next couple hours to 3 hours. So, I mean, it's a scary thought because buildings just aren't designed to take that amount of wind for that long a period of time. So, you know, we're praying for our residents. If they're listening, stay where you are, stay hunkered in place. Don't try to get out on the roads after this. These roads are going to be blocked by trees, by down power lines. The best thing you can do is just stay where you are. If you have an emergency, a life-threatening emergency, call 911. Let them know what's going on. You know, once the conditions get safer, they're going to try to respond to you as best as they can. For other types of emergencies, to report damage and other things like that, we want you to call the EOC at 985-783-5050 if you have communications. If you're listening, we are under a boil water advisory. We have lost a lot of our underground infrastructure with trees uprooting and are not able to maintain a sufficient water pressure. And with that comes a reduction in the amount of disinfectant in the water that keeps the water at a safe drinking level. So we are under boil water advisory for the foreseeable future. And obviously we're going to have interruptions with sewer and other utilities. I can't imagine that any portion of the parish has electricity at this moment.
Yeah, well, anything else you want to get across before we let you go?
Just everybody needs to stay safe. Again, stay in your homes, stay hunkered down. The cleanup process is going to be long after this. And, you know, I'm going to start right now just to ask for everybody's patience while we get through this and when we start to get our parish back in a good condition.
All right, Matthew Jewell, Parish President in St. Charles Parish, we appreciate your time, and you stay safe as well as we wait for the worst of this Hurricane Ida to get past us.
All right. David, are you ready, or do you need a second, David?
We can give him a couple of minutes.
Yeah, no, I think I'm good.
Okay.
Do we want to do, what's happening over here in Nicondra, actually? I'm just curious.
It's starting to catch up.
Okay, that's not going to, but.
David's just getting his computer ready. Just
we're regaining some internet capability, and I think we need to stick with Viper right now for the time being. I just want to, you know, I mean, we're all one big family and one big community, and we're all going through the same thing here right now. And I just want to report one of my colleagues at the ABC affiliate here in New Orleans. They're located in the Galleria in Metairie. Their control room has started to lose their ceiling, and they've had to evacuate their producers and their directors out of there. And so I just wish the best for them and hope they're going to be safe. It just goes to show you, everybody knows the Galleria building in Metairie. We've already seen pictures of windows being blown out in downtown New Orleans, and we know how bad it is out there, particularly Jefferson Parish and Kenner and the river parishes. And we just heard on the phone have been sustaining significant winds of 100 to 120 miles per hour. Now, what can we say that's positive is that Ida is moving. It is moving north at 10, according to the latest advisory. We went through that 2-hour period where it practically wasn't moving at all. And it seems like the end is never going to be near. I'll tell you, for 30 years, and I've been through a number of storms, I have never been through a hurricane as relentless as this, to have the wind blow as long and as hard as it has for so many hours, and it's not just yet. But there's a light at the end of the tunnel. If we look toward the coast, if we look at Dulac and Cocodrie and Homa, yeah, it's strong there. I know it's bad, and they have been through hell for the last 6 hours or so, just like we have. But they're getting that west side of it, and the hurricane is lifting away. So for the first time tonight, I can say for some folks near the coast, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Now, for the Mississippi Gulf Coast, for the immediate South Shore, and for the North Shore, I can't say that yet. This is going to go on for the rest of the night, the way it appears now, especially for areas on the North Shore and the South Shore. The South Shore, we should start to see some easing in the next 2 to 3 hours, some easing, because it's all about this northeastern eye wall here that's over Laplace in the southwest part of Lake Pontchartrain. And again, these outer bands that are across Orleans Parish, and also these severe lines of storms that are feeding into St. Tammany Parish. If we look below New Orleans, we don't see quite as much rain occurring. Thank goodness we still have the radar operating out of Slidell. I know the terminal Doppler radar, all the major airports in the country have Doppler radars. We have lost the terminal Doppler radar in Kenner, so that radar is no longer functioning at the airport, but at least we do have our main Doppler radar that so far, cross your fingers, is still working. Let's go into the eye wall in Nicondra. Let's zoom in to the river parishes and let's get in tight. And this is your backyard. You know exactly where we are. Luling, Destrehan, all the communities along the river are in this right months. You're in it. In Laplace, we've talked about you all evening long. But here comes the eye, and Reserve and Edgard, you're about to get in it. It's not going to last that long. Don't go outside and start walking around or do anything like that because these winds are going to come screaming back around out of the west, and it's probably going to happen within about 30 minutes or so based on the width of the eye and the direction that it's moving. So the eye has been basically over Lake Salvador, and it's beginning to lift north and cross the river. Farther to the east, let's go into Jefferson and Orleans Parish, and we kind of have these couple of streaks. There's sort of like a little break here, and then we have that large band that we were talking about earlier, and then with the big storms that are over Jefferson Parish. We're also working on trying to confirm some information, but with the catastrophic loss of power in Orleans Parish, it has significantly impacted the pumping capacity by the Sewerage and Water Board. So obviously we do not want this rain to continue any longer because our ability to drain the city is going away. In addition, it gets difficult to drain the city just by the mere fact that we're filling the lake up with water, because that's how we drain most of the city. It drains, from the river to the lake. And so for raising the lake levels, that's going to make it hard to drain. And if we're not pumping, it's going to make it that much worse. Okay, Nicondra, where are we now? I may need somebody to Yeah.
Do you need to regroup for a second?
Yeah, I need to regroup for just
Okay,
a few
do this. Let's get out of that shot for a second, David, because let's put up, we have the energy power outage map. So you get out of there, and I'll kind of come in here and talk about this while we regroup for a second.
I kept saying that. I couldn't tell where it was. It was Lake des Almonds that the storm is over, not Lake Salvador.
Okay. Is there a way to zoom in on this a little bit or not? If we can't, okay. We don't have, I don't know if someone's by the computer, if not, but we can see, David said that, or there we go, Orleans Parish. So let's start there. This is obviously, Kenner and, actually that monitor is out. But anyway, Kenner and Metairie, you can see there's a lot of red there. A couple of green areas, it looks like one on the West Bank. And David had mentioned, one of the things that he's seen is you can actually see the French Quarter right around there still has a lot of green. That's likely, I can't tell because it's far away from me. I'm sorry, my eyes aren't that great, but that looks to be West Jeff Hospital. Is that West Jeff right there, David?
Yes, and that's the French Quarter. Yep.
And that's the French Quarter. So David was saying, some of those key areas obviously have it available. There's one right there on the West Bank with
now up where Auctioner is on Jefferson Highway. If we scroll back toward the East Bank.
On the East Bank, y'all.
We move back. Okay. It looks like they're starting. So that's where the hospital is there. You see right there in the Big Bend.
Yeah.
There was more green in there earlier. There's not as much. There's still some green in there. There's no way of telling, what that means as far as the hospital goes. Obviously, they have significant generator capacity there, but there is more additional outages there than there was before. But the good old French Quarter, because the lines are buried, they have power.
And that looks to be some CBD too. But if you just take a wide view, I mean, look at this. It is basically all red. David had mentioned Energy said all of Orleans Parish essentially out, other than the French Quarter. Looks to be a place, one section in New Orleans East, but other than that, the whole metro area as far as Entergy is concerned. We can even look over here in some of the river parishes. You can see a lot of red. That could be New Orleans East Hospital over there too. It's hard for me to tell, again, because my eyes aren't great, but that might be New Orleans East Hospital over there. So again, the Entergy map kind of gives you, oh, there we go, Nikandra, if you want to go down. That is you. Is that you? That's not Nikandra. Someone else. I don't know who's doing this. I'm sorry. Whoever's doing it's doing a great job, and we can see that the outages are significant in the entire metro area. And David, we hear those gusts outside again.
What we're hearing is damage and things blowing around out on the street.
Our highest gust is still 113. We look to be...
What is our 1 minute average right now?
So that would be, correct me if I'm wrong.
The 1 minute average right now, it's at 41 miles per hour, and we're sustained right now at 71. So that's right. If you look right there, Lee, that's where you can get where it's happening actual real time. It's a little harder to read there, and that's the average over the last 60 seconds or so.
David's giving me a little tour.
I will say this. The pressure is now 29.19. Now, you see this, Lee?
Yeah. So the pressure's starting to go up.
I'm showing Lee the pressure graph. The pressure graph bottomed out at around 29.12, and now it is gradually starting to go up. That's telling us that the core of the hurricane is slowly starting to move away from the area.
So that is you kind of gave this, there's hope that this is, look, we got a long way to go, but it's...
North Shore, hours and hours and hours.
Yes.
But coastal areas, the light is at the end of the tunnel.
And the storm, this is a sign that the core is starting to weaken.
Right. I don't have a light at the end of the tunnel for the immediate South Shore in the city right now, mainly for the point of view of we may have a major pumping issue in Orleans Parish, and also because we have these bands of rain that are going to linger long behind the eye moving out. But that means the destructive winds are going to be lessening somewhat on the South Shore as that eye moves away. And with our barometer indicating the pressure rising, and we can confirm it by looking at Viper, that the storm is moving after stalling earlier on.
David, I know we've talked a lot about...
Let's make sure Kim's microphone is on, y'all. She's on yellow.
I know we've talked a lot about Metairie.
No, it's tried right now. It looks like it's on.
Can you hear me now? Yes.
Yeah,
okay. I know we've talked a lot about Metairie area, Jefferson Parish on that side. What about the West Bank of Jefferson Parish? How is that looking?
Everything that's been happening on the East Bank has been happening on the West Bank, and everybody has been in pretty much the same conditions. Let's come in a little bit tighter so we can really get in our West Bank communities. And we can zoom in and see exactly what's happening. So all those feeder bands that are going around the main center, they're starting on the West Bank and they're spreading to the East Bank. And we still have 3 or 4 feeder bands here of intense rainfall moving across the West Bank.
Okay. All right. So those folks just need to hang in there too, because
it's kind of more of the same. And but again, with the center moving away, the destructive winds will start to ease. It's not going to be nice, but then we have to worry about how long one of these bands gets stuck over the area. Because, see, what's happening is the storm is moving north, right? And as the storm is moving north, the bands are moving parallel to the storm. So that's how you get that training impact. That's the problem. If the storm was moving off to the north and east, well, then we might have to worry about the bands training back this direction. But basically, all of that, Zach is circling them, that is moving along with the storm. And so look at this. It's like all the way, there's cutoff. And so here's this band. It goes to Lafitte, and then it rounds their bend all the way through New Orleans East and back up into the lake. And so as long as this is moving due north, we're going to continue to have these training storms.
We had a viewer call in from Araby who was worried that there could be, a potential tornado or obviously some damage they're seeing there. Can you just take a look at that area in St. Bernard Parish?
Yeah. Zach, do you mind driving Viper for a
Zach,
second?
I'm looking at for Araby in St. Bernard.
Okay, because people are concerned about in the parish. We're in the flash flood warning. Araby is in the flash flood warning. And you know what? I think almost if we stop the radar looping for just a second, that'll make it a little bit easier to see what's going on. So here's Chalmette, and if we come a little tighter, then Araby's right here. So it's bad right now. It's bad right now in Chalmette and Araby. They're under that. The lower 9th Ward is under that. Bywater, Marigny, Algiers, Terrytown, and English Turn are on the edge of that really intense rain band that, again, is moving from south to north and is probably not going to end anytime soon. Let's do the 12-hour rainfall total if you want to do it that way. And there's the past 12 hours. And so he's going to plot that 6.5 inches of rain. So the rainfall totals are 4 to locally 8 inches of rain now, guys, across the city, kind of doing a bird's eye view here of the whole area, but certainly widespread 4 to 6 inch rains. And then we've got a solid area. Just this is where that northeastern core of the eye was. Just all of St. Charles Parish and Western Jefferson Parish, both on the east and west bank, just covered with very heavy rainfall totals. What do those estimate at, Zach? Can you do a plot in here? It's a little hard to tell. Yeah, these are up to 8 inches, 8.3. There's 6. So you get the idea. 6 to 8 to probably locally 10 inches of rain has been falling in that area.
Hey, David, just want to update everyone. We're getting word a boil water advisory is in effect for the entire east bank of Jefferson Parish. So boil water advisory for the entire east bank of Jefferson Parish. I know a lot of people in Jefferson Parish decided to stay and ride this out. You need to be to know that. Kim?
Just so you know, we are waiting for Cynthia Lee Shang. She is going to be talking with Sabrina Wilson. We're going to get to that as soon as they can get that live shot up from the EOC Center. So just stay with us for that.
And I want to just read a little of the news release that they sent out. The Jefferson Parish Water Department is issuing a boil water advisory for the entire east bank of Jefferson Parish due to the loss of pressure in the distribution system caused by damage from Hurricane Ida. Customers, of course, will need to boil their water as a precaution until the boil water advisory has been rescinded. So, David, if you want to continue, I just wanted to get that in.
Okay.
Are you looking at some more information on your phone?
Yeah, I am.
Well, we have some others. Let us do a couple things. And then we'll come back
this could be significant, so give me just a second.
Okay, we're going to go to a quick story, and then we'll come back to you. We're taking our tour around the area, trying to show you some of the conditions, as we'll, of course, get updates from our meteorologists as well.
Yeah, let's go to see what Garland Gillen has. I think he was outside of Canal Place in downtown New Orleans.
I am downtown on the 3rd level of the Canal Place parking lot, and as you can see, Hurricane Ida is bringing it completely onto downtown New Orleans. Now, we are in a parking garage, so we are completely blocked by the wind on all sides. But as you can see right over my shoulder, it is wreaking havoc. Ida is. St. Louis Cathedral, you can barely see in the distance right now. You can kind of just see a little inkling that it's there. You can see the kind of point on the top. But goodness, Ida is definitely wearing down the French Quarter right now. There's a stairwell on Decatur that is just kind of dancing in the wind right now. It's jumping up and down, as you can see. Earlier, we were by Jacksbury. Part of the roof fell off and took out red lights on Toulouse and Decatur. So as this night keeps progressing, there's probably going to be some more things falling over, crashing over. We saw it earlier, 3 hours ago is when the Jacksbury incident happened. I was down on the bottom floor of Canal Place. Goodness, it is amazing when you get on the down floor, when you have no protection at all, and those 110 mile per hour gust winds are hitting you. You can really feel it. But up here, we're blocked on all sides there. We are nice and safe. But you can see right over this railing here, looking downtown. It is amazing watching Hurricane Ida's force just wreak havoc on the French Quarter right now. I tell you one thing, I am amazed that a lot of these trees downstairs are fighting these winds. It's amazing to watch it. But hey, we still have a lot of time left in this night. These sustained winds are going to keep going, so things will probably change when you see me probably in the next hour. So once again, we're downtown on the 3rd level of Canal Place Shopping Center. And as I said, we are safe right here. We're hidden behind walls. So we're going to send things back to you in the studio.
All right. Thanks, Garland. It looks like the parking garages are the place to be for a lot of our reporters out there. Rob Krieger has been hanging out in a parking garage in Houma as this storm has made its way through that area.
Hey everyone, we are still here in Houma as the eye wall rapidly approaches us. We can see that the winds are still coming in. They're actually have begun to bend, if you will. All throughout the morning and afternoon, we had seen the winds kind of coming straight through this parking garage that we're in, but we're now starting to feel them kind of bend around right here. It's pretty incredible just feeling the intensity of these winds as they come through and just howling the sounds that they're making. But if you take a look down here, right in downtown Houma, you can kind of see just a lot of debris across the roads. These trees that are just getting battered by Ida are starting to give up branches, give up leaves. A lot of debris just strewn about this area here. It's pretty massive amount of foliage debris here in this area. But if you take a look, some of these large oak trees, really old oak trees over here, some of those branches are almost completely devoid of leaves, and that's where the wind has been coming through. Excuse me. If you see down on the street here, I don't know, Steve, if you can take a look, there's a lot of branches down there on the street that have just ripped out off that tree there. And then obviously that's a concern because those could become projectiles here in this area. We're going to actually walk up here through the parking garage briefly to give you an idea of kind of the other side of things here. Obviously, this shows you kind of just how safe we are in this area. It's virtually no wind coming through this portion of the garage, and that's kind of how we've stationed our vehicles so we can remain safe. But then when you look out this way, as you look toward the hospital here in downtown Houma, you can see these trees here, these appear to be water oaks, are just really just flexing in this wind. Already several of the branches have just snapped loose and they've come down across this cemetery here. Really a lot of damage down off of these trees. Hopefully it hasn't really damaged any of those tombs down there, but certainly a lot that we're still expecting. We are maybe just a short distance away from the eye wall, and that's the biggest concern because that's when we know the winds will be their most intense as they begin to shift around. So just once again, we're seeing a lot I see some roof damage. I see some signs that were ripped down, trees broken. I'm sure that means that we're going to have some windows broken in this area. Right now, it's just too dangerous for us to get out there and begin to actually try to figure out exactly what the damage is in this area. But at least right here, we're in a safe location so we can ride out the rest of the storm here as the eye passes over and some of the most fierce winds come through. Of course, we're going to keep you updated right here on Fox 8. That's going to do it for us for now. From Houma, Rob Krieger, Fox 8, Local First.
Great reporting there from WVUE. We will cut into their coverage very briefly. Want to go up to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, about an hour away from New Orleans, and check in with WAFB in Baton Rouge. They're speaking with Sheriff Bobby Weber, who said earlier today they might see more damage from this particular storm in Baton Rouge than any since the 1960s. Let's hear his perspective, Sheriff Bobby Weber from Ascension Parish, now on WAFB. Then we'll go back to New Orleans.
I don't think it's going to get any better. So we're going to ride it out. There's a lot to be done. Hopefully we can get out on the road at daylight and start doing some damage assessment. But it's getting interesting here in Ascension Parish.
Sheriff, you've been, obviously, even with the sheriff's office going way back. I don't want to age you, but compare this to some of the other storms that you've seen. And I guess the good news is we've gotten our technology's better. I think people understand these storms a little bit better. Has that been a help to you all?
Oh, it certainly has. I mean, you're right. I don't want to tell my age, but I'm 58. So I worked through Andrew and Katrina, Gustav, Rita, you name them. And these are the things that we know how to prepare for. But technology and the advent of Office of Emergency Preparedness and GOSEP, that's really helped local law enforcement and the communities as a whole. A unified command can do a lot of good things for you. When you put fire, medical, law enforcement, and parish government resources and city resources resources together, there's a lot we can do when we work together. And that has improved so much over the years. And matter of fact, right now, I'm just only doors down from the Emergency Operations Center, where you have these emergency support functions being manned 24/7. So the technology has just it was tremendous to us, and it helps us a lot. And that up-to-date information. And let me tell you something. When we sit down, we watch you guys. The information that you're putting out there is so much better now, and the predictions and the models. And we pay attention. When y'all speak, we paying attention to it, and it goes into our planning. So thank you for what y'all do.
No, sure thing, and I appreciate that. Let me ask you this. Obviously, it's not safe to have any of your deputies out right now. I mean, if somebody was, dire straits, I know first responders are going to do what they do, but what are you having to tell people that are calling you right now and saying, hey, there's a tree on my house? Because, I mean, you really can't get to them. Not safely.
Well, you say that, and that's what you have to tell them. But right now, we're responding to a vehicle in a ditch with 4 children in it. Now, no one's hurt, but we're going to try to get out there. The gust of winds are getting to where they're dangerous. Well, the sustained winds, we probably can make it out there. So we're going to go try to help them. But I think within an hour or so, we may not be able to do it. Our deputies are going to be placed strategically throughout the parish. That's what you should do, and we're going to respond as soon as we can. So we never say no, but we're going to have to judge every situation as it comes to us and whether or not you can take that risk. But I will tell you that as the situation diminishes, as our conditions diminish, it's going to be less and less likely that we can get out there. Because if we get those Cat 1 sustained winds, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough.
Let's pop back to WVUE in New Orleans, as we're hearing that the entire city now is without power, not just Orleans Parish. WVUE is on the coverage.
On that, this is the time to do it, because now you're going to be getting into these bands. Remember, we talked about here's an eye wall band, and then here's a more intense eye wall band, and we are still continuing to see that move through the north, and this is moving very slowly. I know it is like a snail's creep, and it is hard to think, okay, we have to spend hours dealing with this kind of wind with very little breaks, but that's exactly how it's been across most of the area here. This is a look at what we're seeing, and we've been giving you a little bit of estimate of what the radar is giving us on winds. And you see here, this is your winds that are moving away from our radar in Slidell. More than 100 miles per hour, the estimate here, 99 miles per hour. And this is all, again, moving now from parts of St. John Parish across much of the rural area here around Lake Maurepas. But it is going to be affecting these areas around Hammond, Tickfaw, stretching back towards Madisonville and Mandeville. These kinds of winds continuing again over to the Slidell side and towards the Mississippi Gulf Coast. We've got a couple of hours inside these bands as they continue to spin, and we see that center very slowly moving to the north. Now, we have a number of warnings that we wanted to kind of just go over again and remind you of what we're dealing with here as far as looking at those flash flood warnings. They continue now, some extended through midnight, because we are going to continue again to see these very heavy rainfall amounts within these bands. So we're dealing with the wind, we're dealing with the rain. This is our flash flood warning that will continue until 8:30 here as you continue along the Mississippi coast here. That's including areas like Bay St. Louis, Kiln, pretty much all of Hancock County, and stretching back towards Harrison County as well, included in that. This is now going to go until 12:15 a.m. as we move just a little bit to the west here and looking at parts of St. Tammany included in that flash flood warning. So these areas will be continuing to see the very heavy rainfall. Zach's running Viper for me. Thank you, sir. If you can give me the rainfall rates, let's take a look at what we're seeing in these bands. And it's been really intense. And I tell you, when I say it's going to get worse before it gets better, this is what we're talking about. We have these pockets in here where you're seeing anywhere from 4.5, 5, 7 inches of rain per hour. Now, obviously, they're not staying across that exact same area for an entire hour. They're moving very quickly, but we are getting those bands moving across the same locations and dumping that amount of rain, and that's where you start running into issues. And so we'll be getting back into those eye wall bands again as we get farther.
Let's pop on over real quick to WAFB. Actually looks like their reporter just went off camera. They had a reporter out on the scene covering the storms. Let's listen into their coverage and then head right back to WVUE in New Orleans.
Back to that video out of Golden Meadow. We tried to show this to you a little earlier, had some technical difficulties. We got everything back online now. And we had our Jay Grimes coming over to join us to take a look at this. So, Jay, you were saying that this is kind of a very 1-2 punch situation with what they're dealing with. And that was, I believe, storm surge that was coming in. And here's another look at some obvious wind damage that has come in. And this is Golden Meadow is an area that, as we've seen more video come in, it is getting hit pretty hard.
Well, and the whole lower end of Lafourche, a good bit of Terrebonne, all the way through Houma, in fact, rolling into Thibodaux. These folks have just taken it on the chin. They've taken the worst of the storm, not only in terms of the winds, but duration. You know, we've been watching this storm. It's been moving in, and then after it made landfall, it decided to slow down. And you see this rain here that's essentially falling, blowing horizontally, not falling like rain that you would normally expect.
And that even looked like an 18-wheeler that had been a truck in that previous shot that had been tipped over.
Right. Yep. And trees down, snapped. And we're going to even see, and in fact, Sheriff Weber even talking about it, trees down in our area is going to be an issue as well. But this is just, most of us have no concept of what winds of 100 to 120 to 130 and officially making landfall at 150. That's devastating. It really doesn't matter. Once you get above that 120 number, it's just a matter of whether you happen to get hit by that gust or not. You know, so what we're seeing here is widespread damage, but what happens is in these rain bands, you get these isolated spots that just become hyper destructive. And so you get a house there. There's one that looks like it may, no pun intended, it may weather the storm, but others that just can't survive because the wind impact is not a paintbrush. It doesn't get everybody. It's more spotty. It's here and there. So.
Now, but as bad as this is, you're telling me that the National Weather Service thought it was going to be worse.
Well, no, I think sometimes what we hear and what they say can be a little bit different. It's the same in our business. Sometimes you tell a story, but people interpret it. Mm-hmm. So when, for example, we show you that wind field of where we expect hurricane force winds, what we're telling you is that within that zone, we're going to have hurricane force winds, not that the entire zone is going to have that. And that's what's happening here. You know, with a hurricane, typically where you expect that greatest damage to be in the eye wall and frequently on the east side of the storm in the eye wall. So that's fortunately a relatively small area. But if you happen to be one of the unfortunate people that passes over your property, it's just you just get slammed, you get stomped. But in this case here, everybody got probably triple-digit winds at some point.
And you hear a guy in the background yelling tornado. We were talking about, the hurricanes can produce tornadoes, but they're, I would think, probably hard to track because they just kind of pop down and right back.
Stunning video there from WAFB. We hate to go away from those images, but this information supersedes that in terms of importance. WVUE is going over the storm severity in each parish in their community.
Rain bands.
Much more of a northern jog here as opposed to that northwest, and that's why we are seeing so much greater effects here across that portion of the area through Jefferson, Orleans, really getting into that eye wall area. The river parishes, we always expected to see those eye wall effects, but now we're really seeing the eye come directly over areas of Edgard, LaPlace, Lucy, right on the edge of St. Charles Parish, really getting into the eye wall. I had a person call me earlier from Destrehan asking about that. And so those are the areas that are in the thick of Ida right now, dealing with that worst part of the storm. And it is moving to our North Shore friends here across parts of Tangipahoa, St. Tammany, Madisonville, Covington, Lacombe. You're getting ready to get into the worst part of this storm. You've been in some pretty bad banding already, and we're going to continue to see the heavier parts, the stronger winds continuing for quite some time here. The good news in this, if there is any good news, I want to go back to our radar imagery, is that the folks that have been in this since 5, 6 o'clock this morning, if you're down along the coast, you're finally starting to see a little bit of a break. We're finally starting to see some of that extreme activities calming down. You're still going to be dealing with the tropical storm force conditions here for a good while yet, but the intense hurricane force winds, the intense hurricane banding, that is moving north, and that's going to be the issue for North Shore parishes here through the rest of the night. Also continuing to see that flash flooding and the flood warnings that we've had in place being issued until late in the night and into the overnight hours towards daybreak tomorrow, really, before we start to see breaks, particularly in these northern parishes here on the north side of Lake Pontchartrain. And then as far as our flooding goes, even stretching back along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, as we see these bands continuing to dump quite a bit of rainfall. And let's just take a look at what our estimates are right now about how much rain do we think has fallen so far. The estimates were that we get a broad brush, 5 to 10 inches in quite a few places, and then there was the opportunity for some pockets to get up to 20 inches, depending on where those lines set up. And tonight we're starting to see some of those lines setting up. Our radar estimates, which of course are not exactly what's going to be in the rain gauges, but over the last 12 hours, we're looking at about 6 to 4 inches right now, showing up right along the coastline here as you go north of Lake Pontchartrain. And remember, they're just getting in on some of the heaviest bands. If we take a little bit farther to the south and get into the metro area, New Orleans area, Metairie area, across parts of St. John even, heading back towards Jefferson and Kenner, what we're going to be looking at here through St. Charles and St. John, you see all that area in the deep purple. That's going to take us up to 6 inches and beyond of rainfall that has fallen. And so really, that's where you're seeing 2 of those big pockets. There we go, about 9 inches, 8 inches. Again, radar estimates, but we're going to be checking out what's in the actual rain gauges as well as things start to calm down. Right now, we're just in the midst of this emergency. And again, reminding you, saying the word emergency, there is a flash flood emergency, which means that life-threatening flash flooding is imminent across parts of the South Shore. Be very aware of where your surroundings are. And at this time, I mean, we still got hours where nobody should be making a move. Everybody should be in their safe place as much as possible. If that place is being threatened by flooding, then what's the plan? What's the next plan? Where do we go to? That's what we need to be thinking about right now as we continue to work through what's going on with Ida tonight. So several more hours that we're going to be looking at this system continuing to affect areas through really all of the metro area north, still dealing with the most intense parts of the storm, and back west towards all of the river parishes. Down along the coast, where you were in this for most of the day, you're going to finally start to see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. This is the area which has been so hard hit already, down around Grand Isle, down around Port Fourchon. You're still in that moisture tail currently, but we are going to start to see this storm lift off enough that there'll be a few breaks through those areas. So that's a quick breakdown of what we have going on right now. We are going to continue to monitor what's happening and try to get everything back up to speed after our internet issues a little bit earlier, and hopefully be back with you shortly.
All right. Thanks a lot, Nikanja, for that report. We'll get back to y'all again in a few minutes.
Yeah, we want to bring you some pretty staggering video out of Lafourche Parish that we are just getting in. This is actually Golden Meadow that you're seeing here. I mean, you can just see the water just flowing into Golden Meadow. I mean, you can see cars underwater.
I was going to say cars underwater and just the speed of the water flowing. Look at that home blowing, and you know, the eye of the storm went right by there.
You know, Golden Meadow, it has flooded in the past, so this is, you know, I'm not going to say almost expected in Golden Meadow, but we see things like this. But this is, you can see the roof of that structure right there. I don't know if that's a house or what that is. The roof is just starting to bend upwards, with those trees just blowing sideways.
Look at the wind. Look at the rain there. I mean, it's literally going. that just shows you the power of that storm and the wind. Just
18-wheeler was knocked over on its side. I don't know if you could see that in that video. The top of that roof was just completely torn off. Debris everywhere. I mean, you can see just things have flown. And that's one of the things that we've heard from our crews out in the field is, you know, when the areas are getting the worst of this storm, the debris is coming from every which way. It's coming from every different direction. I mean, you can just see debris. It looks like it's just kind of stacking up. I mean, this almost, you know, I dare to say this almost looks like some tornado damage, but we haven't had reports of tornadoes down there. But again, like I think David said it earlier, that it was we're in one big tornado right now as Hurricane Ida continues to just whip around and beat southeast Louisiana.
I'm almost speechless watching some of this because it shows you the power of the storm, Kim. And look at that as it.
I mean, it's just things are crumbling.
We'll keep looking at this for a few minutes because.
All right, we'll let those images tell the story there as we're going to take a quick break from the audio portion of WVUE's coverage and welcome you into the studio here on Local News Live. I'm Brian Pierce. Thanks for joining us this evening throughout the day on this Facebook feed. If you're watching, one of our great TV stations shared it. We appreciate you tuning in. We've been playing WVUE's coverage, WAFB's coverage in New Orleans, in Baton Rouge to keep you updated on these storms. We're going to keep that shot from New Orleans over there on the small box on the left side of your screen. Right now, though, we do want to get an update out of Washington, D.C. What is this administration doing to try to help out those that have been impacted? I bring in Tyler Jones now, who had a chance to speak with Kyle Madura, our Gray TV MMJ in D.C. earlier today. Tyler, Kyle gave us some good information.
He did, and we talked about a number of issues with Kyle, from how the Biden administration has responded. What's the role of FEMA? What exactly is FEMA for folks at home that may or may not know? We broke that all down and more, and also balancing this along with what's going on in Afghanistan. Here is my one-on-one with Kyle Moderna right now here on Local News Live. Joining us from Washington here on Local News Live is our Gray Washington News Bureau multimedia journalist Kyle Madura to give us the perspective of what's going on out there in regards to Hurricane Ida. Kyle, tell us what you've heard so far. You saw from President Biden. He spoke earlier today. We know FEMA's getting involved in such. What's the latest?
Well, that's right, Tyler. We're tracking all of the federal response to the hurricane. The president's keeping a close eye on the Gulf as this hurricane, which is stronger than any in the state's recorded history, Louisiana, that is, just continues to batter the region since making landfall a little bit earlier in the afternoon. Millions of meals, millions of liters of water have been set up by the federal government as they stage preparing to deal with the fallout. Rescue crews are in place, 100 ambulances, or a little less actually, 15 aircraft ready for evacuation once they're able to get in and help get folks out as they're expecting. They're planning on setting up shelters with the Red Cross. The president pledged to be there for rescue and recovery for Louisiana, Mississippi, all the other states that are impacted, and to be there as long as it takes for recovery as well. He pleaded with locals to heed warnings from officials when it comes to mandatory evacuations and to hang tight if they're told to shelter in place because there's simply no time to get out.
And of this administration, this is the first weather-related situation we've seen since President Biden took over. This is a new challenge for them they haven't seen yet.
President Biden is claiming that this is one of the most coordinated responses, at least in the planning stages that we've seen. FEMA will be taking the lead on all of what we just discussed. They've been planning this based on what the administrator and the president said earlier today for about a week now. But the administrator also emphasized that as much as they've planned, they're not going to really know the true possible devastation from this storm until, well, they'll get the first inklings later tonight, but really they won't have a good sense of what else is needed until probably about tomorrow morning. And from there, they got to protect life. And then once the imminent danger has passed, it's on to recovery and cleanup, which if this storm is anything like some of those we've seen in the past, could take weeks, months, even potentially drag out over a year or more as the communities try to bounce back.
And you mentioned some of those other storms. Obviously, Katrina comes to mind on the 16-year anniversary. From the people you've talked to and spoken with, are they comparing this to some of those others? Are they saying what those storms have done to maybe help them prepare for this one?
Yeah, well, the big point of emphasis has been that the levees are in better shape in New Orleans, in Louisiana. But the president did make an aside at the end as he was doing a little bit of a pep talk for the folks at the FEMA headquarters that there might be other levees that need to be improved. It's not anticipated that this will be a Katrina event as far as the toll on life and property. They're hoping that those levees will hold and that will be a game changer. But this is a stronger storm as it made landfall than Katrina was. This is a hurricane. This is a Category 4. Katrina, if memory serves, is a Category 3. But the strength of the storm doesn't always dictate just how much destruction it leaves in its wake.
And while this is going on, the Biden administration, of course, has Afghanistan going on right now as well. How do they balance the two? What did the president say about all that's going on right now?
Yeah, well, there was an airstrike today in Afghanistan. The Pentagon spokespeople say that they were able to hit a vehicle that contained another bomb. They believe ISIS-K would be responsible for this planned terror attack. Of course, they claimed responsibility for the previous one that claimed 13 lives of American soldiers and far more of those trying to flee the country. Biden was on hand at Joint Base Andrews earlier today as the remains of the fallen came back in what's known as a dignified transfer. He also met with some of the families there and then went straight from that to an unannounced trip to FEMA headquarters, which we were referencing earlier. He made some comments off the top and then pivoted to talking about the hurricane. At the very end of the press conference, a reporter tried to tee up a question about Afghanistan. He said, I'm not here to talk about that right now. But clearly the situation in Afghanistan, the situation along the Gulf Coast are the two that are really dominating his attention and the administration's focus for the moment.
And Kyle, last question as we wrap up here. For those that don't know what FEMA is or its role, kind of explain to us about FEMA and what exactly they're doing in regards to this hurricane situation.
Yeah, so FEMA is the agency that is responsible for not only prepping for these disasters ahead of time in order to respond, but then the cleanup and recovery that follows. They'll administrate grants. They will be in charge of trying to make these communities whole again. All the rescue efforts that we outlined earlier, that'll be their domain. They won't do all of them, but they're in charge of 22 federal interagency administrations. So they are trying to make all of government work in order to prep for this storm, in order to save folks from the storm, and then in order to clean up afterwards.
Great info as always, Kyle. Before we run, tell people where they can follow you and see the latest going on from the Gray DC Bureau.
At Kyle Madura on Twitter, at Kyle Madura-DC Bureau on Facebook. And of course, we've got graydc.com and any of our wonderful local stations across the country. When there's local news breaking here in the Capitol, we're here to explain just how that federal policy meets day-to-day life back home.
Kyle Madura joining us from Washington here on Local News Live.
Tyler chatting with Kyle Madura there, our great TV DC correspondent, as he gave us an update on FEMA and the process going forward from the Biden administration, how they will help out those impacted in Louisiana and the southeastern part of the country. Let's go back to WVUE as they continue to cover.
My mom just sent me a message, and she's in Robert, and she just lost a tree in the backyard that fell on another fence. So we're starting to lose multiple trees, and we know how the North Shore is very foliated. This is going to become a very dangerous night to be on the North Shore. Nobody should be driving on the North Shore tonight.
And I can tell you that I was actually driving through Washington Parish days after Katrina with no power, and that was a precarious situation to say the least. It is going to be very dark. There's going to be no power. There's going to be trees blocking the roads, live power lines. And that's something we're going to have to start talking about. Nobody should be venturing out at night unless it's a life-threatening situation, something to save a life. Otherwise, you could really hurt yourself. Most of our storm fatalities happen after the storm. We have many, many storm fatalities as that. We're going to be talking about generator safety as well, but also live electrical wires. That's a major problem. But this was dramatic. We finally got back this satellite data, and it showed the jog in that track, and now supposedly it's going to continue on to the northwest. Here's a little closer look at it. There you can see those intense rain bands right over Orleans, Jefferson, and St. Bernard, and then look how that is rotated into portions of St. Tammany Parish as well. The eye is not as visible anymore. The storm is beginning to fill. It is beginning to weaken. The pressures are beginning to rise, but it is still a hurricane as it continues on to the north, almost to Interstate 12. It's about to cross Interstate 12 into portions of Livingston Parish. Here's what it looks like on Viper right now, and it always takes me a second to get oriented, but it looks like Laplace. I don't know if you're ever going to get out of it. Is Laplace ever going to get out of the eye wall? I don't think so, Zach. It has come in absolutely the monster.
So far north, they're kind of stuck.
I
in this
know.
eye wall.
This is, St. John and St. Charles. This is just a terrible situation. And for that matter, not much of a break for the rest of the South Shore either. Now, farther to the south on the coast, let's just check the coast. I don't know if we have many people left down there because most evacuated, but if they're there and for some reason you're able to get us, we're getting this strong west wind now, so that's going into the Back Bay and Grand Isle. They've got that to worry about, but they had so much overwash earlier. I don't know if it's making much of a difference at this point in time. This flash flood warning, I think, is until 9:30, and that's probably then going to expire because the rain is beginning to break up near the coast. Let's go back to the North Shore. And Zach, I'm going to have you talk about that. Let's go into parts of St. Tammany Parish. You're talking about Robert and some of the, you think your mom is near Robert, and this flash flood warning that's continuing. What we got to talk about rivers too. Do you want to get over here right now? You don't have what? I don't care what you look like.
All right, so here's the latest radar imagery from Viper Radar of what's going on the North Shore. And my mom, she's in Robert, okay, and we're starting to get fallen trees in Robert. My wife, she's in Covington. There's trees falling over there as well. So this is only going to get worse. This is only just the beginning for the North Shore, because you know what's coming down to the south? We have the real eye wall. These are just leading bands that are coming across the North Shore. Now, that main eye wall is going to go right up I-55. Right now, you have significant wind in Ruddock. You have significant wind in Manchac, and I know there's a lot of camps in Manchac, and there's also people that live there. Right now, there's such a strong easterly wind out ahead of the center of Ida that we're probably seeing extensive storm surge flooding that's getting pushed into Manchac. It's getting pushed into Lake Maurepas. And so the water level rise is on top of the very intense winds that we're seeing here. Now, as this lifts to the north, the worst of the weather for Ponchatoula, Beatico, Madisonville, Covington, Robert, everybody near Goodby, 1077, Hammond, you have some very intense rain and wind right now, but it's only going to get worse as the center of Ida progresses northward. Right now, there's only a flash flood warning from Covington and Madisonville eastward through Lacombe and Slidell, and this includes Tallahassee, Sun and Bush, and also Hickory. All of these locations are under a flash flood warning, but you're also going to go under a flash flood warning in Hammond. It's just only a matter of time because you're starting the heavy rain, you're starting that squally, probably seeing wind gusts to 60 to 70 miles per hour, and you're probably going to see maybe upwards of 80 to 100 miles per hour winds as the actual eye of Ida rides up I-55 and you get into that main eye wall type of area that's currently sitting over Laplace. I'm going to step off real quick because I see that this tornado warning, it kind of got extended into St. Tammany Parish here. And I want to see what's going on with this because I was watching this cell as it came off of the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to move right into Waveland, or just west of Waveland. The signature isn't all that great. What I mean by that is earlier it had a ball that was very intense winds. It almost seems elongated. Yeah, we could probably get a spin-up tornado, but you should already be in your safe shelter if you're anywhere across the North Shore right now. You should not be venturing out. You should not be sitting by windows that are close to the trees. That's one thing I just told my wife. I said, okay, when I tell you you need to go in the certain part of the house that is farthest away from the trees, because right now the wind is blowing from south to north or southeast to northwest and most of the North Shore. Okay, so Bruce, can you drag it back over towards the North Shore in Covington? Go towards Hammond, and right now the winds are coming like this, okay, and they're rotating around the storm. That's blowing the trees towards my house. So what you need to do, if you're on the North Shore right now, you need to ask yourself, where are the trees around my house? Because there's a lot of them, I know that, okay, and where can I get in my house to where if those trees start to fall, they're not going to fall on me. And a lot of deaths occur when you have fallen trees, especially with tropical systems over inland locations. Now, you know, there's trees along the coast, but it's not as extensive as when you get the foliage once you go to the North Shore. So we do have very heavy rainfall. We're probably going to start to see not only street flooding in all of the neighborhoods, but we're going to see the river flooding going. Now, right now, it's just starting to rain heavy, so we're not going to have the extensive river flooding right at this moment. But within the next 3 or 4 hours, what's going to happen is all this heavy rain is going to spread inland, and as it does so, we're going to be raining multiple inches of rain across the entire North Shore over the next, really, through the early morning hours tomorrow. And as that happens, you're then going to try and drain that water out. But what's going on in the lake right now? It is filled with a ton of storm surge, and that's going to keep those rivers from actually flowing that water out. Look at what's going on in Laplace. I mean, they are just getting hammered right now in St. Charles Parish, Norco to Luling to Laplace. They cannot catch a break. This is that eastern eye wall, and it almost looks like the center stalled for a second. It's like you see how it was moving, then it's just sitting there right along the river near Lutcher and Gramercy. It might be trying to drift towards the north yet again, but it's just going to move right up I-55, okay? And it is slowly weakening. We are now down to 115 miles per hour. That's still a Cat 3, and this thing has been inland for quite several hours. But right now we're seeing extensive rainfall still pouring over the city, and the issue we have is we don't have any power anywhere in the city. Okay, there's an extensive power outage, and that's causing more and more issues, and we're trying to pump the water out, and we're losing power as the storm goes on. So there is the eye, okay, for those of you that are listening on the radio, because we basically have most of the area that you really can't see what's going on. Okay, Lee, we're going to toss it to Lee real quick.
Zach, thanks a lot. We have a couple of important stories to pass along. First of all, I want to let you know, so we have our Sabrina Wilson is embedded in the Jefferson Parish Emergency Operations Center, and she just got confirmed from the parish that a transmission tower collapsed in the river. Jefferson Parish has confirmed that a transmission tower has collapsed in the river that supplies all of New Orleans and the east bank of Jefferson Parish. Look, it appears that's an electrical transmission tower that supplies all or most of New Orleans and the east bank of Jefferson Parish. Again, Sabrina is hearing from Jefferson Parish officials that it literally collapsed into the river. She is gathering more information at the Emergency Operations Center right now, and we hope to have an interview and a report from Sabrina coming up in a few minutes. Now, one other thing we want to pass along, we've been getting a lot of calls from people in Terrebonne Parish about a situation at the Bubba Dove gate, and for more on that, we also have a reporter embedded in the Terrebonne Parish Emergency Operations Center. That's our own Rob Krieger, and he joins us with more information on what is going on down there. Rob.
Yeah, Lee, you know, it's certainly a situation that a lot of people were talking about really quickly. We heard got some text messages about the Bubba Dove floodgate, but what we've learned initially, according to the public information officer here in Terrebonne, is that the gate is still intact. It is still doing its job. Apparently, water is actually rushing out from the area that it would normally protect water from getting in. Apparently what happened was this gate that is supposed to keep water from coming up from the Gulf of Mexico and then into Terrebonne Parish was actually impacted after Ida, came through. Because we were there in Homa, those winds were kind of coming north to south. And so as that happened, it somehow damaged the gate and then breached it in a way that allowed water to flow out. So right now, the emergency officials are saying that this is a situation that they feel confident that no one will be impacted by this. That's within that levee protection area. They say that They're going to be out first thing in the morning to check not just the Bubba Dub, but all of the flood structures to make sure that they are okay. And they believe that they can repair the situation. They said they're kind of lucky right now in the sense that the water's flowing out. That wind, as it goes through, it's pushing the water out, and that's kind of what impacted the gate, apparently.
So Rob, I guess the question is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the concern would be they need to get some type of repair done before the wind speed changes directions?
Yeah, and right now they say that nothing's happening tonight. They're going to go out there in the morning. They can't see anything right now because it's dark. The roads, I mean, I can tell you, my photographer and I just traveled here from downtown Houma. And that was a bit of a harrowing journey just to get here with all of the power lines and trees that are down. So they have to wait for that to be cleared before they can go out and inspect it. But it seems as though they believe.
We are going to very briefly step away from New Orleans. Obviously, a lot of important information coming out of there still. Let's go to Biloxi, Mississippi, just briefly, where we have a live update from that state for the first time tonight here on Local News Live.
Still very windy out here as the night's going on. The situation has deteriorated just a little bit, but yeah, I'm going to step out so we can I'm not sure if we can see out into the sound or not, but still very rough waters, whitecaps everywhere, and things are crashing all about. But even on our way here, we've had to take a couple of detours along Highway 90 just to avoid some really flooded spots, some very deep water. And as we've said forever, turn around, don't drown. If you find yourself coming across some deep water, just turn around, don't risk it, don't go through it. We found a different way around it, but still very heavy wind and very heavy rain out here this evening. So we're gonna head down to where the casinos are. If we can find a safe route down that way, we're gonna head down there here shortly, and we will report back to you once we get back down that way. But for now, reporting live in Biloxi, Blake Brandon, WLOX News Now.
Blake, thank you so much for that update. His shot was dark, but you could tell just from his condition, soaking wet, wind blown, that it is quite intense out there as Hurricane Ida is continuing to make her way.
WLOX in Biloxi, Mississippi with that live update. Wanted to give you a picture of what Mississippi looked like during these storms. The eye of it, of course, is over New Orleans. Let's go back to New Orleans.
Corrugated metal buildings collapsed. A ballpark with all of the structures at the ballpark just torn apart. So obviously this has created a lot of damage here. A lot of things that people are concerned about. Their homes initially, or of course they are. But the big thing to keep in mind is that right now we're in the dark of things. So a lot more is probably going to happen tomorrow. People are going to have a better idea of what happened when Ida came through by tomorrow morning, hopefully.
All right, thanks for that report, Rob. And again, we're getting reports of, the tower, the transmission tower in Jefferson Parish collapsing in the river. That's impacting, obviously, Orleans and also Jefferson. And then Rob Krieger with that update on the Bubba Dub floodgate in Terrebonne Parish. Now, we do have Sabrina Wilson, who caught up with Cynthia Lee Shang. The interview took place, I believe, before we got this information in on the transmission tower. Literally, that came to us 3 minutes ago, right before the Rob interview we just did. So I don't believe you'll be hearing anything on that, but we do want to let Jefferson Parish residents hear from their parish president, interviewed by Sabrina Wilson.
We're here at the Jefferson Parish Emergency Operations Center, where they're monitoring everything as it relates to Hurricane Ida. Of course, Jefferson Parish has some very vulnerable low-lying areas, namely Grand Isle and Lafitte. Joining me now is Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang. So, Madam President, what's the latest in terms of Lafitte and Grand Isle?
So for Grand Isle, we lost contact with Grand Isle several hours ago. So of course, we were in contact with them via radio. They were okay several hours ago, at least our firefighters were, but we have no contact with Grand Isle. For Lafitte, a couple things going on in Lafitte. The biggest concern in this area is that we're hearing that the water is rising very high in lower Lafitte, Barataria area. So I'm hearing reports that even up to chest high kind of levels. So we need that level to start coming down, or it's going to be a very, very critical situation. Also, there's a swing bridge in Lafitte that people use, and we're getting word that that was hit by a barge or a number of boats. Happens a lot during the storms. This has happened to us before, but this time it was I'm even told, I think one of the vessels sunk. So Lafitte has a lot going on with it. And up here, we're practically almost all out of electricity. The last time I checked, I think we were at 98% off of electricity. We had a huge transmission tower that collapsed or is not working that really feeds a lot of the East Bank. We're having issues with our water system. A lot of the trees that fell, the tree roots damaged the water main, so we're losing probably about 250,000 gallons of water an hour. That's going to affect the pressure. So we just issued a boil water advisory on the East Bank, and now we're getting word that we're losing pressure on the West Bank too. So these are all, these effects of these terrible winds that we're sustaining for so long. This is a long time we've been at this. It's a really long time we've been at this. Lots of reports of roofs off, lots of reports of, different things. I'm told Metairie Tower has some of their roof exposed. They're taking on water. We're trying to get to them to bring them to the church across the street. So we're dealing with a lot of issues. Many requests for rescue in Lafitte, and even within the hurricane protection system, people who are having damaged homes. Obviously, water's getting in. They're requesting for rescue.
If we could go back to the swing bridge being hit by a barge, do you know if there were any injuries? Was anybody on the bridge?
I'm not sure. I don't think anybody was on the bridge, but my understanding is it got hit. It's been hit before. It's been hit, for other storms. And that is just, when we can recover, at the very least, in the best case scenario, those people are going to be having to ferry across that bridge for quite some time, for several months. So very difficult situation, but as I said, I'm told one of the vessels even. So I don't know what the condition of the bridge is, but it might look okay. So we want to make sure, do not go over that bridge. I don't know. We're certainly going to get first responders out there to block it off, but we can't do that now. So do not go over the Kerner Swing Bridge when things calm down.
And finally, we're still in the thick of it. Rain, very strong winds here in Jefferson Parish, Upper Jefferson Parish. Do you have any idea when parish government will be in a position to actually get into the post-storm mode?
We got quite a few more hours is what they're saying. And then of course the latest thing we heard was the storm slowed up a bit, which is hard. So
let's go back out to Biloxi, Mississippi. We want to keep a close eye on New Orleans, but they're live in Mississippi. Let's get a quick update.
Evacuation, and they moved their possessions, they moved their cars to this higher area, these higher grounds. And this is not just the one street that we are seeing that is experiencing these floods and these higher waters. As you saw in Tristan's live report just 30 minutes ago, that was another road near this area. Anywhere along these bayous or bends that have those rivers that have the bend is really where they have the high rising water combined with that storm surge, which is what creates that flooding atmosphere. And as you can see, the high winds are actually causing a bit of a type of waves in these waters that have approached Highway 603. Now the winds are starting to die down just a bit, so you can hear me a little bit better. And that's one thing we're going to keep doing throughout Hancock County this evening, is experiencing and finding these low-lying areas to see how strong this storm surge is, how high that water did rise during Hurricane Ida, and how much winds we sustained, and how long this rain continues to pour down here in Hancock County, and especially anywhere along Highway 603 here south of Interstate 10 along these waterways. You're going to continue to experience and see these rising waters in these flooded areas throughout tonight. Now we're going to keep you up to date as we do continue to experience and see these conditions keep and maintain with these stronger winds, these heavy rains, and again, these rising waters in these flooded areas throughout these low-lying parts of Hancock County. Reporting live in Hancock County, Chancellor Wynn, WLOX News Now.
WLOX covering Biloxi, Hancock County getting hit the hardest. You can see on our graph in the upper left-hand corner that they are near kind of that hard part of the storm as well. Let's go back to WVUE in New Orleans.
After the storm finally passes.
I mean, this is not a power pole down. These are not power lines down. This is the main transmission tower.
Yeah. So We've reached out to Energy. We're bugging them because I know you want the information too. They have told us they are sending us a statement. As soon as we get that statement, we are going to bring it to you because I know any of you who live in Orleans or Jefferson parishes or work in those places definitely want to hear that information.
Okay, we want to take a look at some video that we've been gathering from around the area. I think we've got some video out of La Rose, which is Lafourche Parish. And again, I mean, the debris just flying. And that's one of the things we tell people during the storm. I mean, some of this you can't control, but some of it you can. You know, in this case, it looks like things have peeled off of homes and other structures, and they're just flying around. But you can see a garbage can there. You know, the fence is flapping in the wind. It becomes a dangerous situation when the winds are this strong and things start flying and they become projectiles, basically.
Let's go to the North Shore now, and we'll give you some video from up there. And again, this is a little while ago, but some trees down, and obviously, you know, Kim, that's a big concern. I think Zach Friedel was telling us in his neighborhood in the North Shore there were a lot of trees down, and we're going to see, you know, widespread damage at the very least like that on the North Shore. Look at that one split in half, split right there.
Right, let's take a look out of St. Bernard. Just some shots out of St. Bernard, just showing the wind gusts. You know, we've talked to Natasha Robin periodically throughout the evening in St. Bernard, and she said it's just been scary. Yeah. The howling and the relentless wind.
Relentless. I mean, we keep walking outside, but wondering when is it going to slow down?
To get better?
And it is relentless. It is not stopping. In fact, let me, as we look at this, I'll even just kind of give you an update here at the station in Orleans Parish. Our biggest gust is 113. We're, you know, right now in the 40s or so sustained. So I mean, it has calmed down, I think, a little bit. So it's starting to get better, maybe here in Orleans Parish, but still. You use the word, Kim, relentless. Meantime, we have Caitlin Rust in Plaquemines Parish. She's embedded in Belle Chase and want to get this report from her.
This is the worst it's been in Belle Chase all day. You can tell Ida is here. Just take a look at that outside. My gosh, we are inside of the shelter. I'm not going to go any further, but this is the greatest that the winds have been all day. And you can see all that water just getting pushed all down the road that way along with the wind. I don't know where that's all piling up, but that has to be going somewhere because it is dumping on us right now as well. If you take a look on the ground right there, that's the Plaquemines Parish EOC sign that just came flying down not even a few minutes ago. That's how strong this wind is becoming. It's starting to shear pieces of roofs off. You can see parts of trees just flying by. It's getting pretty severe here. You can tell exactly where this storm is right now. We're going to get an update from the parish president in just a little bit, but I just wanted to make sure you guys saw how intense things have gotten out here because this is the worst that it's been all day here in Belle Chase. I'm going to send it back to you in the studio for now. Caitlin Rust, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, Caitlin, let's go to Rob Masson now, who has been in the CBD a little bit earlier. He was on the 15th floor of the Windsor Court Hotel. Let's see what he's got now.
We are on the 15th floor of the Windsor Court Hotel, and it's been a very long evening already here in downtown New Orleans. Just an ominous sight in a place where we all have worked and played for so many years. All of the power has been out here since about 5 o'clock this evening, but you could still see the torrents of rain and wind coursing through the CBD. Some of the buildings here, before the sun went out, you could see some roof damage on them, but most of them seem to be holding up okay. Off in the distance, we hear the roar of generators. This hotel is on generator power right now. It powers one elevator and a couple lights in the hallway, but that's about it. And it looks like a similar situation at other buildings in town where we do see some lights on, but power is out throughout most of the CBD. We do not see anybody moving down on the streets below. Most people are settled in as Hurricane Ida leaves her calling card for a lot longer than anybody wanted her to in the Big Easy. Tonight it is very unsettling here. This wind has been pushing through here at a very, very high speed for around 4 or 5 hours now, so there will certainly be a lot of damage to signs, awnings, windows, some busted out windows. We had the roof blow off the Jack's Brewery earlier today, and again, some roof damage is evidenced here in the CBD as Ida continues to push through. On some buildings, you can see lights flickering. We are on the north side of this hotel, and it's somewhat protected. There have been some times today when it felt as if we were going to be blown off of this balcony. It seems like it may have settled down just a little bit. Over on the south side of the building facing the river, you could hardly go out on that balcony. The wind has just been so strong. We do hear a siren off in the distance. I don't know what the emergency is, but I do not see any real flashing lights anywhere near us. So for the most part, things are extremely quiet here on Chapatula Street at this hotel. All the traffic lights are down on all the major arteries in the CBD, so it's nothing that anybody should be driving around in. So needless to say, if you don't need to go out, stay inside. There are just a dire situation everywhere in the CBD as New Orleanians wait for Ida to push on through and give this city a break. That's the story from downtown. Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
We do see a few lights behind him, but obviously the situation with electricity on the east bank of Jefferson Parish in Orleans rather significant right now with the transmission line down. We actually just got a statement in, you're telling me? It just came in. Okay, hold on. Why don't you forward that to my email? If you can forward, are you able to forward it to me? I'm sorry, I'm talking to our control room right now, but we did get a statement in from Entergy, so I want to be able to read that to you.
And just to bring people up to date while you get that,
that's
Entergy's has a transmission tower at 9 Mile Point. The reports are that the tower actually fell into the river, and that is a tower that provides power to the east bank of not only Jefferson Parish, but Orleans Parish. And so that is a huge concern moving forward. I mean, we knew there would be a lot of power outages as a result of Ida, but this takes it to a whole new level. And we reached out to Entergy, of course, to just get some information and get a statement. I don't know that we've been able to talk to them on the phone, but they have actually released a statement.
And quite honestly, this statement is frankly compared to what we've received information-wise from Jefferson Parish, it doesn't match up, and it's not enough information for our viewers and for us. So I'm going to read you what they said, but we're going to ask for more, y'all, because this isn't enough to clarify what exactly is going on. They should be giving us more information than this. They're saying as a result of Hurricane Ida's catastrophic intensity, all 8 transmission lines that deliver power into the New Orleans area are currently out of service. When this occurred, it caused a load imbalance in the area and resulted in generation in the area coming offline. We're currently working to assess damage and identify a path forward to restore power to those who can take it in the area. We have provided backup generation to the New Orleans and Sewage and Water Board. That is important, though. Power will not be restored this evening, but we will continue to work to remedy. The reason I'm saying we need more is because we got that report from Jefferson Parish that actually a transmission tower had fallen into the river. So we want to know some more information on that to try to let you know some more information on that. That was not discussed in the statement. It was given to us by Jefferson Parish officials. So we're going to try to reach back out to Entergy and also to Jefferson Parish and others to try to get some more clarification and information on this.
And clearly assessing the damage at this point is a little difficult, we know. They're saying they will assess the damage and try to figure out, what they can do to get whoever can take power back on. I don't think anybody really foresees that happening in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, and let's do this because I'm texting with a New Orleans official right now, trying to get some more information.
Yeah, let's
Why don't we go to
Zach?
Yeah, and then we'll get back when we get some more, Zach.
We do have some big weather information to pass along right now. I'm now back into our National Weather Service chat, and we're starting to get those same stories that were coming out of the river parishes, that were coming out of the bayou parishes in the city when those strong winds came through. Now that's happening on the North Shore. The Lacombe fire, several trees and power lines down in Lacombe. Received a report of a tree on a home with a mother and 2 children inside. Caller describes the home as partially destroyed. So that is from the Lacombe Pearl River fire, and that is in the Lacombe area. So that is where we're seeing wind gusts 60 to 70 miles per hour, and that's what's happening now on the North Shore. These very strong winds, you're probably gusting to 70 in Hammond. All along I-12, we're probably getting gusts to 70 miles per hour, and that's not the strongest winds you're going to get, though, and that's the problem. This is the strongest winds that's running right up I-55 and Ruddock and whatnot. This is coming north, so those of you in Ponchatoula, you need to be in your safe place right now. Act like this is a tornado. You're not under a tornado warning, but these winds coming, they're just as powerful as a tornado, so you need to make sure that you get in the interior portion of your home and away from all windows. Now, we're getting to people that definitely didn't evacuate, okay? There was never really any evacuation orders for portions of the North Shore. We have a lot of trees. It's a combination that could be really bad, but here you are, you're listening to us. We're going to tell you what to do. If you're in Ponchatoula, if you have children, get your kids to the interior portion of your home. Separate yourself from by as many walls as possible to the outside because the winds are going to blow. We're probably going to still get some 100 miles per hour wind gusts as this comes up I-55. Hammond, you'll be next. Eventually, Tickfall, Laranger. This is the Robert area. You need to be prepared as well because these strong 100 miles per hour wind gusts, they're going to be coming up the interstate very shortly, and it's going to last a while. And when I say it's going to last a while, Bruce, can we go down south? Because our friends in Laplace, St. Charles Parish, they just cannot catch a break. There's the center of Ida. Now, we're slowly losing the integrity of that center of that eye. I'm sure there's still some very calm conditions as it just crossed the interstate. It's now crossing I-10, but you see what it's doing? It just paused, and now look, it's making a loop. You see that? You see how that's working? It was going to the north, and watch, it's just going to make a loop around this. This thing is just lollygagging its way up to the north, and that's what's causing us major issues. Zeta was a 3-hour storm. This is a 24-hour storm. This is a long-duration wind, water, and in this case also rainfall problems for us. But if you live anywhere from Laplace, this is significant flooding. We have flash flood warnings for just about the entire area. If you're in Norco, Hahnville, these bands are not going to stop anytime soon. All of this very heavy rainfall, very strong southerly winds now. The good news is if there was water pushed east or pushed westward towards the west.
Let's briefly switch feeds. Let's go over to WAFB in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. They have Governor John Bell Edwards on the phone.
And officers of emergency preparedness all over southeast Louisiana asking for help. It's just not possible in most places to respond to those calls. The entire National Guard is activated. Just the National Guard by itself have search and rescue assets staged across 14 parishes, including 195 high water vehicles, 73 boats, 34 helicopters. There are 900 people separate and apart from that who are ready to do urban search and rescue. This is led by our Fire Marshal's office, but we have 21 teams representing 16 states that are present in order to do that. So it's a very challenging situation. Not a lot of good news to report. The best news is that our levee systems seem to have held up very well, but this remains a very difficult situation because, Greg, I don't know if you know this, but the storm hasn't yet reached I-10.
Right.
And it's moving much slower than we would want. And it got to the Houma area, and started knuckleballing around as opposed to moving in a straight line, and really is causing tremendous rain. I was just on the phone, for example, with the president of St. John the Baptist Parish, Jacqueline Hotard, and they're just getting pounded with the rain and the wind, and it's tearing roofs off and knocking trees down and so forth. And so this is a challenge. We are going to do everything we can to save lives and get people out of harm's way. That will be the first effort, and then we'll worry about the property damage later. But very challenging, Greg, as you know.
Governor, let me ask you about the hospitals. And I know you're very busy. I won't take much of your time. But if you would just tell us about some of the hospitals. We had heard that some are maybe on generator power, some are issue. Have you heard any big-time things that we need to worry about?
Yeah, well, certainly. So most of southeast Louisiana now is without power. And the Baton Rouge area has more power. But, for example, all of Orleans Parish is out. The Lafourche, Terrebonne, Plaquemines Parish is out. Even the North Shore areas around Tangipahoa are primarily out. So anytime you have that as a situation, the hospitals there are going to be operating on generator power. Now, the generators have been holding up pretty well. One of the challenges have been damage to the physical plants of the hospitals because of the wind primarily. So we had a small hospital down in Lafourche Parish, for example, that lost its roof, and it's not yet been safe to evacuate the few patients that they had, and they were going to move that up to a larger hospital in Lafourche, and lightning struck one of its generators, and so it's been in the process of moving half of the patients from one side of the hospital to the other. And then just before I came in, I got a report that Chabert Hospital has received extensive roof damage as well, and that as soon as the weather allows, they're going to have to move their patients. And one of the biggest challenges here is we don't really have capacity in order to take these patients. And of course, we're going to have to find a place for them and do the very best that we can. But we still have 2,450 COVID patients across the state of Louisiana, in addition to the normal hospital patients. When I say normal, those that are non-COVID. And so it's a very challenging situation, not necessarily because the generators are problematic, but because of the damage that has been sustained to some of these hospitals.
Governor, last thing I have, while we were talking, we just got a message from the Ascension Parish Sheriff's Office saying that they reported their first death. It was a fallen tree at a residence on Highway 621 there in Prairieville. So, we're hoping and praying, and I know you're a man of faith and you're praying that would be the only one that we have, but we really don't know what we have until the light comes tomorrow. Is that the best suggestion?
No, it is. So, for example, I was speaking with the parish president down in Terrebonne Parish, Gordy Dove, and we know that, for example, a part of an apartment complex has collapsed, and so they are not able to do the search and rescue there. I know that trees have fallen on houses and trailers and so forth. And so, as sad as it is, and I'm praying that it doesn't happen, I'm fully expecting that we will have loss of life because of the direct impact of the storm. I can't hazard a guess at the moment, but we all need to be very safety conscious as we drive around. In fact, you shouldn't be driving around, but as we use generators, as we try to clean up, and so forth, because if the past is any indicator, we might well lose more people. Not because of the direct impacts of the storm, but because of things that happen after the storm when they're just not as safety conscious as they should be. So we're encouraging people to do that. And as you mentioned, Greg, obviously we need people to be helpful, good neighbors, especially to elderly neighbors and relatives and maybe some special needs people. Make sure you check on them when you can. And then let's all lift one another up in prayer, and we've got a lot of work ahead of us. But Louisiana is full of good, resilient people, faithful people, and I know we're going to pull together, work hard, and we're going to get through this.
All right. Thank you so much. I know you're very busy and you've got a million things going right now, so I appreciate you taking time with us tonight. Governor John Bel Edwards, appreciate you.
Thank you, Greg.
So from the governor of Louisiana to the chief meteorologist here at WVUE, let's get back over to our Jay Grimes to give us an update here just after the 9 o'clock hour on Hurricane Ida.
Matter of fact, we do have a 9 o'clock update. Ida now down to Category 2. Winds at 110, so understand that's
Let's head back to New Orleans and WVUE as they continue their storm coverage.
They had spoken with Sewage and Water Board, who said that they had maintained, they being Sewage and Water Board, their full complement of power that is not provided by energy. Everybody remember this, you need 52 megawatts of power to run Sewage and Water Board completely. At this point, they have north of that between Turbine 4, Turbine 5, Turbine 6, and the EMDs. So the report so far is even though energy has lost power, Sewage and Water Board, particularly Turbine 4, coming back online, remains the necessary capacity to power the pumps.
And that is definitely good news. All right, well, we appreciate the update. If you have anything more to let us know, any updates, let us know. Please please get back in touch with us.
You got it. Stay safe.
You too. And before we go to David, just want to update one other thing. Just on the energy point of view, again, we're hearing, from the Jefferson Parish point of view that, something fell in the river, lines, a transmission tower. Obviously, Orleans is saying 8 lines are out. A statement from Entergy New Orleans told us that, confirmed what Councilman Giarrusso said, that 8 transmission lines are out. On the air a little while ago, we said we wanted more information for Entergy, and we were going to reach out to them and ask them for more information because you deserve to get clarification and to find out what exactly is going on. Our assignment desk here actually reached out to Entergy and requested an interview or more information on this, and we just got an email back from Entergy saying we do not have anything more than our statement tonight. So the statement you received from Entergy that 8 transmission lines are out is all that they are willing to give us tonight. They will not confirm if a transmission tower fell into the river, lines fell in the river, or anything like that. As soon as Entergy is able to give us more information and release some type of statement, we will be sure to pass that along to you. In the meantime, we're going to go back to David for more on what is happening outside.
Okay, thanks a lot, Lee. And we have a new tornado warning that's just been issued for Hancock County. It runs from Bay St. Louis to Picayune. Basically, that's one of those feeder bands that could have a quick spin up, and that could cause additional damage. Again, you should be sheltering in place in these areas where we have our tropical storm and hurricane warning still in effect. But nevertheless, this tornado warning for a cell tracking from Bay St. Louis through the Kill into southeastern Pearl River County and around Picayune, that's going to be until 9:30. We just got the 9 o'clock update in from the National Hurricane Center. We still have, folks, a Category 2 hurricane getting ready to move over Lake Maurepas, 110-mile-per-hour winds. We have a very powerful hurricane still over southeast Louisiana tonight, 30 miles to the west-northwest of New Orleans, moving north-northwest at 9. It's not moving very fast at all. It's going to continue to be a long night across the area. This is what happened today. This is the forecast track. This is where the storm went. It was coming into Fouchon just as planned, running along the parish line of Houma and around the parish line of Terrebonne and Lafourche. And then look at that. There came a jog to the right into St. Charles Parish. That was enough of a jog to send even stronger hurricane force winds into the entire South Shore before resuming that north-northwest movement. Now, the eye is not as defined as it was earlier by any means. If anything, it looks like it may have tried to clear out a little bit more on the last couple of frames. This is still a very large hurricane. It's covering all of southeast Louisiana and causing major impacts across the region. Here's a closer look at it. And just now, so there's St. James Parish. So the eye has cleared St. James Parish. You're now in the southern eye wall in St. James Parish. Ascension Parish is in the western eye wall near Gonzales, the southwestern portion of it. The worst weather that Baton Rouge is going to see is going on now, and it's not going to be that bad. Although if it does turn a little more to the northwest, they're going to have some fairly gusty winds, but the really super bad stuff is staying along and to the right of the track, and that means Ponchatoula and the North Shore and Tangipahoa Parish. And we're getting reports of possibly catastrophic flooding in St. John Parish. We're not surprised about that because of the rain and because of the extreme storm surge as well, as this continues to move off to the north and the northwest. Here's a live look at Viper right now. Notice that it is fairly dry on the western side. Hardly any rain right now around Baton Rouge to Morgan City, and things are beginning to dry out along the coast as well. But look at these feeder bands coming into the Slidell area, also into the Mississippi Gulf Coast. I'm becoming increasingly concerned about South Mississippi tonight. Pearl River County, Hancock County, also eastern St. Tammany and eastern Washington. We've got these huge feeder bands that extend into the Gulf, and all of this is going to be coming up in your direction. There was some high-resolution models earlier today that was painting 15 to 30 inches of rain in this vicinity between now and tomorrow afternoon. And as long as the storm is moving almost due north, these feeder bands are going to parallel the area. It's also possible if the storm goes a little bit more to the west, some more of these can move back over the metropolitan area, over Orleans, Jefferson, and St. Bernard, even though we still have some feeder bands over us, but the heaviest ones are just off to the east. We continue with flash flood emergencies for all of the South Shore. St. Bernard, this is going to be until 11 o'clock. The East Bank is going to be until midnight. And the river parishes This flash flood emergency is going to continue until 12:30 in the morning. The blue around the green here indicating that we have dangerous flash flooding, and some of this is storm surge as well. So there's considerable flooding in St. John tonight as well, and a lot of that could be because of storm surge. Most of the North Shore along on either side of Interstate 12 is under a flash flood warning. So flash flood warnings running all of Interstate 12 from Slidell through Covington back to Hammond and Ponchatoula. And as I mentioned, I'm becoming more concerned about the heavy rain in not only coastal Hancock and Harrison counties, but also in the northern part of the county and eventually Pearl River County, where those rain totals should continue to add up. Diamond Head and Bay St. Louis, your flash flood warning will continue until 10:30 in the evening. If we look to the south on radar, down at the coast, we're still getting very heavy. These are the feeder bands that are coming up into the Pearl River area, the Pearl River Basin, eastern St. Tammany Parish and Washington Parish, also in Hancock County. But notice back to the west and the coastal parishes, things are beginning to slowly calm down. If we look in the city, there goes the center of the storm north of Gramercy now. This is basically where the center is, moving into portions of Livingston Parish. We still have very heavy rain across most of the East Bank. The West Bank, it's still raining pretty good, but notice how it's starting to dry a little bit to the southwest here. That's the break that we hope is coming. However, if you're in New Orleans east, Slidell, and east to, say, Waveland, maybe not. We've got to be worried about this chunk here, and if it gets stuck over the same area, we could have even higher rain totals developing as we go into the nighttime hours. Huge rain shield covering all parishes north of the lake right now, including Pearl River County, where the heaviest rain and the strongest winds are falling right now is over western Lake Pontchartrain, southern Tangipahoa Parish, Livingston, and the southwestern portion of St. Tammany Parish. That's where the heaviest of it is currently falling. Now, once you get to Biloxi and east, conditions begin to improve quite a bit. There is the big picture tonight. There we can see the rain cutting off in Terrebonne Parish and St. Mary Parish. Things improving there, but still a heck of a lot of weather to move through southeast Louisiana tonight, and no sign that it's going to be letting up. Now, a lot of these numbers aren't going to be accurate. For instance, Belle Chase, we know it gusted higher than 51 at Belle Chase. They probably had a problem with the instrument. Buras, we know we were having hurricane conditions down there earlier today. I'm sure they gusted higher than 46. We had one gust report of 98 at Galliano, but a higher one, as I'll show you in a moment. So far, the airport has gusted to 90 miles per hour. I don't remember what the gust was during Isaac at the airport, and I don't know if you do, Nakandra. Do you remember what the highest gust was at the airport was during Isaac? You're not going to remember. Not much. I think at Katrina, it was only around 80. It may have been only around 80 in Katrina, so this may be one of the highest gusts they've seen at the airport in some time. Lakefront, 86 has been the highest gust there. Fox 8, we had a...
Let's very quickly go out to WAFB in Baton Rouge, where reporter Austin Kempker is on the scene.
Such as Denham Springs, Springfield, and other areas that are completely without power. The big thing that's happening right now, as this wind is picking up, you're hearing cracks of trees. You're seeing these trees that are bending. Well, now they're starting to break, and they're falling on in the roads. They're falling on the power lines, and that's really why you're seeing that we have no light out here. The eerie kind of thing that's going on with it being dark is you hear those cracks, and you hear ruffles of metal and different noises off in the distance. You can't see what it is, and you don't know if it's necessarily coming your way. All you can do is hear it as the wind is kind of blowing and really hope that it's not coming over here. So we're kind of tucked in to the hotel right now. We're tucked behind our news unit to make sure nothing actually does come our way. It's very wet, very windy, but we're trying to make sure that we can kind of show you what's happening as safely as we possibly can here in Denham Springs. As I was saying, the power is largely out across the parish. It's those trees, the trees that are bending and breaking and knocking out this power. The wind. Whew, you see it right there. That's where we're going right now. Now, the big thing, one of the heartbreaking stories is that as this wind is picked up, the first responders cannot get out to help anyone that is maybe out there, maybe someone that was trying to get to a safer spot. A story that I was just told by, excuse me. I was talking with the fire department here in Livingston Parish, and they were telling me they were trying to get to a family that was trapped in their car on LA 22 near the Amite River. Basically, their car was stuck in between two trees. The trees were not on the car, but they were stuck. It was a family of four. There was a 4-year-old child and a 1-year-old with their parents in this car. The fire department couldn't get to them because of too many trees, and the conditions were just too dangerous. So really, it's kind of that we're seeing right now, and it's too dangerous for you to be getting out. So please stay inside. And that's really what we spoke with Trooper Taylor Scrantz with LSP, and that's what he reiterated just about an hour ago. Stay inside, stay off those roads. It's just simply too dangerous.
So obviously the weather is continuing to deteriorate. We actually have I-10 between LA 73 and 641 is currently closed to multiple trees down on the roadway. We're still seeing some traffic on the roadway, so now is not the time to be driving on the roadway. Please shelter in place, hunker down, and hang on to this thing until it passes.
Yeah, like you said, this is the conditions are really just kind of deteriorating here. It's even for someone that is kind of trained to be out here and kind of watch. I mean, this is kind of a hazardous situation right now.
Right. Just behind us right now, a stop sign just blew off the rail, so the weather is continuing to get worse. The winds are picking up dramatically. We're going to start seeing a lot of down power lines, a lot of down trees. That's going to cause a roadway hazard. With it getting dark, you won't be able to see as well, especially in the rain. So please stay at home, shelter in place, and for any road closure information, LSP Facebook page, LSP Twitter page, and our Instagram page.
We're going to step away from the interview. I don't want you to miss these images. WVUE is sharing a roof being ripped off a building.
Here, sometimes they tell you just let the pictures do the talking, and that definitely does right there. Let's go to Lafitte, Lower Jefferson Parish, and that is a Fisher school with some pretty significant damage. Let me try to get a little close up to this.
That's the gym. That's the gym at Fisher High, where you can see there's definitely been some roof damage there.
A lot of debris on the ground as well, too, in front of the gym.
Yeah, Lafitte has a lot of damage tonight. We're getting some more pictures out of Lafitte of the flooding and the water that just, they expected this to happen, but most of the homes in Lafitte are raised. Most of the people have left, but there are some who stayed behind, and the ones who stayed behind, we heard Cynthia Lee Shang, parish president of Jefferson Parish, say she was very concerned. This is actually
Is this Lafitte also?
This is Lafitte as well.
Yeah.
I think I remember somebody saying that some of the boats could not get to Safe Harbor in time. There was some confusion about when the locks were closing.
What was the news we had on Lafitte an hour or two ago?
So also in Lafitte, the swing bridge, the Kerner swing bridge, has been struck by a barge, and so one of the concerns there is the bridge is not structurally sound. So the people who did stay behind really have no way out. The only way that they're going to get out of this is by ferry, and that could be for some time to come in the future. The bridge has been hit before. This is not the first time, and when it has happened in the past, they've had to ferry people back and forth until the repairs could be made. But they definitely want the people in Lafitte to know that swing bridge in Lafitte will be out of commission as the result of a barge hitting it.
And I just want to let people know, look, our newsroom is like swarming with people right now, working the phones. We have reporters at EOC facilities all over. If you haven't heard your parish, your area call, we are working on it. There are developments all over the place, whether it's, the flooding in Laplace, the energy situation. Lafitte, worried about the North Shore rivers. You can just go down the list.
We can go down the list. And, it's interesting, and we were just talking about this, is that it's every area has its own problems right now.
Its own issue, yeah.
So, and so we're trying to get to all of those and make sure that the public's aware, that everybody's aware of what's happening in your area. So, yeah, there might be a couple of areas that we don't touch on necessarily. And, sometimes I say no news is good news out of some areas, but we are trying to get to all of the areas that are impacted by Hurricane Ida. So
and it is most of our viewing area.
It is
right
it
now.
is all of the viewing area.
And I know a lot of people are watching us. They evacuated. They're watching us online, things like that, trying to find out what they have to come back to, quite frankly. So, yeah, we're trying to touch everywhere we are. Just bear with us. We're trying to work through this as much as possible, but also get updates from our meteorologists, because this system is coming through. And like folks on the North Shore, we're stationed on the South Shore right now, what we've been through folks on the North Shore are starting to get and will start to get over the next few hours.
And it's happening fast.
Yeah.
It's happening fast.
Yeah.
And so as soon as we get news of things, we're trying to get them to you as soon as we can.
Let's go back to WAFB, where they have Austin Hemker out in the field reporting in the storm.
We're going to go ahead and toss it back to y'all.
All right, Austin Kemker reporting live for us. Thank you.
Our Kelly Sanchez is standing by in Ascension Parish, where sadly we can report the first death that we know of in our viewing area for sure, attributed to Hurricane Ida. Kelly, what can you tell us?
Hey, Greg. So this happened shortly after 8:30, according to the Ascension Parish Sheriff's Office. A man died when a tree hit his residence earlier this evening. They haven't released the name of him yet, though, to let the family know. But the sheriff did tell me a little bit earlier that whenever deputies responded, they tried to resuscitate him, but he was already dead. And they haven't been able to retrieve his body yet at this time, just because the conditions are getting so bad here in Ascension Parish. This happened in Prairieville, off of 621, Highway 621 in Prairieville, again, just after 8:30, really showing that this is a dangerous storm, and you need to take all of these warnings very seriously. But again, one man has died in Prairieville just after 8:30 after a tree fell on his home here in Ascension Parish. That's all we know for right now. We're going to get up with the sheriff a little bit later to get more information about this, as well as more about what's happening in Ascension Parish right now. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Ascension Parish, thank you for that, Kelly. We appreciate it. And again, it is unfortunate to hear about that death in Ascension Parish. It is the first officially confirmed death that we've heard related to the storm. We hope it will be the only death. Unfortunately, though, we are likely to hear of more throughout South.
WAFB breaking that news. Let's go back to WVUE in New Orleans. They're in the heart of the storm right now.
Is shifting a little to the North Shore, where there are so many trees, so many wooded areas and homes, and that's one of the big concerns. Know where the wind is blowing, know which way it's coming from, and know which trees have the potential to fall on your home, and get out of that way. Get into a place in your home where if that tree does fall, it doesn't land on you.
That was good advice.
Yeah. Let's go to Rob Masson's latest report from the CBD. He's been checking things out there.
Night has fallen over the central business district in New Orleans, and the wind continues to push in very, very strong ways here through the CBD. Just torrential rains and winds have been coursing through here for the last 5 or 6 hours. The power went out around 5:30, flickered for a little bit, and has not come back on. Off in the distance, we hear the rumble of generators trying to power some of these central business district buildings. That's what I believe is powering most of the lights that you see on, but for the most part, the power has gone out across most of New Orleans and certainly here in the CBD. I also hear a siren off in the distance that sounds more like a burglar alarm, or perhaps a glass is broken and caused that to happen. For the most part, we don't see a tremendous amount of property damage from this vantage point. We do see some mild roof damage on just 1 or 2 buildings here in the CBD, but not a great deal. Unlike what happened at Jack's Brewery earlier today, when a major portion of the roof section blew off there. No one knows how long the power is going to be out here. Everybody is advised to stay off the streets. All of the traffic lights are down on Canal Street, also on Poydras. So it's a very, very dangerous situation, and nothing that anybody should be out and about in. That's the story from downtown. Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you guys.
All right, Rob, we are going to get ready to get another update from our weather team. They're putting together some final touches, looking over new information coming into the weather department. But this gives you an idea of what is happening right now. And you can see, Kim, we've been talking, I think Bruce actually said 9:30 or so, the North Shore, watch out because it's coming to you. And if you look at the North Shore, it's approaching 9:30. And look at, Covington and Slidell, and even going into Washington Parish up there. They are starting to get hammered up there on the North Shore. And if you're on the South Shore, and the weather team, David and the weather team can maybe talk about this, hopefully it looks like it will start or is starting to lighten up on the radar on the South Shore.
Yeah, and it's interesting because a lot of folks on the North Shore, I'm living over there, Zach's living over there, we have a few of us living over there, and we're getting texts from people all day long saying, well, this isn't so bad. This isn't, they're watching, but it's all good here. The water's not rising, the wind's not too bad, everything's looking good. And we kept saying,
wait.
Just wait, just wait. And unfortunately, now that it's dark, the worst of it is coming to the North Shore, which is a little darker anyway. The North Shore isn't as well lit as a metropolitan area. We do have a shot from Pass Christian
Mississippi.
in Mississippi. This is just a driving shot. This is Pass Christian. We're not really.
I don't know what part of it
sure
it is, but it
just looks like it's through some neighborhoods of Pass Christian, and just kind of showing not a lot of damage that we can see. I'm guessing if this drive ends up taking you closer to the water, you'll start seeing a little bit more water on the roads. I know we saw that a little bit earlier.
Is this live? We see the live on the top left. So this is a live shot of Pass Christian right now. Actually, go back to the radar for 1 second so we can kind of take a live look. You can obviously, if you're not familiar, you see the Gulfport there. Pass Christian is going to be to the west between basically Slidell and Gulfport. You can actually see it's right by Bay St. Louis right there. So that can kind of show you what we're seeing there. And then you can go back to the Pass Christian shot for 1 second so you can see. Actually, that's perfect doing it in both boxes. So that can give you a good idea of what the radar looks like there, and then what you're seeing live there from our sister station on the left part of your TV. A lot of New Orleans people, have homes in Pass Christian, second homes. A lot of people actually, former New Orleanians in this area live there as well.
Down, just a moment ago as they're driving through. But all in all, again, it's dark.
It is.
The pictures that you see at nighttime really don't do the justice to what we'll probably see once the sun comes up in a lot of these areas.
Yeah, and tomorrow morning is going to be, what is the damage? David, are you ready for us? Are you ready for us?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go to David for an update then.
All right, let's start by taking a look at the big picture. The 9 o'clock advisory in from the Hurricane Center, still a 110-mile-per-hour hurricane, and unfortunately not moving fast enough, only moving to the north-northwest at 9 miles per hour. It's 30 miles west-northwest of New Orleans, only slowly moving to the north. There is the infamous jog that happened this afternoon that really pushed some even more extreme hurricane force winds into the heart of the city, into the really the entire part of the South Shore. And now, because of that track adjustment, instead of it being over here, that was the track yesterday. It got shifted to the east. Baton Rouge is going to be spared the brunt of this storm, but that also meant more significant impacts are now occurring north of the lake in Tangipahoa Parish, really all of the North Shore, but especially wind impacts in Tangipahoa Parish, western St. Tammany, and also into western Washington Parish. Here's a little closer look, and we can still identify the eye, nothing like it was before, but it's still quite visible right underneath the red line, which is the new forecast track that came out earlier tonight with the 4 o'clock advisory. And again, we'll be getting the next big advisory coming in the next 15 or 20 minutes. What a mess on Viper. What a mess. This has me very concerned what I'm seeing in the Gulf. The tail that we're seeing, these heavy bands that are extending from New Orleans east across eastern St. Tammany Parish onto the Mississippi Gulf Coast, then wrapping into portions of the North Shore. I'm going to show you our high-resolution model in a moment, and I got to tell you, we got to stay on alert tonight. If you're near a river, you need to be monitoring the situation very closely. Zach Fradella, he's going to bed soon, but God love him. He is working on the river forecast over there, and we're going to have those for you in a few minutes because obviously we're expecting some significant flooding. Flash flood emergencies continue well, first of all, this is for Braithwaite where we had the overtopping there, and that's until 11 p.m. And then for the rest of the metropolitan area, the flash flood warning for heavy rain, that is until midnight. In the river parishes, St. John and St. Charles, the flash flood warning there is until 12:30 in the morning. Otherwise, we have a flash flood warning covering most of St. Tammany and all of southern Tangipahoa Parish, and then an additional one for portions of Hancock and Harrison County, including Gulfport, Bay St. Louis, Pass Christian, and Diamond Head. Let's start with the radar down to the south. Still some heavy squalls moving through Grand Isle, but things are beginning to let up in the bayou parishes. And then to the north, still some moderate to heavy rains covering most of the east bank of the river right now, but everything's starting to pull away with the exception of here. All right, and so basically from the Venetian Isles and Lake Catherine and the Wrigley's east to the Mississippi Gulf Coast, back west across St. Tammany Parish and southeastern St. Tammany, I'm really worried about this, and that this whole area is going to continue to train overnight and produce incredible rainfall amounts. We've already seen a lot of it. Now, where you see this kind of solid orange and red in here, that's what's left of the northeastern eye wall of Ida. It's still a Category 2 storm. There we can see the center having just now crossed Interstate 10 and now is beginning to get very close to Hammond and Ponchatoula. So some of the worst weather we've seen all night is indeed happening in that portion of the area. We have a new tornado warning that just came out. Let's see where that's in effect. And let me see if I can get it to... I got it to go there. This is a new tornado warning. I went right by it, didn't I? It is for another one that they've issued for Hancock County from Diamond Head going toward Picayune. Radar indicated it's only for 13 minutes because these storms are moving at like 65 miles per hour. So again, any one of these bands can produce a tornado at any time, and you should be sheltered at all times because of that event, and also just because it's such a windy, dangerous night. Back to the radar on the North Shore, and another close look at all the moderate to heavy rain that's occurring right now over Bay St. Louis, where we also have a possibly radar-indicated tornado near Bay St. Louis, rapidly rotating into Pearl River County. There is the wide view tonight of the storm. As far as winds right now goes, 62 miles per hour at the airport. I asked the conductor, I'm like, did we maybe lose the anemometer at the airport? But it looks to me like from the direction that the wind's coming, that might be accurate. But at any rate, in the past hour, they had a wind gust to 90. It's possible that's old. I might have to go look at the actual observations. But nevertheless, it did happen. Right now, Slidell is gusting to 61, 46 at Gulfport, 45 in Bogalusa. No reports farther to the south. We've probably lost all the instruments that we have along the coast. Reserve is 55. 62 is the gust in Baton Rouge. So it's a nasty night in Baton Rouge, but not near as bad as it could have been. So look at this. Here's the chance of hurricane winds sustained 74 or greater as we go through the rest of the night. And see, Baton Rouge is at 52, but this is where the impact is. In Tangipahoa Parish, St. Helena, Livingston, extreme western portions of St. Tammany and Washington parishes. That's where the strong, sustained hurricane force winds are going to continue for the next few hours. And the chance of strong tropical storm force winds, 58 to 73 miles per hour, that is going to continue off and on for the entire area. But that will gradually be improving, especially as we get toward daybreak. We should start to see lower and lower gusts. Now, let's get to a real important point here, and this is our rainfall potential going forward the rest of the night into tomorrow afternoon. Remember I told you about those bands that are stationary over parts of Plaquemines, Lower St. Bernard, going into St. Tammany and Washington? This is indicating another 6 to 12 inches of rain could fall in these areas where the yellows are. The green in itself is an additional 3 to 6. So it looks like the threat for heavy rain is ending to the west of the city. The city is right on the edge of it, but I'd say for the river parishes and the bayou parishes, the risk for significant additional rain is dropping. The threat for flooding is increasing, particularly for South Mississippi and for large portions of the North Shore, and especially to the east of Interstate 55. The risk for the rest of tonight runs a level 4 high risk for flooding, and for tomorrow, it doesn't get much better because we could have additional moisture tails stuck behind. We remain in a level 3 risk for flooding. And even on Tuesday, there could be a band of moisture across our area. I don't want to get too ahead of everything, but it does look like it could be a little bit stormy still on Tuesday. And with all the massive recovery efforts that's going on, that is certainly not good news. Would you clear that out, or that is it? Why don't you click tornado warning, because I guess that's another one, unless they've just cleared the one in portions of Hancock County. Nope, they've issued a second one. This one they've issued for Harrison County. So we've got multiple rotating storms right now over Hancock and also over portions of Harrison County. Everybody needs to stay in their safe place with these heavy bands of storms that continue to move across the area. So that's how things are standing right now, guys. I know Zach has been working on those rivers, and we're going to have those coming to you in just a few minutes.
All right, David, thanks a lot. We appreciate that update as, 9:37. And did you want to say something?
No, I was just going to say, we are going to have the North Shore rivers coming in a few minutes, and we're going to have the 10 o'clock advisory.
Okay, and just to clarify, in the Sewers and Water Board, we did get an email from them, and they said just limit your use of toilets and things like that in Orleans Parish. You don't have to
not flush the toilet.
Not flush the toilet.
But just take it easy.
Yes, don't overdo it.
Right, or else you'll be sorry at some point.
Yes, you will.
So as we continue to watch this storm make its way to the North Shore and areas that have really not seen as much as south of South Louisiana today, we are just watching and waiting to see what this brings. We're going to have, like David said, we'll have that river forecast for the North Shore. Zach Fradella is going to bring us that in just a little bit, and that's a huge concern.
It is.
On the North Shore, because at this point there's so much rain that's falling, and the river and the lake is filling up, and so those rivers really have nowhere to drain to, and so the back flooding starts.
Yeah, and that's obviously, a concern over the next couple of hours, and even, obviously into tomorrow. We want to take a look at, as we kind of travel around the area. This is a video from earlier today in Golden Meadow, and you can see, significant winds there. This is where, right off the Gulf, where the storm, the eye of the storm came ashore, and the intensity of that wind is just incredible.
And Golden Meadow had seen some massive flooding. This is just incredible video here of the water just flowing in, and it looks like, if you can see in the background there, it looks like a truck just taking on water almost over the doors of the truck. And this just shows the wind that went through Golden Meadow. A roof really just kind of crumbling.
Look at that.
Right there. This is we're going to show you that video out of Houma again, of the roof that gets ripped off the building.
And if you're listening on the radio, where this is, in Houma, and literally we're watching that's like the whole roof.
It's the entire roof.
Like attached together, essentially, just ripping off, flying over one building, going over one building, then crashing to the ground, and starting to take power lines and a pole with it.
All it takes is one huge gust of wind to get underneath that roof to rip the whole thing off. And you could see it looked like it was some sort of business, some sort of warehouse even. They had a couple of trucks parked in front of it, I guess to try to protect the trucks from the wind, but it couldn't protect the roof.
No, they cannot. And look, we're starting to get reports of significant damage across the area. And look, it's dark right now, so we'll even see more about what happened as we go into the morning. This is the French Quarter.
You can hardly tell it's the French Quarter.
That's incredible. Literally, maybe on the left you can tell by the balconies. That's the French Quarter, but
a lot of stuff flapping in the wind. And some of those balconies have those awnings on them, and so that's probably what you're seeing, just ripped to pieces. To the right, you can see the trees just.
But it's a whiteout.
It is a whiteout. It really is. And when we showed Rob Masson's shot from earlier from the 15th floor of the Windsor Court, you could just see it. It looked like it was wind, but it was rain wind, and it was just blowing across sideways. And that's what this is. Let's take a look at the Pass Christian live look at the our sister station, WLOX, has been driving around past Christian just to see what the situation is there, and you can see the water. That's close to. Well,
and look, there is
dark.
there's obviously concern there with the surge coming up. Even though, and David will correct me if I'm wrong, obviously, but this is more of a wind and rain concern than a surge concern. Not saying along our coastal areas surge isn't a concern, and this is an example of why, in Pass Christian, so close to the Gulf, right up against the Gulf, so that, concerned about what the surge would do to that area, bringing water in, and
And most of the homes there are raised.
They are.
All of the homes.
Well, since Katrina, they were rebuilt after Hurricane Katrina. So yeah, the homes there are up. So most of them hopefully did okay throughout this storm for the most part.
As you get a little more into Mississippi, into the Bay St. Louis area, that's one of the areas where you still see a lot of homes that are on their foundations. They're on the ground there. It's a little bit higher in Bay St. Louis, so they don't have to be built up as high, and they're usually spared a lot of this flooding that we see in other places. But most of the Mississippi Gulf Coast is either built up a little bit higher or they're on stilts, basically on pilings.
Let's go back to some more video from Houma. Again, we're trying to take you around the area to show you what we have, and we continue to get more into the newsroom, and this shows you the situation there. Our own Rob Krieger has been embedded in Houma for much of the day, and he described just some incredible conditions there. We've seen that a lot, the lights swaying into, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of those down throughout the entire area.
A lot of pieces of metal buildings just ripped off, and again, that's the flying debris that we get so concerned about, really with any tropical system.
And I think that we've seen this earlier. I think that's a business with some, significant damage as well. A lot of Terrebonne Parish without power.
Okay.
Right now.
Rob Krieger is actually on his way back to New Orleans from Houma, so he is on the road. He can't really talk to us, and we don't want him to while he's driving, but this is just a shot of the road conditions as he heads back, and it doesn't look so bad.
It doesn't right now.
Deserted, of course, which you want to see. But I got to tell you, it's still a scary ride at nighttime when you're not sure what you're going to come up.
Which is why we're not going to talk to him. Can we take a two-box with the radar on one side and Rob on the other, so we can kind of just see the conditions? Okay. Our director Darren's going to get that up. He's doing a multitasking up there. There he is. He's pretty quick. So we can show you. Rob is coming back. I don't know. Can y'all zoom in on that a little bit so we can look at more Houma area?
Rob is driving back from Houma to New Orleans.
He's on Highway 90.
Yeah, so he's on Highway 90, and the weather doesn't look bad, and that kind of shows you why right there. The rain, moving out, those bands definitely moving out of that area. David, we can turn David's microphone on, and he can probably add a little bit to this.
What I was going to say is I've got the new advisory in, and I've got the some river flooding information, if you wanted me to go through that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we're going to do that on Max 1. All right, here is the new advisory. The 10 o'clock advisory just got in. It's still a Category 2 hurricane. It is still not moving very fast, only north-northwest at 9. No change in the position, 30 miles east-southeast of Baton Rouge. Highest sustained winds still 105 miles per hour. And there you can see that track with the infamous bend back to the northeast we had this afternoon, and now the jog back to the north. But because of that, the core of the hurricane is going to end up missing Baton Rouge. So here's what we have so far. Keep in mind, some of these levels could get worse. And the few that I'm showing right now, these are the ones that are predicted to have major flooding at this point in time. Some other rivers may go into major flood, but the River Forecast Center in Slidell, this is what we have so far. We are monitoring the situation. We are going to show you as many rivers as possible, but we wanted to get to these right away. The Tchefuncte at Folsom, flood stage is 16. A major flood is anticipated with a crest of 22 feet. That's going to be, let's see, what's today, Sunday? Sunday. So this is going to be early Tuesday morning. On the early Tuesday morning, cresting at 22 feet on the Tchefuncte at Folsom. All right, this is the Tchefuncte at Covington. Flood stage is 20 feet. Again, early Tuesday morning, a major flood of 28 feet. Currently, the river is at 17.16 feet. So a big rise over the next 24 hours on the Tchefuncte at Covington. The Tangipahoa at Kentwood, major flooding is forecasted there. Right now, the river is at 2.5 feet. It's expected to crest early Tuesday morning at 15.5 feet. And at the Tangipahoa at Robert, this also is a major forecast flood. Right now, the river is at 9.95. Dramatic rises are expected with a crest at 22 feet. This is going to be on Wednesday morning, 22-foot crest expected on the Tangipahoa at Robert, and I do believe that this and some others will cause some homes to flood at those levels. So let's start with the Tangipahoa River. First, let's begin at Robert. This is the most significant impact, and Zach Verdella helped put this together for me. So again, Wednesday morning, 7 a.m., a 22-foot crest at 21 feet. Flooding is major. Water is going to inundate many areas of Highway 45 and Highway 443, and Highway 23 floods in many areas. So if you're along those highways with this kind of a crest, unfortunately, you can expect some flooding. That's what we have for the rivers right now, guys. Again, as we get more rain on the North Shore, the River Forecast Center will continue to update those crest forecasts. But right now, those are all the major floods that we have forecast for the area.
Dave, did you have a question?
I was just going to ask you, the last time that we saw you talking about where the eye wall was and what was still in the really bad section of Hurricane Ida, it was St. John, St. Charles. Are those areas starting to lighten up a little bit?
Okay, Bruce, I did not have, could you take Viper directly? If let's the Viper, take Viper directly, and then we'll be able to get to it because I didn't have it in this particular slideshow. All right, so you're talking about the river parishes, right?
Yes.
They're still in the ban. Okay, look, they're still in it in Laplace, and it's building back to the south and west. So this is just terrible. I haven't heard everything you guys are reporting, but apparently there is pretty extensive flooding that's been going on in St. John Parish. And so that rain is still continuing. But look, there's Bayou Gauche and Des Allemands, and things are getting better to the south. So the storm is moving away. What we don't want to see is one of these bands suddenly intensify and get stronger. See how there's a band here to Jean Lafitte, but again, it's not heavy rain. Okay, so all the heavy bands that are right along the East Bank right now are lifting into the lake. The exception being out here to the east, and this is where our high-resolution models are focusing that there could be more extreme flooding overnight. Maybe it's
New Orleans East?
It could be as far west, yes, as New Orleans East. Right now, it's training in the Wrigley's and around Lake Catherine, but we could easily see one of these bands shift back a little bit to the west. That's a possibility. Then we're very concerned about Eden Isle, Slidell, all the communities along the Pearl River and in South Mississippi. We could be looking at additional 6 to 12 inches of rain tonight and tomorrow morning. Obviously, that will exacerbate the already bad situation with flooding, and that will make the river forecast that much worse.
David, we're getting a lot of calls, and look, people want to know information. Has the worst passed? What can we expect? So let's just go through some places. We'll focus on Jefferson Parish first. What are people seeing now? What is the worst pass? What can they expect? And maybe if you want to hit on a couple of...
For a moment, let's touch bases with Baton Rouge, Louisiana. WAFB is live.
Through the parish, and again, when I had that conversation with Mark Armstrong, he did tell me that there are also dozens of trees that are blocking roads, about close to 15 trees right now that are in the roadways because of the intense wind that we are seeing across the parish right now. And again, we will continue to navigate through this area, kind of give you all a better look of how things kind of play out over the next few hours or so through the night. And like I said, we're going to try to hit a few more of these spots so that you all can see what these road conditions look like. And again, this situation right here is a prime example of when our officials always tell us to turn around, don't drown, because as we continue to get more rainfall, we can anticipate a lot of flooding in areas just like this one. So by chance, if you are on the roadways, again, officials are asking people to stay at home and to don't drive. But for whatever reason, if you are, please take heed to these barricades and turn around and try to take another route. But for now, we're going to kick it back to you all in the studio. Liz and Greg, back to you.
All right, Perry Robinson for us tonight. Thank you. Giving you a snapshot of Baton Rouge. Another snapshot, we were just getting a report that a tree possibly on a car, maybe some people trapped on Highland Road, right near Highland Road Park. Please be careful if you got to be out there on those roads. I don't know why you would need to be, but if you do for some reason, especially Highland Road, you know those trees are so bad and it's very dark out there. There's no power. And so all you have is your headlights, and then you don't know when the trees are going to come down on top of you. So if you got somebody that's hard-headed and they want to get out in there, stop them. Do something. Don't let them do it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, it really, folks, it really is not worth it to get out there on your own and put yourself in danger. Let's continue to take a look around our region. We want to get back over to the Gulfport area where they are seeing some storm surge and seeing some high winds here on this anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. Mike Lacey from our newsroom in Gulfport standing by with this.
The good news about Long Beach is the lights are still on, but that's about the only good news that I can report. The winds are absolutely the strongest I've felt. In fact, I could basically put my whole weight against the wind and not fall down. That's how strong this is. I'm struggling to stay up at this point. But the reason why we came to this area right now, we're at US 90 and Cleveland Avenue, and I just have to tell you that not very, very long ago, the water, the Highway 90 was relatively dry. But the tide has come in, absolutely. The monster is at the door. You can see right over here on the corner, this is Cleveland Avenue. It looks like a river. The water is going north all the way up Cleveland Avenue. And, well, I can tell you that it's kind of frightening to see this. There's no way, obviously, to pass Highway 90 at this point. Again, the good news is that the lights are still on. I don't know how long that's going to last. Honestly, I'm really surprised that the lights are still on here, but the damage, of course, could be done. Fortunately, I don't see any damage at this point. I don't see any signs down. I don't see anything that would indicate, other than this water going up Cleveland Avenue, that there's any kind of a problem, except for the wind is about to knock me over still. But we'll keep on looking at this and keeping up with it. There you go. That's about the 5th time my hat has come off tonight. That means it must be bad. All right, we'll see you later. Reporting live in Long Beach, Mike Lacey, WLOX News Now.
All right, so Long Beach there in Mississippi in Harrison County. And by the way, that road that he is talking to is one of those roads that drives basically straight to the beachfront. So that means that that storm surge in Mississippi has now crossed the highway there, 190, if you're familiar, that is actually pushing further inland. So that is a significant amount of water that is moving in on that area.
Yeah, a significant amount of rain and wind. Let's continue to look around now. We're getting some video in from New Orleans. A lot of you asking about the New Orleans area. We just got a question about Houma. We'll get to that in just a second. Let's first show you this footage from New Orleans. You can see, well, it's in the dark. All of Orleans Parish without power. That looked like part of the French Quarter there. We have seen throughout the day a lot of damage in certain parts, and one part of the French Quarter near Decatur Street lost its roof.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And there's actually it looks like when I've saw pictures of a building that had collapsed, and you can see the wind whipping. This is obviously earlier from today, but there you go. It looks like a piece of roofing or awning or something that was down on the street there in the French Quarter. And you saw the beginning of this footage that it was a shot from the nighttime. It's going to be very difficult to see this in the dark tonight since there is no power there in New Orleans, but there you can see tree limbs in the roadways, and that is going to be what folks are dealing with.
Speaking of New Orleans, let's head back to WVUE and their coverage.
And they decided to go underground with it. I don't know if that's an option. That's an energy question, and it's certainly an energy question as to whether or not, how deeply that's going to impact the East Bank of Jefferson and part of Orleans Parish.
Well, we've tried to get an interview with Entergy tonight, and as of now, they have not done one with us because we want to get those questions answered for residents as well, too. Just quite honestly, whatever information they have for us. Have you spoken with Entergy?
We have not. But Lee, things have been extremely hectic for us, and I know it's been hectic for them, and the weather has just not cooperated at all. So we haven't even been able to get firefighters located close to that area to go out and look without putting them in harm's way. So I'm sure Entergy is in the same situation as we are.
So just so we're clear and everyone watching is clear, the lines are on the west bank of Jefferson Parish, and then they cross the river over to the east bank right around Ochsner Hospital. Is that correct?
Information that was given to us, yes.
Okay.
So who given to us? We know for a fact that it was a tower on the west bank that came from the Avondale substation, and that was a tower that collapsed. There was some uncertainty as to whether both towers collapsed. We've been told that the East Bank Tower did not collapse.
Okay, but your understanding is to restore the power on the East Bank, you would likely have to rebuild some type of line to go from the West Bank of Jefferson over to the East Bank. Is that what your understanding would be?
I would imagine that's the only option that Entergy would have, unless they would find another transmission point for that energy source. So clearly, they either have to remove what they have, put up a new tower, string new lines, or they may have other options, go underground, or they may come from a different direction. I know they're very creative with the way they feed different grids, and so they may rethink this and say, you know what, let's do it another way. I don't know, but I mean, those are all good questions, but they're energy questions.
Are you concerned about, the East Bank of Jefferson, and obviously you don't service Orleans, but still, are you concerned on the East Bank, being without power for a significant amount of time because of this?
I believe that it's going to slow the recovery process down, and I think that time is not on our side here. I think the faster and quicker that we can recover, I think we can get back to some kind of a normal lifestyle and get back to normal. I'm really concerned that we were supposed to start COVID booster shots in 2 weeks. I don't know how far that's going to throw us behind schedule with that. So I think the governor's going to have a lot of decisions on his plate, and they're going to be difficult decisions. And our job is to collect as accurate information as possible and give that to GOSEP, and then GOSEP will in turn brief the governor, and then he will make the appropriate decisions. But I mean, certainly when you lose 100% of your grid, and so does New Orleans and all the surrounding parishes, it's just time. It's going to take time to repair all this damage.
So have you been told that also services St. Bernard and Plaquemines too?
I have not. No, I have not.
You don't know that.
No,
Okay.
right, but I mean, but
continue. I'm sorry.
No. I said we do know that the power outages have occurred in all those parishes, just like in Jefferson.
And look, this is just so we're clear here. Our questioning with Entergy, we just want answers. We want whatever they know. We're not, and you haven't heard anyone say how could these lines fall. I mean, it's a Category 4 storm that's coming. You're going to have significant damage. Unfortunately, stuff like this happens in storms like this.
Well, that's true. It does, and so you can always prepare to the utmost for any storm. Jefferson Parish was completely prepared for this storm. But Lee, I'm amazed that as many storms as I've seen, hurricanes find a way to find weaknesses in any system. And each one of them is different. They each present a different set of difficulties and hazards. And I'm as shocked as you are that this transmission tower fell. I'm sure they're going to do a tremendous amount of study on the structural integrity of that tower to determine why it failed. But again, those are all questions that we're going to have to, energy is going to have to take the lead on. Our job is to collect as much data as we can over the next 3 or 4 days and make sure that GOSEP has a clear snapshot of what the condition of Jefferson Parish is, and so that the governor can make the right decisions moving forward for the state.
Did you say you had pictures of what happened or the lines or anything?
The person that witnessed it sent those pictures to the Emergency Operations Center operator. So, yes.
Is there a way for us, and I hate to put you on spot live on the air, but this is our opportunity to talk to you. Is there a way for us to show our viewers those pictures at all?
Well, all I can say is that if my public information officer approves it, then I'll be glad to share them.
Okay.
I don't know if
yeah. And look, there's a lot of things that,
Right.
if you're not able to share them, we certainly understand. But if you are, we would like to get them across. So what we'll do is we'll reach out and see if we're able to do that. But before we let you go, I know you're busy, so we really do appreciate this because a lot of people had questions about this. Anything else about the situation in Jefferson Parish? We haven't talked about the West Bank of Jefferson Parish at all right now. Anything else other than this one incident, obviously, but it affects the East Bank. Anything else?
There was widespread damage on both banks, East and West Bank. We know that there was a tremendous water event for Lafitte and for Grand Isle, and we were looking at in excess of 15 feet of water in both of those areas. So we know that's going to be a major issue. We know we have extensive structural damages to homes, businesses, and schools. We know we've got hundreds of trees that were knocked over by the storm, and who knows what damage occurred underneath the ground within their root systems to different services such as gas and water lines and things of that nature. So we're going to be busy the next 3 days making an assessment, a clear snap, and like I said again, creating a clear snapshot of what's broken, and then we need to determine how we're going to best move forward and fix it.
You're busy. We appreciate you spending this amount of time with us, and quite frankly, being transparent, telling us what you know and what you don't know, and letting our viewers know what the situation is. So get back to work, and we appreciate you spending some time with us.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Take care. All right. Be safe. All right. Let's go back to Kim.
All right, thanks, Lee. We understand we have on the phone with us right now Bobby Joe Breland in Washington Parish with the Department of Homeland Security there. Bobby Joe, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, thanks so much for calling in. We appreciate you tuning into us and letting us know what is happening in Washington Parish right now. We've been saying all along that it's coming to the North Shore, and it's here. It's getting there. And so what can you tell us about the state of affairs in Washington Parish?
Yeah, the rain bands have set up here in Washington Parish, and that they just continue moving north. Out of slow down a little bit, which means it's going to be a little bit more rain that we are going to get. Currently, we got power outages about 705. Current winds at REOC here on Dollar Road is 24, with gust about 44. And we got reports of current winds of about 28 miles per hour with gust at 44 at the airport in Bogalusa. Got multiple reports of trees down, mainly on the western side of the parish. It's with that wind blowing the way it is and the rain coming down and the ground getting saturated, that's what we're afraid might happen as trees start going down. Do have a curfew in effect. Started at 5 p.m. this evening, and it will go through till 7 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay, is your biggest concern right now the possibility of the trees being down? I know we talked a little bit about that earlier, and how the North Shore, obviously the rivers rising will be an issue, but the North Shore has so many trees, and anytime you have these high winds like this, and with the brunt of it just coming to the North Shore, is that the biggest concern at this point?
That is a big concern at this point, because there's tall pine trees that go down, and they'll take power lines with them, and will be widespread power outage. And then our second concern is the amount of rain that we are going to get Our rivers are forecasted to rise. As of this morning, the Boca Chica was forecasted to rise 16 feet by late tomorrow night, early Tuesday morning. But that forecast could change if we get more rain than what was originally anticipated. So we're going to watch that rain amount that we get very closely and keep an eye out on our river forecast.
And Washington Parish, I know that there was no real evacuation order issued there. So I'm guessing most of the people probably stayed to ride this out in Washington Parish. Is that the sense you're getting?
Yes, ma'am. We didn't put any evacuation orders. We did open 2 shelters of last resort. One was in Bogalusa and one was in Franklinton. And the last count we had there was we had 19 people at the shelter in Franklinton, and we had 13 people at the shelter in Bogalusa. So that does tell us that, there were some residents that heeded the warning, because we did recommend that, anyone who did not feel safe in their home should seek safe shelter.
And are you expecting those numbers to rise? I know, anytime a storm comes in the middle of the night like this, and I say middle of the night, it's 10 o'clock, but anytime a storm comes in overnight like this, it's usually daybreak when you're able to get in and see the damage and kind of figure out, okay, can I stay here, can I not? Are you expecting the shelter population to go up, or are those shelters going to remain open?
The shelters will remain open as long as there are citizens in them that need to have shelter, maybe because it's due to power outages. They may have damage to their roof that will not allow them to go home. So we'll address that come the morning time when we see what type of damage there is.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Anything else you'd like for our viewers in Washington Parish to know?
Just to stay safe and continue to monitor the local media for any changes, and that would be it.
All right. Bobby Jo Breland with Washington Parish Homeland Security, thank you so much for that information. We surely appreciate it. Stay safe tonight.
All right, Kim, we got a statement from Christina Stevens with the governor's office on the Entergy situation. They say they are in communications with Entergy in the city right now. All we can do is shelter in place, and when it is safe at first light, they will begin to assess the damage. We do not know how long power will be out. We have a better idea when damage assessments start in the morning. They have utility crews staged and ready to assess damage. Everyone needs to stay away from down power lines. So obviously, look, the weather's bad and it's hard to assess situations, but we do know from Jefferson Parish that it appears lines are down, a transmission tower likely down. That is affecting the East Bank of Jefferson and Orleans. We're continuing to get some more information in on that, and we'll continue to bring it to you.
And it sounds like from Joe Valiente, there was a tower on each side of the
Yes.
river, and the one on the West Bank is the one that fell.
The fell, yes, and the lines are in the river.
Are in the river, which that's a whole nother issue in itself.
Yeah, the Coast Guard, as he said, is going to have to get involved in that, and that's why, East Bank, you're dark. Your homes are dark because of that. And obviously, the question I asked Joe, and this is the question everyone, what does this mean? How long will it be because of this? And look, no one's going to know that answer tonight. We know that. But
absolutely.
He even says there's obviously concern that it's significant.
Okay. All right. We want to toss it over to Bruce Katz now for the latest on Ida.
All right. We have the 10 o'clock latest information in, and still a Category 2, believe it or not. It is now on the western edge of Lake Maurepas, continuing to move basically off to the northwest at 9, so still moving very slowly. So the impact's now still right on the south shore, but now moving over Lake Pontchartrain and onto the north shore. So again, as you can see, pressure is slowly but surely coming up. That's a good thing, but still, this storm is trying to hold its own. So as we move on, here's what we're looking at now. Here's the track. It moved in, as we expected, northwest, but we expected it to move basically like this and eventually toward Baton Rouge. But when we talked about that line shifting 30, 40 miles, it could bring significant catastrophic impacts over the metropolitan area. And indeed, unfortunately, that did come to fruition. Over the last couple of days, I was saying we're splitting hairs, we're on the line, it's a fine line, just trying to say how close we were to the edge of catastrophic winds or bad winds. And unfortunately, we expected the storm to move northwest, but with the steering collapsing on the big ridge of high pressure to the east, it kind of jogged off to the east and closer to the city. And really, overall, from Kenner and Metairie, it was only around 28 to 32 miles from the eastern eye wall. And that's the most catastrophic situation that we were talking about. Now it's moving basically off to the due north, if that's slightly west of due north. And look at Hammond here along I-55. The center is basically in the eye wall just to your west. So let's take.
All right, we're going to switch to WAFB out of Baton Rouge as they have Governor John Bel Edwards live. Let's listen in.
Jacqueline Hotard, and they're just getting pounded with the rain and the wind, and it's tearing the roofs off and knocking trees down and so forth. And so this is a challenge. We are going to do everything we can to save lives and get people out of harm's way. That will be the first effort, and then we'll worry about the property damage later. But very challenging, Greg, as you know.
Governor, let me ask you about the hospitals. And I know you're very busy. I won't take much of your time. But if you would just tell us about some of the hospitals. We had heard that some are maybe on generator power, some are issue. Have you heard any big time things that we need to worry about?
Yeah, well, certainly. So most of southeast Louisiana now is without power. And the Baton Rouge area has more power. But, for example, all of Orleans Parish is out. The Lafourche, Terrebonne, Plaquemines Parish is out. Even the North Shore areas around Tangipahoa are primarily out. So anytime you have that as a situation, the hospitals there are going to be operating on generator power. Now, the generators have been holding up pretty well. One of the challenges have been damage to the physical plants of the hospitals because of the wind primarily. So we had a small hospital down in Lafourche Parish, for example, that lost its roof, and it's not yet been safe to evacuate the few patients that they had, and they were going to move that up to a larger hospital in Lafourche, and lightning struck one of its generators, and so it's been in the process of moving half of the patients from one side of the hospital to the other. And then just before I came in, I got a report that Chabert Hospital has received extensive roof damage as well, and that as soon as the weather allows, they're going to have to move their patients. And one of the biggest challenges here is we don't really have capacity in order to take these patients. And of course, we're going to have to find a place for them and do the very best that we can. But we still have 2,450 COVID patients across the state of Louisiana, in addition to the normal hospital patients. When I say normal, those that are non-COVID. And so it's a very challenging situation, not necessarily because the generators are problematic, but because of the damage that has been sustained to some of these hospitals.
All right, thank you very much. Myself, I guess, sorry, it is getting late. Kelly Sanchez is standing by live in Ascension Parish. Kelly, I know you've spoken with the sheriff, and unfortunately we lost somebody with a tree falling on him. What can you tell us?
Hey, Greg, that's right. One person has died here in Ascension Parish because of Ida. We're going to get to that in a second, but first I want to show you where we are right now. We're right outside the old courthouse, but as you can see across from here, it's completely dark except for the building across from us, the governmental building. They appear to have lights on, along with a few other street lights that are still on. But what you can really hear now is the wind from Ida picking up. You can hear it in this shot here. You can hear it when we're inside the old courthouse. So really the winds. We also saw a tree down when we were upstairs at the old courthouse. And as we heard earlier, one person here in Ascension Parish has died because a tree fell on their home. And I spoke with the sheriff earlier about that. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we have to report, we look like we had our first fatality. It's at a home in Duplessis, Louisiana, off of Highway 621. Looked like a tree fell on the home and crushed the homeowner. We're not going to release the name at this time, but our deputies there, along with our fire and rescue, and worried about the next of kin. There were other folks in the home. We think they're okay right now, but unfortunately, we think we have our first fatality of Hurricane Ida. And I just want to remind folks that even though you're in your home, try to be in the safest place in your home. Sometimes, whether it's a bathroom in the center of the home, whether if it's a closet, if it feels like it's getting that bad, try to get to the safest place in your home. And listen, people are listening to us. There's nobody on the streets. We're in the worst of it now, and we think we're going to be in it for the next couple hours. It looks like the eye of this hurricane is right on top of us now, and hopefully we can ride this thing out. But yes, we've got multiple reports of trees on homes, and we don't know what it's going to look like in the morning, but unfortunately we have to report this fatality tonight.
And you guys are receiving lots of calls in the call center right now, I know. Are people getting transported to the hospital, to emergency rooms right now?
You know, fortunately, we don't have that many injuries. We have a lot of trees on homes. It's terrible that we had this one fatality, but people have been listening. Even though there's a lot of damage to roofs, there's a lot of damage to homes. This is the first one that we've had to respond to where there were injuries. And the deputies are out there. They're strategically placed, and we're going to respond to life-threatening situations if we can, as we did with this one. And we'll continue to do that throughout the storm if we can. I think tomorrow morning, I think our first mission has to be life and safety issues. How many people are trapped in their homes? How many people are trapped in their cars? We don't know that yet. We're getting calls. We're responding to the ones that are priority, and we'll continue to do that throughout the storm if it's safe to do it. And so far, we've been able at least to get to this home and try to help out that family.
And, going into tomorrow, different safety things that people need to be mindful of, like downed power lines. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we're getting reports of complete road blockages in a lot of areas of Ascension Parish, including subdivisions, where you'll get up in the morning, you think you could get out of your subdivision, and you're going to find that you're trapped there. Be very cautious if you're trying to move trees, because we know a lot of those trees are going to have power lines entangled with the tree, and those power lines might be live, so we don't know that. I will tell you this, the parish government and the Ascension Parish Sheriff's Office, we have several crews. We call them to cut and push crews, and we'll try to open up as many major highways as we can tomorrow. Then we'll start in the subdivisions and the parish roads. So that's going to be our second priority. Our first priority is going to see how many people need to be rescued out of their homes, how many life and safety issues we have first. Then we'll try to get the roads open. So there'll be a lot of assessment going on in the morning. And just when you get up, we would ask people, if you don't have to travel, don't travel. There's really nowhere to go. Everything's going to be closed tomorrow anyway. And let us get a first initial assessment and see where we go from there, working with our other governmental partners.
And going back to this first death here in Ascension Parish, I understand you told me that you guys weren't able to really retrieve the body yet and get it out. Is that?
Well, we still have first responders there and our deputies, and we're talking to the family. Yeah, so we think it's a large tree on a home, and there's only so much you can do under these conditions. So it may take us a while, and obviously there's conditions that that's unexpected, right? So where did you bring them? Where can you get this person to safely? So what we have to do is maybe stay there and do the best we can, and we may have to have equipment to remove some of this tree. So it's not completely safe to do it now, obviously. So we'll be there with that family and console that family and try to do the best we can when the time is right or when conditions improve that we can offer more help.
So is the family still at that residence?
From what I understand right now, they may be there, yes.
Is there anything else you'd like to add at this time?
Just reminding our residents that it's not over yet. There's light at the end of the tunnel. We're in the eye of it now. Hopefully the worst is past, and that sun will come up tomorrow, and we'll be strong, and we'll get through this together. But Ascension Parish is going to look different tomorrow morning than it did this past morning, but we'll get through it. We'll be strong.
And as the sheriff just mentioned there, it's not over yet here in Ascension Parish. There's still a bit of a ways to go, but the sun will come up tomorrow morning. And when it does, make sure you're still being safe whenever you're getting out and about. If you have to get out and about, make sure you're watching for downed trees and down power lines possibly that could still be active. So I'm still live in Gonzales. We're going to be checking out the scene here for a while, but for now I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Kelly Sanchez live for us. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. I think probably everybody at home like us started whistling the song from Annie when the sheriff said that the sun will come out tomorrow.
It will indeed, and we'll be happy to see whatever we do see. And I know a lot of you are in the dark as we speak right now. Plenty of power outages in the Baton Rouge area. They have just continued to grow. We want to show you kind of a unique look at Hurricane Ida. This was taken from the International Space Station. They were able to observe it. Now, this is just before it made landfall in Louisiana, so somewhere down there below that hurricane is the U.S. and, of course, Louisiana. This was taken, they said, slightly before landfall, so the first landfall was 11:55 today. So you can see Ida. Now, this came directly from NASA's Twitter feed, where they talk about how they basically use this to help FEMA in their preparations, and they're able to observe the hurricane as it makes landfall there just before. These images coming from way, way above.
Yeah, and that's just such an impressive look to see this view coming to us from NOAA. And it just shows the size of the storm and how well organized it was at landfall. I mean, just to take a look at that eye right there, it's just, you just don't very often see when these storms come in to see something that is so clear. It's such a clear image. You know, sometimes we have these storms where they're kind of all over the place. The eye might not be quite that solid or not be quite that size. So this really is just an impressive look at the scope of the storm there. And that.
All right, we're switching between coverage between Baton Rouge and New Orleans. Let's switch back to New Orleans at this point. It looks like they are live on the ground here, getting some damage into Salmon, Louisiana. Let's listen back in to New Orleans.
Windy and kind of a hard drizzle. Oh, take a look to the left side of the road right here. Water coming up on the road right here, and then flooding in this place right here across the way from Spars. Definitely over the cars there, at least that first car. But this is US 90, so the southbound side of US 90 as you're heading toward Raceland appears to be covered in water right now.
So Steve, stay right. Steve is the photographer with Rob. Stay there for a second. So that car in the distance, it's hard for me to make it. That car is underwater right there?
Yes, up to the top of its tires.
Okay. So y'all can keep going if you want to show us a little more. We got a few more minutes. And so, I mean, it's still, the rain's still coming down and the wind is still kicking pretty good, that looks like, Rob.
The wind definitely is going. I mean, you heard as soon as we put the window down a second there, that's what took over the entirety of the, we're going to kind of go over on this side of the road for a second.
I was going to say, are you on the wrong side of the street right now?
Yeah, you know, sometimes trying to avoid these lines that are down.
Okay, yeah, be careful, please.
Backseat driver.
What did he say?
He called me a backseat driver, Lee.
No, I called Lee a backseat driver.
Oh, Lee.
You sound like my wife.
Oh, no. All right. There's definitely some power poles down in the road as well that have. Well, okay, so, you know, following the track, Lee, this is actually kind of interesting to see this right here because we know that the eye went over Desalmans and Raceland and Matthews, or the eye went over Matthews. That would have put the strongest portion of the storm right where we are right now when it came through this area. So this is probably one of the areas that really, while it was still a Category 4 storm, was seeing just immense winds that just ripped through this area.
What is, because that's a great point you're making, what is all of that? It's hard for me to make out what we're seeing on the ground right now.
Mobile homes, and just a lot of those tin roofs, that kind of corrugated metal roof. The mobile homes that we're driving by don't seem to be affected in any great way, whereas nearly every other structure around this area seems to be torn apart in some form or fashion.
That's interesting. But I keep making the point you were making because I think that's a great point that, you know, This was the eye of this storm. Where you're driving.
Right. Yeah. So that, we always talk about, that eastern side is going to bring the force. And while we were going through the eastern side, we were feeling winds that were just tremendous. So I can't imagine what this area experienced at that same time. And then now you're seeing it right here. And it really is it's kind of breathtaking to take it all in as we're seeing it firsthand right now.
Is that a mobile home there on the right that you just passed? Is that okay?
I missed it there, Lee. I was looking over to the left. You see a couple of cars on the road. It looks like some of these cars some people may have put their cars in the center of the road fearing for flood, kind of like we do on the neutral grounds in New Orleans. But a lot more debris here, another car coming down the road.
And just so, people, we're familiar with this area, but, for people from the metro area who don't, drive down here, how far away from, 310 or something like that are you right now about?
We're about, let me see, I've got my map out here right now. We're maybe about 10 minutes away from 310.
Okay, so that gives people a good idea where you are. Okay, we're going to go back to Kim and check on some other things, but keep us posted on this drive back. And
absolutely,
it's some interesting pictures. Y'all be safe, okay?
Thank you.
All right, good work, y'all. Okay, let's go back to Kim now.
All right, we are getting some reports out of St. John Parish, which we knew was getting hit incredibly hard, of people really trying to get to higher ground, and reports of people in their attics with water rising in their homes. Specifically, the Cambridge subdivision is one of those places. I want to bring in Bruce Katz right now to talk about what is happening in Laplace, what they have seen, the amount of rainfall they've had, and not just that, but the water is the surge water is what we're hearing.
Right. We were talking about that southwestern part of the lake with that big push of all that water. And, I think basically with the storm moving closer, you had a lot more wind interaction. So we had a lot of wind pushing those waters well against the southwestern shore, approaching Lake Maurepas, and the water couldn't go anywhere. So in this area, this got hit very hard several years back, if you remember, with a lot of flooding. And right now, it's really not fortified yet. I was talking to Nicandra, and we're going to turn on Nicandra's mic as well in just a moment. But, her mother lives in this area. Here's the Cambridge subdivision. And, Nicandra, if we can put up your mic, let's talk a little about this. I mean, this is an area that was hit very hard years back, and they just broke ground for a levee just basically this year.
That's right. We've done some stories, it was, I think, a couple months ago where we were doing the groundbreaking on that levee, and it's been a lot of hard work putting it together. If you remember back during Isaac, pretty much all of Laplace saw flooding from the lake, even all the way up to the other side, the south side of Airline Highway. So, unfortunately, the few reports that we're starting to get in sounds like we may be seeing a similar situation. And we saw, how devastating the eye wall was moving through there. I had a cousin of mine saying, "Hey, is this it? When is this going to be done?" And I'm like, "No, you guys are right in the eye, so don't move too fast." And I'm actually trying to check in with her now to see how they're doing with the water. But basically, if we wind out a little bit, what you can see is over here is Lake Pontchartrain. If you want to kind of point out, or maybe I'll come over and point out what we're looking at. And here we are. So here's Lake Pontchartrain, and this is where we would be coming across I-10 on the spillway. This is that last tail, so they're still dealing with the rainfall. We've still got some of that very heavy rainfall, which is already an issue as it is. But during the first part of the storm, we were seeing that incredible wind, those 100-mile-per-hour winds pushing this water out of Lake Pontchartrain. And anytime we have that easterly, northeasterly flow here, you get water right along that interchange. Several times we've had I-55, I-51 closed, where we've had minor storms or just minor winds that would push that water out of the lake. Frenier's Landing, that's another spot that the water just often comes out of the lake just on a little bit of a wind. So think about with this particular storm, the strong winds that we saw pushing through with that, we've got that water spilling into Laplace again. And now we're hearing the reports, and we've been kind of seeing, little social media people that we know personally that have friends and family that are saying they're trapped, they need help. So hopefully the winds are dying down enough in this area that law enforcement can get out and start trying to do some rescue options, because it sounds like we're hearing some really bad situations that are going on out there. And Kim, you were saying that that's where you were getting some of your information, was more from friends and family that we're finding around here.
Yeah, so we are, we're getting reports from, like I said, the Cambridge subdivision, Lexington Drive, St. Andrews, Concordia Drive, all of those areas. We are, just so you know, we're efforting getting the parish president, Jacqueline Hotard, on the phone with us, or somebody from St. John Parish who can kind of fill us in and let us know what is being done, if anything, to help these people who are trapped. When the water starts rising in your home and you have to go in the attic, there's no ventilation, and it just brings back a lot of memories of past storms and floods of the past, and a lot of people reaching out, just asking for help.
And this is the area that Kim is talking about here. So this is Cambridge Drive, and most of those streets that she mentioned are right off this main drive here. And you can see there's English Colony. I have to zoom in a little bit more. There's Lexington. So this is about 3/4 of the way back towards where you'd get to the interstate. And here we are. Clear this out a little bit and see if we can wind back out again so that I can get a little bit more perspective on exactly where we are, if you're not familiar with the area. But what we're looking at is, there's 051. This is, I think this is the interstate. We've got so much rain still on here, it's kind of hard to pick out where some things are. So that's the interstate. This is going to be your interaction with 51 and I-10, and then when you get off that interchange there, you can go back through this kind of back way to Woodland Drive. So the subdivision really backs up to I-10, which would be right off Lake Pontchartrain, and that's how that water gets in there. And I would say if we've got people that got water like that in the Cambridge area, River Gardens, I'm sure, is seeing something similar as you head all the way along that Highway 51 area where you have a couple of other subdivisions. I'm sure they're seeing similar situations. So we could be seeing a really dangerous situation across LaPlace, because if the water is that far up mid-Cambridge, that high, that's a problem for a lot of folks in that area.
Is that water going to keep rising?
Well, we're starting to see a little bit of a shift in the wind there. If you see where the band is moving more from the southwest, so that's a good thing, because that would be pushing the water back towards the lake. But, it works a little bit differently. You push it out, it drains differently. So that's going to be the question. We're not pushing water out anymore, but we're also seeing torrential rainfall still. So that's going to be another complication.
That you want to talk a little bit more about with the St. John area?
I mean, when you hear people in attics and stuck in attics and, flash flood emergencies, things like that, I mean, that's a major issue. So, when people have to do that, it's heartbreaking, because, these people, they stayed, they thought they would be safe. And, we talked about the surges, we talked about the issues, and this is that same area that got flooding again. So once again, as we see a lot of that flooding going on, it's just heartbreaking. And, we've asked people, if you lose power, which most areas are without power, and, you can hear us maybe on your device watching us live, if you're in this area and you can give us any report of friends or family or anything that we can help pass along on television to those people, email us, bcats@fox8live.com, or N. Norwood or L. Zurich, fox8live.com. If you know any people and you're stuck in this area but you want to get a message out, just please email us and we'll look into it and we'll actually mention it. So once again, we're going to be thinking about the people in LaPlace as we see major flooding there. So we do have a tornado warning that just came in effect as well, and I'm going to look at that. And as we take a look at that tornado warning, it is coming in again around the Bay St. Louis area northward. And this area well removed from the center, but we have talked about all the spiraling feeder bands that have been moving in. You can easily get these spin-ups. And notice from 10:34 to 11:15, and this is basically about a 29-minute tornado warning. So this is going to be something we're going to be watching over the next several hours and into the wee hours of the morning for the threat of possible tornadoes there. Nicandra, if we can, we have a flash flood emergency also that came down. Let's take a look near Tickfaw, coming in around Hammond and Ponchatoula. This is a, let's see, let me go back to my weather informant here. And this is a flash flood warning that's been canceled farther south. And I'll come back here, flash flood warning. A flash flood emergency is now in effect. Let's put up Viper if we can. If we can put up Viper, flash flood emergency just coming down for Hammond, Tickfaw, and Ponchatoula. Hammond, Tickfaw, and Ponchatoula. So if we can punch up Viper on the hot side, there we go. Here we go from Tickfaw, Albany, Hammond. All this area here is under a flash flood emergency, meaning that we have people who may be stranded that need water rescues. A flash flood emergency is the highest end flash flood possibility of a warning we can get. So Tickfaw and Albany and Hammond, you all have gotten anywhere from, let's see, 5 to 9 inches of rain. An additional 4 to 8 are falling. So that is up to almost 16 to 18 inches of rain throughout this area. So again, we have flash flooding going on. People, if you can, seek higher ground. But of course, you don't want to go out in the storm. If you're in a low or maybe one-story home and your neighbor has a 2-story house and it's safe enough to just get over to that neighbor's house to the 2nd floor, that would be an option. But at this point, do not get in your car. Do not try and get out because the water is rising quickly. And of course, at night, a lot of power is out. You just can't see where you're going. So again, a flash flood emergency in effect for Hammond, Ponchatoula, and Tickfaw, meaning that people are looking for water rescues where they're stranded either maybe in their attics or somewhere in their home. A very dangerous situation. And again, flash flood warning is bad enough where we see rising water causing flooding around an area. When you put the word flash flood emergency on the back end of that warning, that means that people are stranded and people need to seek possible help to get out of there. So this is, again, a very dangerous situation. And of course, this eye is continuing to move northward. And Nicandra, let's back out a little bit as we can kind of show where the center is. Center just right in this area here, just to the west of, say, Ponchatoula now. Lake Maurepas, it's moving north. So Springville and also areas of Denham Springs right now getting hit very hard. So this area is going to see winds easily up to about 100 miles per hour as the storm begins to move northward and continues to bring with it lots of high winds. So 75, 70, we could see wind gusts up to that 100-mile-per-hour range. So once again, this is going to be a very dangerous situation for the next several hours as the storm is moving very slowly to the north, only at about 9 miles per hour. So, you know, we expected a slowdown, but we expected the storm to at least continue to move at a decent rate. But as of right now, you can see it's just not moving a whole lot. So we are seeing a flash flood emergency for Tickfaw and Hammond, traveling a little bit farther east along Covington, eastward toward Mandeville and Picayune and Slidell. You're continuing to see these bands feeding in, and as those bands come in, Slidell, you may have some big issues because farther south, and Nicandra, if we can bring the radar just a little bit further west now to show more of Slidell and farther south, we want to show you that we're beginning to see this training effect going on, and that's not what we want to see. With bands of rain and a moving storm, as you can see, storms moving very slowly, heavy rain and wind on the eastern edge all the way toward Picayune. However, these bands are now building and they're training over the same region. So more than likely, we could see some significant flooding in and around the Slidell, Pearl River area. Heading over to Bay St. Louis, we're beginning to see some of these training lines set up. So this is going to be a very dangerous situation in terms of flooding. And when I say that, I mean we could easily see over the next hour 4 to 6 to 8 inches of rain in a short amount of time. And of course, with the ground saturated and some of the surges coming up with these winds, we could certainly see some issues. Still in the South Shore, we're seeing a little bit of moderate to heavy rainfall and some wind right along Metairie and Kenner over to the city. But fortunately, it looks like Metairie and Kenner, hopefully in the next hour, you'll come out of it. But we still have to travel north and also northeast to our North Shore viewers and friends and relatives up here that we're watching. So what we don't want to see is, unfortunately, right now, Bogalusa, they're going to be set up in this band of training. So Sun and Bush over to Picayune within this area of St. Tammany. This is going to be a very prolonged, heavy rainfall event that is going to drop a lot of rain. Also, we have rivers up there that we have numbers for, but as the rain falls, those numbers have to be revised upwards. So with this rain now falling and training over the same area, we could see significant rises in many of the rivers on the North Shore over the next 2 to 4 days. So we're going to be monitoring that as well. So people with interest along the rivers right now, although it's heavy rainfall and some flooding, that's your drainage system up there. You have that gravitational rain where, of course, or draining rather, where on the South Shore we've got to pump it out being below sea level. This is going to be a significant rise in the rivers. Look at Covington, Tickfaw, these areas, once again, seeing rainfall rates easily of anywhere from 3 to maybe up to 5 inches of rain per hour. And as you can see, prolonged rain could be a couple of hours, and that could easily be in 2 hours, up to 7 to 10 inches of rain. So this is going to be a major problem for the rivers as we move forward. And to calculate it right now, you almost really can't, because we can give you a snapshot of a number, but that number is going to change because we're seeing so much rain that's going to drain into these area rivers. Until we can do the calculations with the hydrology center over at the Weather Service, we're not going to be able to get a good point of just how high these rivers are going to be. So just a forewarning, we are going to see in the coming days, 2 days, 4 days out, major rises in the rivers on the North Shore as we continue to see some of this very heavy rainfall. And we expected some areas, we talked about maybe up to 5 to 10 inches of rain, isolated 15 to 20. Haven't hit the 20 mark, but some of these areas are well over 10 to 12 inches of rain, which is nearly a foot. So if you live around Independence and Tickfaw, we have a flash flood emergency, meaning that the call is out where people need help. And at this point, when the winds are this high and the conditions are this bad, a lot of times emergency managers will not go out, or EMS, fire, or police, because it's too dangerous for them to put their own people out on the streets. So what we need to do is, if you live in these areas and you can maybe get next door to somebody with a higher, maybe 2-story home or some elevated type home to get out of the floodwaters or get away from the rising waters, that may be an option for you. But again, do not attempt to get in your car. Major flooding is ongoing here, and I promise you, you won't make it. And with flying debris, trees down on the roads, you're going to get stuck. So do not even think, if you're thinking about maybe I can try and get out of Dodge before this system continues to move north, do not do it. I can promise you, you're going to get stuck, either flooding or you're not going to be able to go through with many trees down and a lot of issues on the roadways. So once again, Nicandro, let's pull it out now to the whole DMA, and we'll show basically what we're looking at here. So the storm, it is beginning to wind up. Terrebonne and Lafourche, I'm happy to report, your flash flood warnings are dropped. So in terms of more heavy rainfall for the night, you're pretty much done. Some light, moderate showers, but you're still seeing some gusty winds up to 40 to 50. It's going to take a little while for this thing to wind down, but nevertheless, what I don't like what I'm seeing is some of the training effect going on throughout parts of New Orleans East, and then this really big band of training all the way from Golden Meadow over to Slidell. As you can see, it's going over the same area, and of course, that's going to drop a lot of rain. We shift eastward from Diamond Head to nearer Gulfport. Again, another band of very heavy training rain. As Ida moves north, tomorrow we're expecting a tail to develop. Hopefully it will not develop over the city with the pump issues and the power issues. Again, I've been in the market 25 years, born and raised in Metairie. I've never heard of a 100% power outage in the city of New Orleans. I mean, when you think about that, it's just incredible, a 100% power outage in the entire city of New Orleans. It's just, it's almost incomprehensible. So once again, this is still a very dangerous situation. We are getting better South Shore, so there is a glimmer of hope that as the storm, snail's pace moves northward, we're going to continue to see all the heavy rain, Metairie and Kenner, finally begin to lift north. Lafourche, Terrebonne, cut off Golden Meadow. Earlier today, we were reporting some really bad news for you guys with the eye wall coming in, with the surge, with all the issues you had. Tomorrow morning, as things begin to hopefully settle down and hopefully tails don't set up in these areas, we'll be able to get out at daybreak and hopefully assess some of the damage and hopefully help some people that may be stranded or need some help with down trees, or, we have to be neighborly and we help each other. And this is going to be a situation where this is going to be something that people are going to need a shoulder to lean on, because it's going to be catastrophic for many. Many people are going to have major home damage. People are going to have trees down, fences down. Some people may have lost their pets, you know, if they were outdoors or something happened. So there are going to be a lot of stories coming from this storm that we're going to have to hopefully come together and help each other out, because that's what we do here in South Louisiana. So, you know, Lee, I'm going to toss it back to you. I don't know if you have any questions or not. I mean, this was a very long-winded but important kind of detailed look at radar. But what I don't like is, look at the bands. We don't want to see this training taking place. And this training is catastrophic flooding, and it's just developing over the same area and moving in. I mean, look at this, from Golden Meadow all the way down to the Gulf. I mean, it's just, Slidell is just getting hit very hard right now. And again, tick-thaw around areas of Tangipahoa Parish. We do have those flash flood emergencies going on. So this is just a really dangerous situation. And we talked about probably up until about 10:30 or 11, South Shore will begin to see, you know, things improve. But we also talked about through the wee hours of the morning, right now at 10:45, the North Shore, you still have another at least 3 to 4 hours of all this mess to go on. So the issues we're seeing now, they will be exacerbated. Don't like to hype things, don't like to throw things out there, but this is what we're dealing with. Flash flood emergencies, Lee. We're seeing a lot of high winds. We're seeing those roots of the trees. And again, the way I say it is, the tree roots, they're loose because of all of the soggy grounds. And when the trees sway, they just go down. And these could be major pine trees. These could be major oak trees. So, go ahead, Lee. I'm just going on.
That's great information. But look, we're getting some, and y'all have talked about this, but I don't think we can talk about it enough right now, because the situation in LaPlace, St. John Parish, sounds really, really bad. And we're trying to get Jacqueline Hotar, the parish president, on the line. But
very dire.
If there's a way for you to zoom in again on LaPlace area and just show us what is happening there, and what will be happening, what they can expect. But it's scary what's happening there right now.
It is. Our hearts go out for people, because this area, you know, was hit hard a few years ago. And, you know, we talked about that surge in the lake, and, you know, it all came to fruition. And unfortunately, the storm came a lot closer to the river parishes, and parts of the river parishes on the western side were actually in the eastern eye wall. And these areas here are prone to flooding because the surge in the lake and that area of wind that just piles up the water. And Nicondra's mother lives out there. Nicondra lived out there for a long time. And, you know, the levee that they promised to build just broke ground. And it's going to take time to build that levee. But the problem is, it's not there now. And when we have a storm, this is the top 3 record storms that ever hit South Louisiana with winds of 150. And again, when you look at that stat from 1851, to think this is in the top 3 storms in well over a century and a half, this is truly over a 100-year storm. And Lee, it's just it's heartbreaking to see what people are going through right now.
Microphone, there we go. I just want to point this out, because we're all living this with you, and we're all feeling this with you. As Bruce said, you know, most of us here have deep roots in this community and from here. And you're talking about Nicondra. She's here working, doing the weather with you, running this system, and worried about relatives and friends and people like that in that community. So just, I don't know why, I just want to point out, like, we feel what everyone is going through, and we're here with you, and we're trying to get y'all through this as best as possible. But, you know, we know what it is like, because we are living this with you. Trust me.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, you know, I'm away from my family. They you know, went to Tuscaloosa, and, you know, we're texting, and, you know, we're doing all that stuff, and we're trying to, you know, it's cool that they can see me now, because during Katrina, they didn't have the technology for all the streaming, so they can. But with Lee, to his point, you know, Lee's family is at home. He's not with them. Nicondra's working. So, you know, Lee, you know, I totally agree with you. What you got?
I want to go back. So look, we're going to go back to you, LaPlace, St. John Parish, but we're trying to go to different areas.
Sure.
But you were talking about that training in Slidell, and things like that.
Let me come back to it.
and we're going to go to Covington in a second, so bear with us. So, Bruce, if you can go like a minute or so on this, but just the situation in Slidell and on the North Shore, I mean, that looks like a long line that's going to be going through.
Well, I kind of backed it out, and, again, this is what we're talking about. This line really isn't moving much. It's moving from the south to north, and that's the problem. When you get these lines of moisture that hold in and they train over the same area, you get all that flooding rainfall. So that's going to be a major issue. And these are what we talk about, these feeder bands that kind of hold into the same area, and we get what we call back building, where storms move in and you get more building on the backside. They move north, more build on the backside, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Grand Isle, you see, well, not bad, but here we go again with more developing. And then yet another feeder band coming in from Diamond Head over to Gulfport. Look at this line. It's going to continue to move over that same area, at least over the next hour or so. And Tickfaw over areas toward Tangipahoa Parish down to Hammond. Emergencies going on. When we say flash flood emergencies, Lee, we've got people not only in the Place that need help, we also have people on the North Shore around areas of Tangipahoa Parish with a flash flood emergency. But right now, there's just not much people can do. You can't get out and help people, and you can't get out and drive and run away from it because you have flooding, trees down, dangerous. Things are still flying around with wind gusts up to 70 to 80 up there. So it's just a really dangerous and, it's an unfortunate thing that this storm came so much closer to southeast Louisiana and New Orleans.
All right, let's do this, Bruce. You take, we're going to get back to you in a second because this is important. Let's go to Olivia Vidal, who is in Covington, I believe. Let's get the latest from her because you look at that radar and it's pretty, point to Covington. I mean, it's up there, but it's pretty bad. So, Olivia, it looks like you're in a car protected, but give us the latest there.
Right, Haley. Yeah, we are ventured out in downtown Covington. We this is East Gibson Street here in downtown. You can see businesses have boarded up. And take a look at this, a rogue porta potty. I don't know where it came from, but he seems lost. But this is the kind of thing you'll see with the type of winds here with the storm. Items just flying about. I did see some debris flying around just moments ago. The rain is still coming down heavy. It's still very windy out here. The sidewalks here in downtown Covington are just littered with twigs and branches, leaves, things like that. This is downtown Covington. Of course, when you get to the more rural areas, that's where you'll see the trees that are snapped in half. And that's kind of the big issue here on the North Shores. There's so many trees, and that's one of the things that residents this way love about the North Shore is all of the trees, and many of them are snapping, taking power lines with them. But here's a look downtown Covington. You can see the lights are out. Power is out for majority of the folks here in St. Tammany Parish. Again, the wind is coming down strong here. The rain's coming down strong. Wind is blowing. Some folks kind of just peeping out the door, checking out things right there. But this is kind of what it looks like right now on the North Shore. This, again, downtown Covington. This is pretty much the story here. The wind is whipping and hollering. I was in the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center. Oh, wow, look right up here. You can see branches just covering the roadway. I don't know if you can see that on your end. But, and some street flooding as well. So this is kind of the picture here on the North Shore, especially in those communities that are close to the river. We're near the Bogafalaya River here in Covington, so this could have been a feeder creek near that river that's starting to cause some roadway flooding. But lots of debris just from that wind and the heavy rainfall here. Let's see what we see up here. Again, just lots of debris. Wow, look at the wires. Can you see that? This is one of the dangerous things that the parish president wants people to know, the folks that stayed behind in St. Tammany Parish or are planning on coming back. Wow, look, the wires are across the roadway right here in front of Aquista Pace. We have to turn around, in downtown Covington. This is what makes this dangerous. This whole situation are these wires that are draped on the roadway. You don't know if they're live. It just makes things just not okay for people to just say, you know what, I'm going to go take a little joyride around the area, check it out, see how my neighborhood is doing. That's the scary part. You don't know what it's going to look like, and you could get seriously injured or, you could die from this. So we're obviously taking a bit of a risk here and driving very slowly and carefully, not going very far from where we were stationed, just to give you guys a look at what's going on here on the North Shore in Covington specifically. Lots of debris, down power lines and trees that are snapped in half. Again, a lot of those trees taking the power lines with them. It's definitely going to be a big mess once this storm passes, with a lot of cleanup and a lot of repairs. But this is what we're seeing right now.
All right, Olivia Vidal in Covington. Be safe and keep us posted on things there. All right, we want to bring this up. So we've been talking about the Entergy transmission tower that fell. The lines fell, the tower fell. The tower might have fallen into the river. We're getting these pictures into the newsroom right now from a source, and Bruce is going to help me because he is better at this than I am. If we can pop Bruce in there. Let's try that one more time, Bruce.
All righty. So
there you are. So Bruce shows. So one is the before, one is the after. So that one right there, Bruce, shows the actual tower.
Right. And here's what we wanted to point out. Look at this pole, that truck, big tower.
And then move over to the side.
Same truck, pole, no tower. So really, in this trajectory, that's where the tower should be, but there's no tower. So, I mean, this is true, no Photoshop information that this tower, we hear, fell in the river, and the lines that actually go across the river are actually in the river as well.
And just so you know, I mean, we got these pictures confirmed from several people that they are accurate, and that is it. And, you know, we had Joe Valiente of Jefferson Parish on a while back who said, you know, they're down, the lines are down in the river, the Coast Guard's going to have to get involved. Obviously, none of us know. And the question is, look, how long, what does this mean, the implications of this? And look, Entergy, they can't go out there and assess right now because the situation is, Bruce and Nicandra and David and Zach have been pointing out, it's too dangerous to go out there now. But, you know, hopefully in the next couple of days, we'll know at least what we are facing.
Well, let's face it, Entergy sometimes get dumped on. I mean, they do. People say the power and this and that, but this is not Entergy's fault. I mean, a Category 3 storm bringing down a tower, I mean, it's Entergy's source, but the problem is, how long is it going to take to erect this, and do we need this tower and lines? And again, Lee and I don't know this. Is this such an important factor to run power across the river to feed basically Orleans and the East Bank of Jefferson? I don't know that. But if that's the case, how long will it take to erect the tower and to get that feeder line to basically feed all the power that it normally would? I don't know those questions. And Lee, you were doing a great job trying to get the information. I mean, basically being transparent. I mean, what does this mean for the city of New Orleans? Businesses, homes, schools. We're looking at, COVID boosters, as we talked about. There's a lot there, and, there's going to be a lot to clean up and a lot going on, but you have to have power to really survive. And I don't know what this means. And, I mean, this is really a damning picture when you see the tower.
A good point, Bruce, that a viewer actually just texted me who's watching is, the lines in the water, what does it mean for Mississippi River traffic?
I was going to say.
And on commerce and things like that. So the implications, it raises a lot of questions. The implications, could be significant. But let's move on now and get back to the situation. And if we can, let's get back to the situation in St. John Parish for a second. A couple of questions I'm getting in.
Let's pop up Viper for you guys.
Viper, but like the floodwaters. Do you know the impact when the wind direction changes? Will that help the things in St. John Parish? And
it will.
Nicandra, if you want to chime in here, feel free to as well too, because let's just put all our brains together so we can give people information that accurate information.
Right. Nicandra, you lived in this area. You have family in this area. And again, the levee that is supposed to protect this area, they just broke ground on it, so it's not there as of yet. So, Nicandra, just, some of your thoughts. This is, this is your home. This is where you grew up.
Well, yeah, this is, sadly, a repeat. I feel exactly the way I did back in 2012 when we were talking about Isaac. But it seems like right now that this is an even more dire situation because in a lot of a lot of instances there. Most folks, the water was stopping at about 5 to 6 feet where they were able to kind of wade out. And it sounds like this is not that situation, that if you're not on a second floor, that you are in a more dire situation. I'm getting emails and Facebook messages from, just acquaintances and people that know people giving me addresses. And so it's very disheartening. I know we didn't have a lot of time to prepare for this storm, and the hope was that we weren't going to see this, but the forecast for that 5 to 8 feet in Lake Pontchartrain is exactly what plays out here, because 3 to 5 feet is going to send that lake water into these neighborhoods. And we're talking about River Gardens, Cambridge, all of those subdivisions off 51. And I'm sorry, those are some of the older ones, so I know the names of those more so than I do the ones off of 51. But it sounds like we're having people that are in that situation in all of these same locations. And I'm getting more. I can hear my dings going off because, now that we're talking about it, and I think they're just getting the opportunity to say, hey, these people are here and they need help. The good news is, looking at this radar, although I know the winds are going to still be a bit high there, and I actually want to go ahead and check that. We'll give an idea here with our reflectivity that we've been using, that tornado detection, to just kind of see how those winds are going. The winds are still very high here, so I think it's still going to be very difficult for law enforcement to get out and get into those high water vehicles. But hopefully we're starting to see that dying down a bit as we get not too far away. We start to see a little bit of hope here that maybe it's going to get to a point where law enforcement can get in there and start to try to help get these people out. And also, the winds are going in the opposite direction. If you look here, it says toward the radar. Our radar is in Slidell, so that means that our winds now are pushing the water away. Unfortunately, it's not going to drain as easily as it came out, but at least we're not pushing more water in. So that is going to give me a little bit of hope here as we try to figure out how we can hopefully get some help to these folks.
They can open the mic.
Can
the mic open? Okay. Just so you know, we are waiting for Jacqueline Hotard, the parish president. She is in a meeting with Sheriff Traig and Emergency Operation Center officials right now. She did not want to do the interview with us until she got out of that meeting, just so she had the most accurate information. So as soon as she is ready, we will bring that to our viewers, because like you said, the reports are just coming in, and they know they're addressing it, but we want to make sure we get their message out.
And not to leave anybody else out, because also, we're getting messages from Laplace because those are our personal connections, and people say, oh, wait, maybe they can do something because they're the news people. But we're also getting reports from Tangipahoa, from people that are in the same kind of situation. I'm getting reports from Lafourche that there's been a levee breach. I don't know how much of that information is, but we've seen it in the NWS chat, and I've also gotten it from some acquaintances, again, that there may be people that are trapped in Lafourche as well. So this is an ongoing situation that we're just learning more about. And, we're going to try to get out as much information and get in as much information as we can. We know that there are people that are watching from a distance. They have loved ones that are maybe giving them the information and saying, hey, try to get us some help. And hopefully, the one thing we do know is that this storm is still around. The winds are still very high, and that is going to make it more difficult for rescue crews to get out. Hopefully we can start to see a little bit of improvement here. We are starting to at least see the rain beginning to move on, if not the winds so much, from these areas in Lafourche, and then moving on into the Laplace and St. John areas. We are at least starting to see some of the rain beginning to move on, if not so much the wind. So we're going to see how that's going to work out here as we continue to monitor this situation, and we'll just have to see how it's coming together. Unfortunately, looking back at the weather and the forecast, as we take a look at what's going on right now on Viper radar again, we are still seeing the brunt of this storm here that is continuing to push through Tangipahoa. So this is one of the areas where we're getting those reports of people that are trapped. We're seeing the heavy rainfall move on from the Laplace area, but we still have the high winds there. And then Lafourche, this is where we are at least starting to see some improvements in the weather. As you go farther to the south, the folks that were in this earlier are starting to see that storm lift off a bit. And so that's the area where we may be able to get those rescue crews out a little bit faster, but working to get all the information we can from officials to find out just what what we can do. We do know, though, that we are getting numerous reports of people asking for help. So we're going to have to find out a whole lot more about that situation. Kim, are you getting any more information in there?
No, we are still waiting for Jacqueline Hotard with St. John Parish to call us and try to get a game plan, what they're going to do about this.
Well, let's go back and kind of do a little bit more analysis just to make sure that everybody knows that, we're trying to keep up with everything that's going on for everyone, because we are starting to see things deteriorating in this northeastern corner of our area as well. So if you're going into Washington Parish, St. Tammany Parish, I know, we're not ignoring you. It's just, we're kind of getting some frantic questions here, and so that kind of pulled our attention. But we know that you are also getting into some of the worst part of this storm. I want to go over, and I'm going to switch over to our Max computer, because that'll give me a little bit of an overview here of what's still happening as tonight we continue to monitor what's going on with Ida. We are again seeing a lot of the effects of this storm coming to fruition now. We've been talking about it all day, and really most of the day, a lot of the day, we've been in it, and when you're in it, it's kind of hard to find out some of what's going on. And now, as some of the heaviest part of the storm is moving to our areas north of Lake Pontchartrain and along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, we are hearing about more of the effects now as it's beginning to move on. Unfortunately, a lot of people that may be in harm's way, and hopefully we can get some help too soon. But if my director can take our Max computer, that's going to give me the update here so that we can see where our latest advisory is coming in for 11 o'clock. We are seeing still a Category 2 hurricane, 100-mile-per-hour wind. So these folks that are experiencing this flooding again in Tangipahoa, and even as we head south towards St. John and Lafourche, we've still got a storm that is considered to be a Category 2 storm. And we're going to be looking at these river stages here along the way as well. So keep that in mind. This is not going to be done anytime soon. We still have to look at these flood stages here over the course of the next few days. So that's what we're going to be watching, again, very closely as time goes on. But right now, we're already, again, dealing with some flood reporting and a flood emergency reporting across parts of Tangipahoa Parish, St. John Parish, as well as what we're looking at here in areas possibly in Lafourche. Again, all folks that have just been sending us this information. Tonight, still going to be a very long night, because we are continuing to have to deal with Hurricane Ida here for the next several hours. This is what it looks like on satellite. The eye, you can still see the eye of this storm up near Hammond. It's following that track, moving almost due north now across the region. For folks that are seeing this flooding, the surge part of the flooding should start to diminish, because we are seeing the southwest wind, and that's going to help push water back towards Lake Pontchartrain. If you are to the south, now, and I don't know a lot about this situation, the reports I've seen in our NWS chat with our Weather Service folks are saying possibly some kind of a situation with the levee near Lake des Almas. That might not be a good wind direction for this situation, because we are seeing that southwest wind, so that's going to be pushing from the south to the north. Right now, as the storm continues to move on, it's still moving very slowly. We saw everything really slow down, and that's probably exacerbating the situation for us. As we go through the night, we'll have to take a look and see. We do have still flash flood warnings all across the metro area as well. Those were extended. Again, this is our area that's in a flash flood emergency, because we do know that there's life-threatening flooding in this region, and hopefully we can try to get some emergency help out to that area soon. We're waiting to hear from authorities in that region about what can be done in this situation. And we are also seeing the flash flood warnings through midnight hour here for areas that go through Tangipahoa, St. Tammany, and back towards the Mississippi Gulf Coast. So we don't want to forget about you guys there. Here's another view of radar. This rain tail is sticking around. So while we're, kind of splitting our focus everywhere, we also are keeping in mind that we are going to continue to monitor this rain tail through the day on Monday, because we're still seeing this build up, and that can still run into an issue for other areas that may not be dealing with flooding just yet. We still have to worry about the rain flooding on top of any surge issues. This is going to be a while that we're dealing with this system here, again, through daybreak, that we're going to be on the watch. There's the big picture. Here's the moisture tail that we're talking about. Again, pulling across more of the eastern part of this area. That's what we're going to be watching for. And the gusty, breezy winds still around. We've got those winds right now pulling out of the south as we continue on through the day today. Gusts look like they've updated. You know, we were saying that it didn't look like the airport was showing up a current gust. We got 59 at the airport, 71 at reserve. Those are the gusts. That 71 is probably from a little while ago. We shall see how that comes together here. And 100% chance in Hammond that you're still going to be dealing with hurricane winds over the next couple of hours here. Gusts still across the region tonight. And I'm hearing my alarms go off again. I think that's probably an extension of our flood warnings here as you look at our rainfall potential through the next several hours, and that band continues. But over here, it appears to be surge flooding. That could be the issue that we're going to have to pay attention to here. Our flood risk sticks around through the night tonight into the day on Monday. And as we continue on even into Tuesday, we could still see some of that flooding from the tail. So it's going to be a lot to continue to keep up with, and it looks like we have lost our generator. I'm not sure if we're still on the air. I'm going to keep talking. So I think we're still broadcasting here. This is where Hurricane Ida is right now, Category 2 storm. All of us working together tonight to deal with a very dangerous situation here. Lee, we've got a little bit more information now.
We're waiting Jacqueline Hotard in St. John Parish. Obviously, something happened here. The lights are out. If they took a studio shot, you'd see a dark shot of it. And actually, you can take it if you want. Take it for a second. We can show you what it's like in here. It's okay. That is us. I'm sure many of you are experiencing this right now at home. We do have a generator here, so the generator is powering enough, but obviously we have some light issues in here, and we took some kind of hit, but we're going to get that fixed. We do have a generator, so we'll get that fixed. But again, that might have knocked out the phone call with Jacqueline Hotard, the St. John Parish president. So hopefully we'll get that connected, and the phone lines are working, and we can get that important information to all of you any minute.
Okay, because yeah, Jacqueline Hotard was meeting with Sheriff Mike Trigg just to kind of go over all of the calls for help that are coming into the parish, which we expected would happen once that surge started coming in from Lake Pontchartrain into the St. John Parish area.
Yeah, if anyone up in the control room can kind of just let us know, or okay, so yeah, they're attempting to kind of get everything back together, and we'll get that. But we can bring in the weather team again and talk through this. Because look, we talked about the situation in St. John Parish, but the North Shore too, and let's continue to talk about that, whether it's Bogalusa, Slidell.
Yeah, we can talk about Slidell a little bit. I'm getting some videos in, and I just talked to my husband, and they said the water is starting to come up. The Eden Isles area, we just got some video in a few minutes ago. Hopefully we can show that shortly, but they said the water is over the docks and it's rising fast.
Well, and the issue is, as the storm moves north, we're starting to get that push of water, but also, the problem is too rainwater. I mean, we're getting over Slidell. You say, well, little break, but look what's happening again. So heavy rainfall, and then as we look around 11:05, it starts moving in, and right now we're live at 11:13. You see the timestamp on the top right, and those storms are now kind of lining back up to Slidell. So, the training effect, we talk about that, and with storms, landfalling storms, those are certainly some of the issues that we have to deal with. And even over to Bay St. Louis, I mean, there's another big line that's training. And as that line trains, we have just a lot of problems with just flooding. So as we move a little bit farther off to the west, we want to talk about Mandeville and Madisonville, Covington, Folsom, Bush, all over to Independence and Tickfaw. First of all, in St. Tammany Parish right now, heavy rainfall and still some gusty squalls coming in around Folsom and Covington and Bush and Mandeville and Madisonville. So with the center just to the west of Springfield now, moving into Livingston Parish, what we're seeing is on that eastern side, we're continuing to watch a lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of squalls that continue to move in. So the storm is still moving right now at about 9 miles per hour. Still north-northwest, and the latest 11 o'clock advisory is 100-mile-per-hour winds. So still a Category 2 storm, but, more than likely next advisory, it's going to be back down to a 1, which winds would be basically at about 95 miles per hour. So as we move through over the next several hours, it looks like the North Shore is going to continue to see all that rainfall, a lot of gusty winds, and, once again, some of the reports that we have coming in out of the Tickfaw area, we had actually flash flood emergencies. And a flash flood warning we've heard is, of course, flash flood warning where warning's taking place and it's imminent, it's happening. But when you put emergency on the back end of it, that is a more dire situation where we see people who are actually stuck, people need to get out, people need, basically help from law enforcement. And at this point, law enforcement just cannot get out and risk their lives. And if you have flooding, they just can't get to you. So that's the main issue. And, our hearts go out to you. And I know it's a dangerous situation, but, that right now is the way it is. And we've been getting a lot of reports still coming in as we move farther south over to the Laplace area. Now, the good news with Laplace is that as the storm is lifting north, the rainfall there is really dying down. In fact, right now there's only some light rain with, probably wind gust up to 30 to 40. And as the storm continues northward, we're going to start getting a push more of kind of a south and southwesterly flow. And that's going to start pushing the water back into Lake Pontchartrain and away from that southwestern corridor. So that is good news. I think the generator just went off. And I don't know if we're on the air, but we're going to continue on as our generator is off. And looks like we're still on the 4-box here, so we're going to continue until further notice. Just like you all at home, if you're watching us online, we're having hits and we have our issues too. So we're all in this thing together. So if you are around Laplace, that rain is diminishing and the winds will begin to shift out of the southwest, if not already. And it looks like the generator is coming back up, which is good news. And then we see a lot of that water hopefully being pushed from the southwest back into Lake Pontchartrain, and we can slowly but surely get some of that water down. So it's going to be, a long night for many people. Going to be a long night for us here at Fox 8. And, we're here, we're committed to you, and we appreciate you watching, and we try and do our best to bring you all the information as accurate as we can. And this is where we are. Unfortunately, a Category 4 storm moving into southeast Louisiana, expecting it to move a bit farther west toward Baton Rouge. Well, the storm had a mind of its own, decided to kind of wobble and kind of shift a little bit more actually toward the city, then move north. And we talked about splitting hairs, that any movement east, 20, 30, 40, 50 miles, that could bring it in to the city. And indeed, that did happen, Lee.
Bruce, if we can get my mic on.
There we go. So, Bruce, it is a 2 now. Can we take that for a second?
Yeah, take max 1, please. If you guys can take max 1. So the winds were at 100, 95 is a 1. So we're getting close, but, still, a Category 2 right over basically northwestern Lake Maurepas into, on the eastern side, Hammond and Ponchatoula. I mean, that's a dangerous situation. I mean, it's just, it's one of those things that the storm, albeit it's weakened a bit from that 4 to a 2, it's a major problem. So I believe we have Sean Fazan. Let's see, Sean, are you there?
Hi there, guys. This is Sean Fazan here down in Lafourche Parish, where it has been a very, very eventful day here in Lafourche Parish, where things started early and it just never seemed to let up pretty much all day long. We're here at the Emergency Operations Center in Raceland. I'm joined now by Lafourche Parish President Archie Chasson. And Archie, it's been a long one today, a long one. As you stand right here, right now, can you just kind of give us an update on what's happening in your parish?
Yeah, we started feeling the force of the winds at 8 a.m., Sean, and we're still feeling it some 16 hours later, right? The southern end of our parish really took the brunt of this. We have a lot of moderate roof damage. Our hospitals, both down the bayou and here in Central Lafourche, took some damage as well. So we're going to work in the morning and get those patients who are still there evacuated out. We're working right now to try to figure out where the water is because it got dark on us. Yeah. And the wind is still blowing, so trying to get places is still very difficult. We know we have a lot of power lines down. We know we have a lot of trees down. The one best thing I can say right now is if you're out of town, or even if you're here and you can see this, stay put. Don't try to come home. Don't try to get up in the morning because you're going to see some sunlight and try to figure out how to get back around. Let us clear the roads first. Let us figure out where these power lines are, and when we give you the all clear, we'll start to phase everybody back in.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, there's still obviously a lot of work to do, but there's a bit of a discovery phase, right? Once the light comes back, the sunlight comes back, and you guys are able to kind of assess the totality of the damage here.
Yeah, and that's going to be key in the morning is getting up in the air and on the ground with the sheriff's office, our partners at the Air National Guard, Coast Guard, all the people who you've seen in that emergency operations center bouncing around all day, is to get up and really see how bad things are. And then that is going to trigger a lot of things. That is going to trigger FEMA coming in with individual assistance. Hopefully that will trigger, if you're in hotels, how to get you back. That'll phase in our tier reentry, that sort of thing. So when daylight comes up, it's really going to tell the tale.
And most of your people, well, you said about half and half stayed versus evacuated. For the ones that stayed, what's sort of your message to them right now?
Be careful when you get up in the morning. You don't know where those power lines are still energized. Don't start touching stuff. If you can do some initial cleanup, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are going to wake up and not have a place to go. We are currently working on that, trying to figure out how to get you from wherever you are, especially in South Lafourche or even Central Lafourche, how to get you up north to Thibodaux. To the evacuation shelter there. We are going to wake up to a boil water advisory. We have a main line break somewhere in our water system. So everybody from basically Highway 90 south does not have water right now. The plant was shut in to maintain the remaining water we had in the plant. So once we can identify where that leak is in the morning and try to fix it or isolate it, we'll begin to pressurize that plant. So if you have water, I hope you bought water before this thing started. Try to conserve it. It's going to be hot as you try to do some initial cleanup. But remember, we might not have potable water here for a little bit.
And obviously, a storm just passed, and we're still kind of feeling it a little bit right now. But from a morale standpoint, your staff, I mean, it's a big task you got ahead of you. What's sort of the morale right now?
Yeah, look, I'm not going to lie to you. We're all starting to get tired.
Yeah.
But I can tell you, we're as I said today, we're full of piss and vinegar to put the place back together, right? It's going to be a hard few days. It's going to be hard to get up in the air and see what our parish looks like, especially for me. But we're going to do it. We are a resilient community. I have a whole lot of faith in God that He's going to put the pieces back together for us and make it happen.
It's happened before. It can happen again.
No doubt.
All right. Best of luck to you.
Thanks, Sean.
All right. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks so much. We want to pass this along. We just got this information in from Plaquemines Parish. There has been a breach, a failure in the levee near Highway 23 in Alliance. The floodwaters are leaking, are heading northbound on Highway 23 from Alliance. They are telling people in Plaquemines Parish, in that lower part of Plaquemines Parish, to evacuate immediately. We are just getting this message. This went out as an alert from the Plaquemines Parish Emergency Notification System. It happened just moments ago. So the people in Plaquemines Parish have just been notified of a breach in the levee, a failure near Highway 23 in Alliance with the floodwaters heading northbound on Highway 23.
We take a look at the radar, and Nikandra, if you want to join us while we continue to monitor the situation, because, look, for folks on the North Shore and in other parts of the area, still the situation is still concerning as well. Bruce is back in here too, so we can kind of go through it. Do y'all want to kind of go through some of the areas where you're looking at and what concerns you right now?
Well, I think at this point, if you had a lot of wash against some of those levees and they're starting to wash out just due to, a lot of wind and a lot of wave action, right now down lower Plaquemines Parish, we're seeing rainfall coming in right now. And you can see Port Sulphur, I'll come into Buras, down to Venice. But, these are passing showers coming by. I mean, some of these wind gusts within these little, bands are probably in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range, which they got a lot more than that earlier when the storm was closer and farther south. So, I think we're going to have to wait until we get more information from that area to see exactly what is going on in terms of why. Because the storm, if you look at Buras, and you look at where the storm is now, it is a long way away in terms of the actual energy that it had to create a lot of wind and a lot of those, surges that we saw. So, at this point, I think it's preliminary, and I don't even want to guess on what is going on or why it happened. But in that area, I can tell you right now, conditions are. We do have squalls moving in. You know, some of these winds are probably gusting to 40 to 50, maybe up to 55. But, you know, they had it a lot worse earlier. So what changed and why it happened now when, again, I back out and you look at the storm, look how far away it is from central and lower Plaquemines. You know, Lee and Kim, I can't speculate on it, but I can tell you what's happening now, and that's exactly what's happening now.
And we just want to clarify that this is not the river levee. This is the back levee.
The back levee.
In Plaquemines Parish, in Alliance. And we are hoping to get some more information. Our reporter, Caitlin Rust, is in Plaquemines Parish. We understand she is with the sheriff. And so as soon as we can get in touch with her, we will try to get that information, a little bit more of that information on the air for you.
Bruce, what about, why don't you go up to the North Shore a little bit and show us
Okay, I'm looking real quick, though.
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
I'm looking with the Condor right now, not the river levee, but here's Alliance right now in Phoenix. And, you know, I'm going to come in pretty darn close to kind of show you here. You know, actually right now there's no rain over Alliance at this point. So, you know, some of those back areas, you know,
well,
chime in, Condor.
The surge flooding, now that we have that southerly wind, you know, could obviously, you know, be why that levee would have been breached. And now, you know, the wind's now coming from a different direction.
Right. But, you know, again, even though, you know, we're getting winds and changing winds, I just can't see that they would be that strong that far south to breach the levee. And again, again, we're speculating here, but I mean, this thing is almost basically up to Independence, which is, you know, we're talking up the I-12 corridor now. So
yeah, they've been getting battered all day.
Yeah.
You know.
So right, you know, my point was that they have been getting battered all day. So you know, maybe the levee got to its breaking point where it just can't take anymore. You know, still some winds and whipping waves and water against it, and it held during the height of it. But it may have been weakened to the point where there's just a breaking point, and that may have been what happened with this situation. So. You know, Lee and Kim, like I said, I just really can't speculate. But, you know, right now near Alliance, you know, there's really not much rain either. So we're just going to have to get more information from, you know, officials down there to see exactly what happened.
And again, we have Caitlin Rust down in Plaquemines, so hopefully she will be able to gather some more information. Bruce, as y'all regroup, we can, Rob Krieger has been making his way back. Actually, we do not have Rob Krieger. So we will wait and get back to that in a few minutes. But again, just kind of regrouping right here, you know, the situation is quite frankly not good. I mean, there are a number of parishes with some significant issues and problems in our area. We have the transmission tower that is down. We don't know what that means. You know, the potential for how long people in the East Bank of Jefferson and Orleans will be without power. We'll just have to wait and see as Entergy monitors the situation. We try to get an interview with them. There is no one available, and they wouldn't elaborate any more on things there. But we do have Caitlin Rust now in Plaquemines Parish, who is joining us with hopefully some more information on what's going on there.
Things here in Belle Chase have calmed down significantly. We don't have those sustained winds anymore. We have a few rogue gusts blowing through here and there, but nothing super strong like we were seeing earlier. Of course, the rain hasn't stopped. It's been raining all day, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. It's not very rough right now, but it is still coming down. We spoke with the sheriff earlier, who said they actually were able to get out and assess a little bit. They were performing some rescues, some people trying to escape some high waters in areas of the parish. But for the most part, a lot of the roads seemed pretty clear. He was really concerned, though, about how fast the ditches on the sides of the roads were filling up with rainwater. Right now, we don't have those really strong winds pushing all that water off the road, so we don't really know what that looks like. And it's pitch black, as you see, because the parish, I mean, widespread power outages all over the Fox 8 viewing area, but in Plaquemines Parish, they're dealing with it as well here in Belle Chase. You really can't see much out on the road, so if you have stayed behind, you're in Plaquemines, you're in Belle Chase, and you think maybe things have calmed down, I still would not recommend going outside because it's dark. You can't see if there are power lines down on the road. You can't see if the road is flooded, and you don't want to be caught off guard in that situation. But again, things have calmed down. So maybe tonight won't be as bad as we've been seeing all day, because it was relentless. It did not stop. Some of the officials here in the building have been able to break away and go home. Some of the emergency operators and some of the sheriff's office, some of the deputies, they've been able to kind of change shifts and change the guard, so to speak. Earlier, they didn't know if they were going to be able to do so, because they didn't know if they were going to be able to get home and have the nighttime crew come in. But it seems like some people are able to break away and go home and get some much needed rest, because it was a long day for everyone, and we're still not in the clear. There's still a long road to go ahead of us. I'm going to check back in with you guys in a little bit, but for now, reporting from Belle Chase, Caitlin Rust, Fox 8, Local First.
All right. Obviously, that report was filed before we found out about the levee breach in Plaquemines Parish tonight, which we are still waiting for some more information on that.
This is Rob Krieger, who was down in Homa driving back, quite frankly, partially to gas up at the station. He is driving on the interstate, and you can kind of take a look at the conditions there. Dark on both sides, entire East Bank without power. He is on I-10 going east. It looks like, is he approaching the 610 split? Or getting closer? Okay. All right, well, I'm not exactly sure where he is on there, but we'll check back with him. But again, this is a look at the radar. Bruce, you want to widen that out a little bit so we can...
Well, you know, this is Alliance, and again, you know, with that back levee breaching, you know, you look real time at weather, and I just don't see an issue. But, you know, that levee may have just been beaten up over time with so much wind and surge that at some point it just gives away. And, you know, we'll get more information on that as we move on through. Let's get over to Slidell on Viper, and, you know, you can see still we're getting that training effect, just a lot of rain coming in over Slidell. And, you know, that rain is going to continue, and within these bands, those squalls, tropical squalls, can bring up 50, 60 mile per hour gusts, and, you know, can bring down trees and, you know, cause issues, power outages. You know, I mean, everything that we've been seeing on the South Shore, not quite as bad as wind over in Slidell, but, you know, still a lot of wind, a lot of rain, tornado possibilities. And, you know, we've lost the eye on this storm a while back. And right now it's over Springville, which is right around areas of, you know, Denham Springs, or west of Ponchatoula. And as it continues to move north on that eastern side, Independence, Tickfaw, Natalbany, and Hammond over to Ponchatoula, down to Manchac. Manchac, you're just slowly getting out of it, but we've been seeing these rains continue, and we've had those reports of flash flood emergencies where we've had reports of people actually stranded in areas of Tickfaw and Natalbany. And, you know, our hearts go out to them. We hope they're doing well. It's just a very dangerous situation for EMS and, you know, any firefighters or police to get out. You know, it's just one of those things that, you know, it's just one of those things. And I just really don't have much more to say. I mean, our hearts go out to those people, and hopefully they'll be fine. So Beatico, Madisonville, and Mandeville still seeing quite a bit of rainfall, moderate to heavy rain continuing those areas. And once again, we are seeing, I'm sure, many gusts up to 50 to 70 to 80 miles per hour. I'm sure tomorrow we're going to see numerous downed trees, and we're going to see numerous reports of either homes being hit by trees, if not destroyed by trees. And, you know, that's reminiscent of past storms. You know, the North Shore has a lot of trees, and when you get all this rain, and look how much rain's falling, the ground, it gets weak, and when you're putting all that pressure on the top heavy of those trees and those limbs, those trees teeter-totter, and to the point where they just can't hold the ground anymore, and they fall. So that's going to be, you know, quite an issue as well. So as we back out, we are much better off down to Morgan City, cut off in Lafitte, much better off down there. And we're still seeing down to Lafitte and Port Sulphur some light to moderate rainfall. And Gulfport, you're in it too. I mean, the training effect, here comes that line of very heavy rain that continues to move in and just bring tons of rainfall to that area. And Wiggins, you're pretty much out of it. That's getting kind of out of the viewing area on the extreme eastern side. But as we can see, Independence, Roseland, Amite, you've got a ways to go. In fact, this is going to be the worst of it that you're going to see. So if you thought it was bad over the last, say, 3 to 5 hours, as this center moves north, even though it's not an eye anymore, it's got the strongest winds around that center, and the winds are still at 100 miles per hour. So as we continue to see it move north, it is a minimal Category 2. Chances are when we get the midnight update, which will be in about 25 minutes, chances are it'll be down to a 1. We can certainly see on radar it is weakening, although it still has quite a bit of moisture with it, and I'm sure it does have a lot of squalls and still some wind gusts that are bringing down those power lines and those trees as well. So, there's a lot of unanswered questions, Lee and Kim. Entergy, what does that mean for the future for the next week, 2, 3? We don't know. And we're going to wake up in the morning to kind of a different area, a different city. We're going to have to see truly how much damage there is to buildings, infrastructure. Right now here at Fox 8, we have portalets. We can't even use the restroom. I mean, hey, you guys are going through it too at home. We're doing the same thing. So we're all in this thing together. And tomorrow morning when we wake up and our news crews safely can get out and bring you the reports, and, we're all anxious to see how the city fared. I think we're going to wake up to a very different morning than we woke up to early this morning. And there's just a lot.
I just so I can we can be transparent with everyone. We took some type of power hit with our generator here. So our lights are out. We're basically on backup, the backup to the backup of the system here. So the studio's dark. The lights, there's a couple of backup lights on, but it's basically dark in here. So that's why you're not seeing us.
Right.
And things like that. We're still able to broadcast, and we're still, trying to bring you all the information, and we're getting stuff in. But I think, who do we have on the phone right now? Okay, so this is Caitlin Rust, and we're going to do this the old-fashioned way, literally holding up the phone to the microphone. So Caitlin is in Plaquemines. What's the latest information you have, Caitlin?
Yes, so we are on Highway 23, north of Alliance, the Alliance refinery, where they had sandbags set up as a levee, because this area does tend to flood during hurricanes and major storms. So they had this levee set up, but in 30 minutes, I'm not too sure when this started happening, but someone here on the scene told me that this developed in just 30 minutes. The levee breached and the water is coming up fast, and there is such strong winds pushing that water. So we were kind of close to the levee. We watched, there were some residents that had stayed behind and that were going to ride this out, but the sheriff's office had to rescue them because the water was coming up so fast around their house. They just grabbed what they could and got out of there. So they're on their way now to, I'm not too sure, some sort of shelter, but they all piled in a pickup truck. It might have been actually a civilian that took them with him. So we're just trying to figure out right now. We had to drive a little bit further up Highway 23 because the water is coming up that fast. We weren't even on the scene for more than 15 minutes before the sheriff told us that we had to move up and we had to get going. So that's the latest on this situation right now. I know they're going door to door because there are a few residents that are left here behind, but the water, again, is coming up incredibly fast. It is incredibly dangerous right now.
Any idea how many people stayed?
And that's Kim asking if you have any idea how many people stayed.
Yes. No idea right now. I don't even know if the sheriff's office has an idea right now. The last I heard, they were just saying, oh my gosh, I think we have to go door to door.
Do you just describe what you saw again with the water and what it looked like down there?
For sure. The wind, it was very strong. It was what we were seeing earlier today. It was actually kind of crazy because we were at the EOC notification that this was happening, and we came down here and it was very calm. It was just drizzling. It's still no rain, but the winds are picking up back to what they were earlier in the day, those really strong hurricane type winds, and it's pushing this water. This water is just rippling and moving quickly up Highway 23.
All right, Kate, anything else that you want to tell us about the situation down there, Caitlin?
This is quickly developing, so I'm still trying to figure out the situation. So that's all I have for you guys right now.
All right. Well, why don't you give us a call? Because obviously, that's a serious situation for a lot of people down there. So why don't you give us a call back when you get some more details, okay?
Of course.
All right. That's Caitlin Rust in Plaquemines Parish talking about a serious situation there with a levee breach.
That she has actually witnessed. She
Yeah,
was there
witnessed.
watching it and had to get out of the way before the water started coming up. And the Becknell family, which everyone knows from down in Plaquemines Parish, they are the ones who alerted us that this was happening after the Plaquemines Parish government sent out this emergency alert to all of Plaquemines Parish, and they're not there. They evacuated. They're not at home, but some people did stay, and those are the people that they're going to have to figure out who do they have to get to, and how quickly can they get to them before this water goes any higher.
See, I mean, we're as you think about it, Kim, taking a step back. I mean, the situation in Plaquemines, the situation in Laplace, Orleans, every area seems to have its own issue that is serious, significant, and an issue that's going to stick with us for a while. Bro, let's bring Bruce back in.
We're hearing Caitlin say that there really wasn't any rain, and the wind. She's saying hurricane force winds, but we know that that's not really
right. It doesn't. I mean, with a storm like this, you're going to get still some gust as it unwinds, and they could be seeing 40 to 50. But at this point, I just can't say. We're on the air with Viper as well. I just can't say that we're seeing hurricane force winds down there. Really, you're going to get some winds with, some of these maybe squalls in and around. But, at Alliance, there was really just, really no rain. So, Lee, I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, there are just a lot of moving parts now. I mean, we have the Entergy issue. We've got the Laplace issue. We've got the Tickfaw issue. And now we've got the Alliance issue. And, when you have these tragedies and these storms that happen, it affects everybody. And, there are just a lot of moving parts to this. And, you can't get out and fix these things. You can't get out and take care of these things like you would like to. But the problem is, North Shore, South Shore, there are just a lot of moving parts. And, it's something that we're just going to have to watch, and we're going to have to, daybreak. Again, I think we're going to wake up to a very different morning than we woke up to this morning, Lee.
We're going to try to get another reporter on the phone right now. Widen out that Viper for us, just so we can see a wider view of the area. So, because look, this storm is hitting the North Shore really hard right now. So I want to be able to give people an idea of the rain they're getting right there, and even the Mississippi Gulf Coast too looks to be getting a big hit from it as well, Bruce.
It is. The winds are still at 100. So east of that area, coming into Covington and, Hammond and Ponchatoula, in those areas, they're getting some big squalls now. They're getting some really big rain events and squalls. And, my scare is, Lee, is that the tree damage on the North Shore is going to be incredible. With all the rain and the loosened ground and with the swirling winds, I just think we're going to have a major issue. So, we're going to watch out for that, Lee and Kim.
We'll get back to you in a second, Bruce, but Kim.
Okay, we've got Rob Krieger on the phone with us right now. Rob, where are you? We had seen you a little bit earlier on the interstate, and now just describe to us what you're seeing.
And this is his video,
okay,
right?
So
this
we're
is his
actually
shot.
driving right past the Galleria right now. We're coming up onto I-10 off of Causeway northbound. We had to divert off the interstate because there was a large power line directly across the interstate going eastbound on I-10 right before you get to Causeway. So there wasn't a way to get off right there. So they're going to have to shut that down for some time, impassable going that way. As you can see here, we're heading toward New Orleans and Bonneville right now. This is the on-ramp as you get onto I-10. Saw some flooding on the service road as we were heading on the southbound service road, or the south portion of the interstate, the service road there through Metairie. Outside of that, really not flooding that impacted any homes, at least from what we could see, but just a lot of power lines down, making it impassable. Luckily, my photographer, Steve, has been we're driving slowly, taking our time. I mean, we've been driving probably for about, going on 2-3 hours now, coming back from Homa, just methodically making our way through to make sure we're safe. And then also, kind of stopping here and there just to see what's happening. But it has been it's been an interesting trip, and it's
All right, folks, stand by with us just for a moment. WVUE out of New Orleans losing their signal. They've been having power issues throughout the night. We will try to get back to them just as soon as we can. In the meantime, we're going to switch over to WAFB, our station out of Baton Rouge. So stand by. Again, you see their Skycam on the state capitol there. All right, here is WAFB.
Of a potential eye wall. One thing to note here, it is with Futurecast painting in some heavier rainfall than what we are seeing currently on the west side of the system. So we'll keep an eye on that trend, whether we see that or not. But you'll notice with the wraparound flow, it tries to produce some rains west of Baton Rouge as we go into the overnight hours. But those heavier embedded bands are expected to stay in coastal Mississippi for at least the evening and overnight. So here we are a little after midnight, 12:30. Things are beginning to settle down for you folks in southern Livingston Parish and also southern Tangipahoa Parish as that core, the inner core, starts to work its way up towards the north. It's going to start affecting areas in St. Helena, northern Tangipahoa Parish as we head towards 1:30 in the morning, and then we start to see some intensity moving across the state line for you folks in Amite, Pike, Walthall County. Things are going to start to deteriorate as we head towards 1-2 o'clock in the morning. That center of circulation continuing to lift north, right there located near St. Helena Parish, moving off to the just east of East Feliciana Parish. And then as we go towards 3:30, you can see that heavier downpour, strongest of the winds expected to be moving across the state line right around the I-55 corridor near Kentwood up towards Osika, and then that'll be lifting towards the north towards Macomb and Summit, and then you can see riding along the extreme eastern edge of Amite County as we head towards daybreak, but just prior to that. Again, as I mentioned, you see that wraparound moisture indicated here by our model, suggesting that we still could see some rains and some pockets of heavy rainfall here within the metro area as we head into the morning start on Monday. So let's not completely discount the fact that we still couldn't see some periods of heavy rainfall through the day on Monday, particularly in the morning hours as the system is still nearby. But as it continues to lift towards the north, it should start to allow for a lot of this action to begin to weaken, but we could still see some feeder bands setting up. Right now, the model indicates those feeder bands are going to be setting up right along our coast into coastal Mississippi, and things may settle down for us as we head into Monday afternoon, but we'll keep our fingers crossed for that. But you take a look at the rainfall estimate according to our model that we just showed you, and you can still see some expansive colors of here, red and purple. So we're talking on the order 5, 6, 7, even 8 inches of rain, particularly for the northeast corner of our viewing area for Tangipahoa, Washington parishes up into Pike, Walthall counties. And this is additional rainfall on top of what you've already seen for Metro Baton Rouge areas to the west. Not so bad. But you notice this outline of green stretching from Amite County into East Feliciana, St. Helena, down towards Tangipahoa Parish of 1-2+ inches of rain additional on top of what you've already seen. And as we showed you with those estimates, we're talking estimates upwards of 10 to 15 inches of rain. So we're going to still add some of those rain totals to you. Here's a look at the wind forecast for Hammond. So we're looking at where we're really thinking the eye wall is going to be essentially located over the next hour or two. And you can see the estimated wind gusts, according to our model, suggests still upper 60s, mid 60 mile per hour range, finally beginning to ease off hour by hour as we head towards daybreak. Still tropical storm force, but certainly less than close to hurricane status. So those winds continue to drop off as we head through the morning hours and head towards the afternoon. So that's the hope and that's the promise that we are expecting as the storm lifts towards the north. Now let's talk about the area rivers. As those rains continue to lift towards the north, it is going to be falling in some of our catch basins. But the good news is it looks like the western side of our catch basin, which would be the Comite and the Amite River, we may have manageable rainfall amounts where we're not going to be talking about an excessive amount of water. But the forecast still doesn't reflect that because they're still using some of the old models in terms of the rainfall estimates that showed the center moving right along Baton Rouge and dumping some of those heavier rains into the catch basin. So these numbers are too high. That's what we are telling you right now. You can see that even the Comeet River at Jor is falling at this time. It's not even climbing. So take these numbers and just say, yeah, we're probably not going to reach those. We still think that they will see a climb at some point during the day tomorrow and into Tuesday, but it's highly unlikely, especially the upper reaches, that we're going to see much in the way of river flooding along the Amite and Comeet basins. Now down towards the lower end of the river, that's a different story. We're already seeing above flood stage for the Amite River at French Settlement as well as Maurepas, which isn't listed. We can still see a climb here because of some of that surge coming in off of Lake Maurepas, not allowing some of that water to exit into the tidal lakes. Now for the Tickfall River, that's going to be borderline because that Tickfall River falling right where we are seeing some of the heavier rainfall in Livingston Parish and St. Helena Parish. So you can see that we still have some flooding expected across portions of the Tickfall River. It's not extensive. It's not extreme flooding, but certainly we could see some minor to moderate flooding in spots, and especially down towards Killian, where we're estimating, as Jay Grimes mentioned, potentially it to get to 6 feet there. It's not guaranteed, but it is certainly possible, and you can see we could be dealing with these rains and these spikes into Tuesday and Thursday. So we have time that we're going to be watching the river continuing to climb. It's the same story for the Tangipahoa River that runs through Tangipahoa Parish. You can see for Kentwood, Amite, and Robert that we are expecting these crests to occur several feet above flood stage in some spots, and that would continue Tuesday into Wednesday. Right now, though, we have no levels above flood stage, although the Tangipahoa River at Robert is starting to climb and climbing pretty steadily thanks to all the rainfall that we did see falling in the southern part of the parish. Here's a look at our extended outlook, and we start you off with tomorrow. It's still Sunday, right? Yeah, I think for another 10 minutes or so. So for Monday, we're looking at, notice these rain chances upwards of 60%. So we're still going to be tracking some rain, especially during the first half of the day on Monday. Notice by the time we head towards Tuesday and Wednesday, a decrease in rain chances. But for those of you that have been impacted by power outages and you're watching us through our remote streams, you can see that we're going to still be dealing with mid and upper 80s in terms of temperatures. So without the AC in your home, be sure to stay hydrated. Try and find some cool spots to help cool down if you're going to be doing some cleanup efforts as we move through the week ahead, because we are going to have that heat and we are going to have that humidity in place even after the storm moves through. It looks like we're headed towards a dry weekend, and that will be good news for a lot of folks, as maybe they'll get a chance to breathe and relax after what we've been dealing with over the first part of this week. And then as we go into the following week, we're back into a more typical summertime pattern with showers and thunderstorms beginning to pop up with those summertime feels in terms of temperatures and humidity. Greg, Liz?
Jeff Morrow, thank you for that. We appreciate it. Very good look at all that we can. I like the way he broke it down for us and kind of showed you what to expect in that future radar. Thank you, Jeff. All right, our Kelly Sanchez is in Ascension Parish, where unfortunately we had one person die tonight in this storm. Kelly, what can you tell us?
Hey, Greg, that's right. The thing we know right now is that the man died in his home when a tree fell on that home, and deputies were able to get to him and declare that he was dead, but they're not saying who it was right now at this time out of respect for the family and letting them know. But they haven't also been able to take the man's body anywhere else because the conditions are still very dangerous for first responders. As you can see out here, it is pretty much completely dark except for a few street lights, and the building across the street from us, the governmental center, appears to have power as well. But even though the rain has calmed down a little bit here in Gonzales, we're at the old courthouse right now, it's still very windy outside. You can hear it, we can still feel it. We had trouble opening the doors earlier. It was just that strong out here. But we're going to keep on monitoring these conditions out here. Again, people are taking the warnings from emergency officials very seriously, and they're taking that curfew here in Ascension Parish seriously. There haven't been any people out on the road except for first responders who are strategically placed around the parish to respond to any emergency that people have. But again, people are staying off of the roads. avoiding getting out in the dark right now. And that curfew for Ascension Parish, by the way, goes until morning. But I was speaking to the sheriff earlier, and he says that he's really highly encouraging that people not go out and survey the damage because there could still be some trees down and some power lines down tomorrow that they haven't gotten to yet. So for your safety, even tomorrow morning, just stay home if you can. And we're going to keep on monitoring the conditions out here and get back to you whenever we have some more information. So I'm going to send it back to you guys for now.
All right, Kelly Sanchez, thank you for that. A look at Ascension Parish, and you can see the weather conditions there around here. Things are looking a lot better.
However, take a look at this.
Man.
This was earlier today in the New Orleans area. This is video from inside Ochsner Hospital, and those are pieces of the rooftop flying off in the wind. This is the Ochsner Medical Center in Jefferson Parish. As we heard earlier from Ochsner held a media briefing not too long ago, and our friends over at The Advocate, Andrea Gallo, kind of sharing a play-by-play of that phone call. Ochsner CEO told her that they have not had any major issues, but you can see this, and this is definitely an issue. I said one of the things they have been dealing with are leaking roofs that are leaking, some areas that they've had to switch to generator power, and even some facilities that are using well water now. So that is an incredibly challenging situation, and I got to imagine for the nurses and doctors and staff inside hospitals right now that, especially in these areas, that has just got to be exhausting because you're dealing with the pandemic first, so we know that our hospitals are overwhelmed right now with COVID patients. And then on top of that, now you're looking at your facility and dealing with not the ideal situation with your facility, parts of it literally flying off.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we expect you to go there. We ask you to save lives, and then the conditions that you're working in with a storm barreling down and you're losing power, it just makes it very, very difficult. Nothing anybody can do about that, but man, you just got to think and just bless our nurses and doctors and all the support staff that work in these hospitals, just that much more of what they're having to deal with. So according to the CEO, no major issues. I mean, obviously that looks major, but perhaps it didn't affect a part of the hospital that had patients in it or whatever it may be, but they have moved a lot of the patients around. We saw a lot of roofs on a lot of medical facilities and hospitals take a hit in this storm. It was almost like the one thing that did not need messing with got messed with a lot by Hurricane Ida.
Absolutely. Let's give you a closer look, closer to home. We have some wind damage. This is from the Sanama area in Ascension, and take a look at that. That is a huge tree knocked over. I mean, just take a look at that root system. You can see it over the fence line. So that was an old tree at a big one, and there is one snapped in half. You know, and usually you see something like that, that's associated with very, very strong gusts of winds, those kind of straight line winds that might kind of, you hear about and you might disregard them, but that's the kind of thing that they can produce. A tree snapped in half, so not just knocked over, but there was enough force there to break that tree.
You hear that loud snapping, it's very loud, and then kind of brace for the impact. So this is, I believe, French settlement. You can see part of the ground pulled up. We were looking at some images earlier. It's almost like it pulls up the grass. It almost looks like carpet once it comes up. This is sent in to us by one of our viewers in French settlement. Obviously, it took out what looks to be a shed of some sort. I don't think that's a house there, but you have to think though that when this was happening, you know, the storm was blowing through. These people were unsure of what was going to be. All right, we'll go to our next one here. It's a great shot of the American flag right there. Kind of puts this into perspective. This is Walker.
Yeah, and looks like that flag is leaning on some power. It could be a little optical illusion there, but you can see kind of a power line in the middle of that. So either the branch has pulled some power lines down and things are leaning, but obviously things are not where they should be. So that's probably we're going to be seeing a lot of images like this. And by the way, these images are coming from you, our viewers. These are coming in from our 9 Reports page. So we thank you for sharing those with us. But a look here in Walker. So obviously some issues there. And then here's another one, a tree on a trampoline. It looks like looks like this family did something smart. They flipped the trampoline over and put something on top of it. At least I hope that's how that started out, because we've seen the trampolines fly off. They suddenly become very gigantic, very destructive frisbees in high wind conditions. So looks like they were prepared for that, but big tree right there in the background falling over. So
you're absolutely right. That's exactly what happened. They flipped over the trampoline, put the playground thing on top of that, and then of course they didn't plan for that tree. But wow, that's
doing what you can. Well, here is a look at Highway 30 in Gonzales, and another big tree over the roadway. So, you know, if the trees are down, this is what we hope to see, that they're just out. You know, we'd rather them be over a roadway than on top of a house. We've obviously had reports of trees on houses, including one deadly incident. But here's another example of just a massive tree falling over in these weather conditions.
And that's what first responders, as soon as it gets daylight or as soon as they're able to get out now and you know, they have to go do some rescues, and not just in our area. They've also got, you know, different places in Lafitte and different areas that they're trying to get to. We were talking about how the mayor there said he had about 200 people that needed to be rescued, and you know, a first responder goes tearing out trying to get through there, and boom, there's a tree there laying on the road. All right, I guess we are going to show this Olivia Vidal story. This is from a little earlier on. She's in St. Tammany Parish. Again, this was taped a little bit earlier, but it'll kind of give you a look at what they were dealing with there.
St. Tammany Parish officials are keeping an eye on Hurricane Ida. The big thing right now is they want people to stay home and off the roads. The wind is picking up. Earlier today, we saw debris flying about and the roadways covered in twigs and branches. Several trees were down, taking power lines with them. Power is out for most of St. Tammany Parish. Many Cleco customers in the dark. The latest outage map shows more than 86,000 customers are in the dark tonight. Parish President Mike Cooper says once the storm passes, utility crews are ready to get to work and restore power.
Well, the weather is, of course, deteriorating throughout the day and into the evening. We're seeing storm surge along Lake Pontchartrain and Mandeville, Madisonville, Lacombe, and Slidell areas. Wind gusts are continuing, and our rivers are rising. We're on the northeast side of this storm, which now the eye is in the Laplace area, which puts us in a position of expecting stronger wind bands and more rain throughout the night. So I'm concerned about the extended weather that we're about to get this evening. We have a number of trees that are down that have been reported on our local roadways. Harrison Avenue between 190 and 59. Highway 36 just off of Highway 21 has a tree across it, and other local roadways as well. And even I-12 westbound has a tree blocking traffic. So hopefully people aren't out and about during this time, because trees are falling and blocking our roadways. We have over 70,000 Cleco customers that are out of power, and over 1,400 customers with Washington St. Tammany Electric. And when the power lines are down during this rainy weather, it is quite dangerous for those that, if they're out and about, to be cautious of down power lines. It is very dangerous to be out, particularly with the power out and the number of trees down and the electrical lines that are down. It is really dangerous to be out and about, and I strongly discourage our citizens for doing so. It's dangerous, and please stay at home tonight, and let's let the weather get through. Tomorrow we're going to do an assessment and see exactly what type of damage we've received and what it's going to take to clear our roadways. And what we want to do first is to allow our electrical contractors to be able to mobilize and begin restoring power. When we wake up tomorrow morning, let's refrain from getting out on the roadways until an assessment has been made, and let's let our first responders and our electrical contractors get out and do their job so that we can restore power and restore normalcy as quick as possible. Stay at home tonight. be aware of our weather, be aware of the rivers rising. If they're in your area, like the Tchefuncte River, the Bogaflaya River, the Bogachita, and the Pearl River, they will be rising due to the amount of rain we're getting. So be cautious of that and be aware and be ready to respond.
Curfew is still in effect for St. Tammany Parish. For now, we're staying here at the Emergency Operations Center in downtown Covington until the storm passes. Reporting, Olivia Vidal, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, we got this urgent update from Plaquemines Parish.
Yeah, this one we don't have a lot of clarity on, but it is an urgent evacuation from Alliance to Oakville Floodgate. Now, Alliance is almost directly east of Lafitte, so that's kind of the area that we're talking about. Evacuate the area immediately. There has been a failure near Highway 23 in Alliance. Now, that's not very clear if that was a floodgate issue or a levee failure. But it does say floodwaters are heading northbound on Highway 23 from Alliance. So that is an area that is, again, if you look at the map and where Louisiana kind of starts fading off, that is where we're talking about. And Alliance is right there on the Mississippi River, almost directly east across from Lafitte, which is already Lafitte. We're getting just some really upsetting reports coming in from Lafitte of flooding there and people trapped in that area and begging for rescuers. This is also on the west bank of the river, or rather on the east bank of the river. There's Carlisle, not far from Belle Chase. So this is all kind of similar to that area. So there has apparently been a failure in that area. Hopefully we'll get some more details soon on exactly what that failure entails, but some floodwaters rushing up in that area. As I look on the map, looks like there is a refinery there in that area, an RV park not too far, and you get a little bit further up and then you start getting into the Belle Chase area.
So these people do not have any power. They're in the dark, and all of a sudden a floodgate fails and you got water heading their way. This is just going to be a dangerous situation, and nobody can get to you. This is just going to be a nightmare just within the next few hours, and a nightmare that they're living with right now. Okay, we want to show you, we've been showing you some of these before and after pictures. This is a video that we got from our newsroom folks in New Orleans, kind of a before and after of this transmission tower that you heard Elizabeth talking about a little earlier on.
Hey, Greg and Liz, we're here in Metairie right now. We're trying to make our way back to the Fox 8 stations down off of Norman C. Francis in New Orleans here, and we are running into roadblocks kind of wherever we go. We were traveling down I-10, and as you can see here, we tried to make it through one of the service roads. We do have a kind of a high road vehicle here that we're using, a 4Runner, to get through some of these more impassable areas so we can get around these downed lines and whatnot. But we're coming from Houma, actually. We made our way up US 90 to 310, and we're actually able to drive up all the way up I-10 until about we got to Causeway as you head into New Orleans, and that's where we came across just an enormous downed power line across the highway there. So we had to divert back, get off the road and get onto the interstate here. Now, when we were in Houma, we experienced just tremendous winds that were ripping through the parking garage that we were in. I understand you all had a reporter down there as well, really giving some great shots of what was happening down there in Houma. Is certainly a scary situation for a while there. But coming up through Des Allemands, Bayou Gauche, and then into Hamville, we actually saw a ton of debris because that's where that eastern side of the wall came through. And as you're looking right now, you can see the water has covered the road here on the service road here right off of the interstate. And we are at the intersection of I-10 and Causeway right now. So I know a lot of your viewers familiar with it when you drive in to New Orleans. Obviously, Causeway, big intersection where you get off to go to Lakeside Mall. And you can see water's covering the road right here. The reports that we've gotten, obviously this is our first time coming back into Jefferson Parish and Orleans Parish today, is that flooding hasn't really been an issue. So these are low-lying areas here in Metairie that have just kind of had some ponding, if you will, on the roads here. But again, we're just making our way back and just doing what we can to get into New Orleans so that we can fuel up again, because we were just hearing about, and been getting texts about several people that are stuck in their homes in Laplace. So there's a lot of different situations that we've heard about today. Everything from down in Terrebonne, the Bubba floodgate was impacted in a certain way by Ida, where water was rushing out the back way. It kind of may have compromised the back end of that floodgate, meant to stop water coming up from the south to the north, all the way to hearing about roofs coming off in some places, and now the power lines in the transmission lines in the river here in New Orleans and Jefferson Parish. So a lot of damage, and we are just discovering most of this in the dark of night. It's something to think about what we'll discover when the sun comes up in the morning here on August 30th. That will be a day that a lot of people won't soon forget. So we'll continue doing work down here, and we'll bring you as much coverage as we can. And we certainly wish you all the best. I know folks up in Baton Rouge and the surrounding area, friends in Ascension Parish and Livingston, are riding it out pretty good there as well. So hopefully they're going to be safe, and a lot of work in the coming days. It's going to do it for us down here in Metairie right now. Back to you.
Thank you so much for that. That's Rob Krieger from our newsroom in New Orleans. We often refer to as WVUE television. He's obviously making his way back. Just kind of shows you what the first responders will have to deal with once they try to get out there to rescue people. We've gotten a message that WVUE is experiencing some technical difficulties, so you may be trying to watch their signal on some of their platforms, and you're getting us here in Baton Rouge. So welcome to you, and we'll try to get you some information as best we can do as well. One of the things we've been talking about kind of in the New Orleans area was that Plaquemines Parish, now a floodgate has failed there, and so that they're ordering an immediate evacuation of that. Here in Baton Rouge, our Perry Robinson standing by, where in Central, where they are literally trying to rescue someone as we speak.
Hey, Greg, again, I'm standing here in Central in the middle of a dramatic rescue right behind this trailer home. Again, this sits right off of Lovett and Ridge Road. I'm about to step out of the scene for a second so that you can see about roughly 8 fire crews are out trying to save a woman inside of her trailer home right now. Now, I did speak to the PIO, Mr. Derek Glover, and he told me that they have responded to about 12 trees on houses throughout the night, and they are actually in the middle of responding to 5 as we speak, and this is one of the 5. He told me that just about when we spoke maybe 20 minutes ago that at last check the woman was still inside, and you can literally hear the chainsaws grinding trying to separate this tree. And again, we are just hoping for the best right now. We don't have any other information other than that there was a woman inside, and again, we are going to get some more information hopefully soon about this rescue. And this is just a very scary sight, and just a very, again, similar scene all across our region when we're talking about damage on top of homes. And this is one of, if not one of the scariest sights that I've seen so far throughout the night. And as you all know, and if you've been keeping up with the broadcast, we've been patrolling around East Baton Rouge Parish since early this afternoon around 2-3 o'clock. And again, this might be one of the most destructive scenes that we've come across so far, and again, one of the scariest, just knowing that there is a woman that is inside of this home. And our first responders, they are working tirelessly to go to scenes like this one. And you always, again, hope for the best in a situation like this. So as they continue to try to continue their rescue efforts, we will have more information to come from this. So we will hang out here for just a few more minutes, and hopefully, again, some good news can come from this. Greg, back to you.
This is Greg and Liz here. When you all got the call to go out there, had they talked to the woman? Did we know that she may be called for help, or how did that work?
When I spoke to the PIO from Central, all that he was able to tell me was just that they knew that there was a woman inside. Now, as far as who made the 911 call, that is still don't know too much about that. All that we do know is that they are, worked tirelessly right now, just trying to help and, hopefully be able to get this woman out of this home. And as soon as I can get some more information, I promise you we will get back live, get that information right to you all as soon as possible. Because, again, a situation like this, you always do want to hope for the best.
Also, Perry, as you move out of the way and we take another look at the rescue, if you would kind of tell us what kind of neighborhood you're in or what you saw as you were getting there. And is this a trailer home that we're talking about?
Yes. Again, this is a trailer home, a trailer neighborhood. I want to say maybe roughly 15 plus homes off a small street off in Central. So, and as you can see, the street itself is extremely narrow. We have about 1, 2, 3 fire trucks. Again, a number of first responders out here right now just trying to rush out here and try to provide some type of help in the best way possible. And you can see it. You can hear the chainsaws grinding. They're bringing out the equipment. They are doing every single thing that they can. And like I said, we're just trying to, again, hope for the best. And as soon as we get some information about, if this woman was, was saved, then we could be able to relay that back to you all as soon as possible.
Now, keep in mind, this is just one scene of several in Central. We know from the Central Fire Department, Perry, that they've had at least a handful of reports of trees on homes, and obviously crews are able to get out now, and that is the good thing. Because, of course, the concern is always access for first responders. Do you know if they're actively responding to any other scenes?
When I spoke to, yes, the answer would be yes. When I spoke to Mr. Derek Glover, he is the PIO for the Central Fire Department. He says that right now they are responding to 5 scenes total. So this is one right now, including, so there are 4 others right now that the Central Fire Department is currently actively trying to help out in regards to a tree being on top of a home. And so he told me that in all they've responded to 12 total, but as of right now, currently actively, again, we're talking about in the midnight hour, 5 right now as we speak.
It's amazing. Our terrific first responders, they train for this kind of thing, but you never know exactly what situation you're going to be in. So now they find themselves, after a hurricane has passed, literally laying a ladder up against a trailer that looks like it's been cut in half. Then they have to cut their way in through there. It's just an amazing look right now at the work that's underway. And this is somebody's loved one inside that trailer, and all these men and women there from looks like Baton Rouge Fire Department and Central Fire Department working like crazy to try to get them out.
Absolutely. And, when we spoke to Mr. Kurt Monte, he mentioned it. He talked about, the training that they put in for moments like this, and, all the time and preparation that they spend in anticipation of storms like Hurricane Ida to come. These are the moments that they are prepared for. And I firmly believe that we have some of the best first responders in the country. They've been working non-stop. From preparations, again, getting ready for the storm and going into it. So, we have some of the hardest working people in the country right here in our backyard. So again, it's really amazing to see how all that time, preparation, and equipment investment into time can actually come out into a situation like this so that they can, again, save lives.
Here, at this point, people have called their friends and say, hey, turn on the TV, look what's going on. Set the scene for us again of where you are and how you all got there. I know you're not 100% familiar with that part of Central, but I think you said you're on Lovett Road, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Right off of Lovett Road. This is actually Ridge Road. So if you are familiar with the Central area, if you know how Lovett Road rides along, we're literally right off of there. And like I said, this is a trailer park community. We're about maybe a couple dozen homes, and this is one that's very right near the end of that street. And as you can see, a tree has fallen, literally split this trailer home in half. And how we heard about this scene again, just making our routine calls around, trying to check and see how our first responders are responding again as we get into that midnight hour of the night. And speaking with Mr. Derek Glover with the Central Fire Department, he told me about, our first responders are again actively working a scene right now, trying to help save a woman that is sitting. Last time that we did speak to him, that she was inside of the home, and that first responders again were actively trying to get this woman out.
Barry, we're sitting here watching these pictures along with you, and obviously hoping for a good result. It looks like that they're on to something, and that they're able to help this woman out. And you got to think that this is just one of many scenes like this unfolding. And this is in our viewing area. We've got reports and some very scary reports coming out near the Louisiana coast, where there's some major issues and still some flooding. Thank goodness there's not a lot of flooding there. I don't see very much high water, but I do see them having to bring in extra chainsaws to, I guess, cut that tree up.
Yeah, that is correct. Now, that has been the saving grace that I can say, is that as far as high water levels, that isn't a concern right now. But as you just stated, and you can hear the chainsaws revving up. They are bringing all different types of equipment. They are actively working, and I mean, if you can just get a solid count, you can see just how many people are out here right now trying to help in any type of way possible. I mean, I'm talking about maybe close to 12 of our boldest and bravest right now trying to help this woman in any way possible.
Harry, thank you. We want to, if we can, bring in our Jeff Morrow to kind of give us an idea. So obviously the challenge that will continue no matter where rescues are happening, the challenge is going to be the conditions on the ground as we move through the night and into the morning that our first responders are going to face. Obviously, some crews cannot get out until conditions improve, and that's going to be more of a problem, particularly to our south. But even here, Jeff, what are the weather conditions right now, and what are going to be the challenges on that end?
See, one of the issues that we're dealing with is the persistency of the wind. So think of it as just a gradual push. It's just you're pushing, and then you're pushing, and then you're pushing until finally topples over. So we're getting a persistent wind, which is going to cause things to gradually weaken in terms of the root structure in some of these trees. And so that's what we're going to be contending with as we move through the rest of the evening and overnight, because the winds are still going to stay elevated. They may not be hurricane force here in the Baton Rouge metro area, including around Central, but just to the east of that, we are going to be dealing with some of the stronger winds. So for sections around Livingston Parish, Tangipahoa Parish, St. Helena Parish, even into Washington, St. Tammany parishes, we're going to be dealing with the possibility of some of these stronger winds that are going to cause this scene to happen maybe multiple times. And the problem is that it happens in pitch black dark because many of those spots have already lost power. Now, here's the thing to remember. Keep where you are with the storm in mind, because the wind is going to be blowing from a particular direction. So as the tree comes down, it's going to be coming down in the direction that the wind is coming from. So if you have a home or a mobile home where a tree is on your right-hand side of the house and you have a wind that's going to blow it on top of you, then stay in the left-hand side of your house, sort of a thing. So keep in the back of your mind, all right, if the wind is blowing in this direction because I'm on this side of the circulation of the storm, I need to be away from this room. I need to be away from this wall, if at all possible. Of course, if you're completely surrounded by trees, that complicates the matters. But that's something to keep in mind if you are going to be going to bed tonight, if you are going to be sleeping. Try and position yourself strategically to where you're going to be in a room that may be safer if a tree were to come down, because it will come down in a direction of where the wind is blowing.
Yeah, and I guess to your point, I mean, obviously this tree did not come down in the height of the winds. It didn't come down until, I guess, probably 30 minutes ago or so when someone called 911. So, and that was after the major part of the storm had passed. So, I mean, the winds came through, weakened a lot of those trees, and some of them are just kind of up there by imagination, as my mom used to say.
By imagination, that is that's an apt description to a lot of the preconditions. And This is kind of, it's eerie to watch because if you think about it, scenes like this are this is obviously in central Louisiana, in the Baton Rouge area, but rescue scenes like this are playing out right now all over the state. So whether it is people trapped in their homes or trapped in a vehicle, we've had some reports of people stuck in a vehicle with trees coming down, or if you're talking about the Laplace area where there are just, if you go through social media right now, the reports coming in from Twitter and all over the place of people begging for rescue due to water conditions and conditions in that area. Some people reporting that they're on the rooftop, which just brings back such a strong imagery. So this is a scene that's playing out everywhere. So it's going to be a long night ahead for our first responders. As Jeff mentioned, the challenge is wind is going to be one issue, and it's being very persistent, and that affects your ability to do certain things, because if wind conditions are high, then that's going to limit certain tools that you might be able to use. It looks like in this situation that everything is cooperating enough for them to get a very large crew out here trying to help out this woman who is trapped in her home.
Mary, if you can hear us, text us Derek's phone number, please. Either me or Liz. We want to get him on the phone and talk to him a little bit about what they're seeing there in Central. So if you can still hear us, if you would, send us that contact information. As we continue to watch this is off of Lovett Road in a trailer community right there, trailer park in Central. Obviously, it happened within the last little bit, not in the height of the storm. So the tree was weakened and kind of weakened by that persistent push of the wind that Jeff was talking about. We're going to continue to monitor that. Our Jeff Morrow is standing by, so if we need to come back to this, we will. Guys, stay put. But let's get to Jeff now for an update on our weather forecast and where we stand here at just after midnight, 12:25. Jeff.
Right, so let's give you a sense of the direction of the wind that we're dealing with. Now, we've lost several of our weather stations due to the winds and some of the weather that moved through. You can see his last report, the New Orleans Metro Airport, recording sustained winds of 40 miles per hour with gusts upwards of 55 miles per hour. So they're the strongest of the winds. If we had the Hammond site, we would be seeing some of those stronger winds. But notice the direction here. So the circulation is pinpointed right here. If you're on the east side, you're dealing with a southerly wind. If you're still on the north side of the circulation, you're dealing with an easterly wind for now, but as it approaches, you'll start to see that change to a southerly direction. So we're pointing out Macomb in the Pike County area as of that. On the west side, here in Baton Rouge, we're dealing with a northerly direction wind, and we'll continue to see that northerly directional wind for at least another couple of hours before it starts to transition to a more northwesterly directional wind. But we've had wind gusts within the last hour of 38 miles per hour. So still some strong winds. We're not talking about tropical storm force, but we're still dealing with some strong gusty winds. We do have tropical storm force winds in Gonzales, New Orleans, Slidell, up into Macomb. But even down towards Acadiana, they are dealing with some very strong winds as well, which will continue as we go into the evening and overnight. And here's a look at where we are with Hurricane Ida, a Category 1 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds estimated at 85 miles per hour right now, and that's going to be right in the very heart, the very core, where we're especially seeing some of this red on our radar reflectivity. That's where we're probably seeing the strongest of the winds, and that's where hurricane force winds are going to be isolated. On the extent of the circulation here, we're probably more talking about tropical storm force. So it's right along this center point as it's moving towards the north. So some areas that we're going to be keeping our eyes on. Obviously Montpelier, it'll eventually move up towards the Greensburg area and St. Helena Parish, so those areas are in the crosshairs. And then as it moves into southern sections of Amite County, we'll keep our eyes out for you folks there. But as we zoom in, and what we're dealing with is the heavy rain has been falling and falling continuously around our tidal lakes. And we have these series of flash flood warnings, and those flash flood warnings have been extended. They were going to be set to expire at midnight. Now we're going until 6 a.m. for this one in eastern Livingston Parish and southern Tangipahoa Parish. This one is newer across midsections of Tangipahoa Parish into southern Washington Parish, as that's in effect until 3 a.m. And then the one down in Laplace is until 2:30 a.m. But we're going to continue to probably see these extended, especially with some of the news that we're hearing out of Laplace with some of these high water rescues that are waiting to happen and things like that. So that's something that we'll be concerned about. Now, the flash flood watch, not as huge of a deal for us here in Metro Baton Rouge because our rain amounts haven't been as excessive as some of the surrounding areas, but certainly still something we'll keep track of, as we still could see some wraparound moisture that could produce a few more showers, especially as we head into the morning start for tomorrow. But here is the focus, and here is the focus of the energy of this storm. Now, you'll note the circulation here has made its pass beyond I-12. So we're now north of I-12, moving through Livingston Parish, essentially right over top of the north side of Livingston, the town of Livingston in Livingston Parish. Those rains extend all the way out towards the North Shore, and you can see we're seeing that steady southerly flow coming off Lake Pontchartrain into sections of St. Tammany Parish as well, along I-12 and along Tangipahoa Parish, the I-55 corridor. This is going to be riding essentially parallel to you, so you're going to be continuing to see some of those heftier winds and rains. Things should begin to start to settle down for you folks in southern Tangipahoa Parish here shortly as the circulation continues to lift towards the north, but you're still going to be contending with some periods of heavy rainfall. So you take a look at some of these radar estimates in terms of the amount of rainfall, and we're talking about 1 inch to 1.5 inches per hour within the inner core of this. But this sort of energy here, we're averaging close to 2/3 of an inch per hour. So that accumulates, and that's the problem that we're going to be watching is as these rains continue over a certain period, over a prolonged amount of time, it's going to create the issue in terms of flash flooding, and hence why those flash flood warnings are in effect. So here's Futurecast as we kind of roll through it. You'll see the circulation continuing to lift towards the north, but we still have these bands of heavy rainfall. They're going to be setting up shop potentially on the south side of the circulation. So even the New Orleans metro area not totally done with the heavy rain threat as we go into the overnight hours. So continuing to see the possibility of some of those heavier rains pushing into your areas and along the North Shore communities there. So we're not out of the woods for New Orleans or areas along the North Shore. Now you'll see some of this wraparound moisture being indicated by the model. We haven't seen any evidence of that so far with our radar currently, but we can't rule that out being possible as we move deeper into the overnight hours. But the inner core of this system will be moving into the north side of Tangipahoa Parish by 2:30, into the west side of Washington Parish, and then up into our counties in southwestern Mississippi, including Amite, Pike, and Walthall. So the heavier rains moving across the state line just prior to a few hours before sunrise. Main center of circulation where we're going to see the heaviest of the winds making its way across St. Helena Parish up into Amite County by the time we head towards the morning start. So here we are just prior to daybreak at 6 o'clock in the morning. The heavier rain band kind of making its way across sections of southwestern Mississippi with some of that wraparound moisture setting up. But the heavier rains, the feeder bands, will be setting up possibly along our extreme coastal communities, which were just hard hit from the storm surge as well as the winds that moved through earlier. And that's going to hamper any type of ability to do any search and rescue operations or potentially do any recovery efforts. So this is going to be the critical thing to watch as we go into the morning start tomorrow, where these feeder bands begin to set up, because they can still set up over populated areas and produce locally heavy rainfall, which could lead to flash flooding. So Futurecast still suggesting we could see some of this wraparound moisture as we move through the morning hours. The main system, main energy, main circulation, the circulation is expected to be moving into central Mississippi by that point. Here we are at noon on Monday. Things appear to be settled down here in southeast Louisiana, but we'll still keep at least some mention of rain in our forecast through a portion of the afternoon. So the additional rainfall on top of what we've already seen expected to occur potentially just outside the state over into central and southern Mississippi, where those heavier rain bands set up. But you can see even into extreme coastal sections of Louisiana, we're still talking about heavy rainfall. In particular, Lafourche Parish, where we had the landfall, our model is still suggesting an additional 3 to 4 inches of rain on top of what they've already had to contend with and deal with. So the amount of rainfall, in addition to what we've already seen in some of our flash flood warning areas, is going to be on the order of 1, 2, even 3, 4 inches of rain. So we're only going to continue to compound the issue in terms of wet, saturated grounds, which can weaken the root systems of trees, Combine that with the fact that we're still going to be dealing with some persistent wind, especially out of the south for those areas along the I-55 corridor, and that's a recipe for some more of those trees that are going to be coming down, causing power outages, but also potentially causing issues if they fall on a person's home or property. Notice the rainfall amounts here in the metro area appear manageable, and that's the case that we've been watching for with our area rivers as well that lead into Lakes Maurepas and Pontchartrain. So we're talking the Comite and Amite River Basin, reasonable amount of rainfall here. We start looking at the Tangipahoa River, which runs about right here, right along I-55, and now we're talking about seeing some high water. That could certainly be working its way downriver as we go into the next couple of days. So the eastern side of our viewing area where we have some of those area rivers that lead out into the lakes, that's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on in the future for the potential of some of that heavier rainfall that could lead downstream and cause some elevated river levels into the flood stage. So still tracking Ida as it makes progress inland into Mississippi through the day tomorrow. Scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast for Tuesday and Wednesday. Sets up a drier weather pattern as we head towards the end of the week into the weekend. We're expecting mainly dry, if not dry weather for the course of the weekend, but those temperatures are still expected to close in on 90 degrees. And so as we get back to getting into a normal sense of life, hopefully not with prolonged power outages, but if we do, we have to take the heat seriously if we're going to be out cleaning up outside, take those breaks and stay hydrated. That's going to be a critical aspect of what we're going to be doing, dealing with. But again, the winds, they're certainly still very strong, especially along the I-55 corridor where we're seeing the main circulation to be. And yeah, we still have that tornado watch that's in effect for eastern sections east of I-55 along the tidal lakes and down into New Orleans, because some of these bands right here can produce some rotation. And you'll notice here towards the end of the animation, we are getting the sense that we are starting to see a few of these wraparound moisture bands beginning to set up within the circulation on the west side. So not out of the question that we could still see some additional rainfall even as we head towards the morning start on our Monday. Greg and Elizabeth, I'll send it back to y'all.
Jeff, thank you. And if you can, in a minute, if you have time, we'd like to zero in on the Laplace area because we're getting some new reports out of there. This is video from Lockport, Louisiana, of a roof ripped off. You can see a lot of damage. Oh, and then there goes the side of the building as well.
The roof, the side, and a few things from the inside as well. That's insulation pouring out of that. Wow, just another example of what those winds can do. And as we said, it doesn't necessarily take extremely strong hurricane winds or even the sustained winds to cause some damage. Sometimes all it takes is just heavy gusts. And look at that. You can see the ceiling fan on the inside.
Oh, yeah, what's left of it. So just to kind of reset for you guys, it's 12:35. Here's what we're kind of tracking at this very moment. Things have started picking up. We're getting new reports out of Laplace of some folks trapped, several people in their attic. A Facebook friend of mine was trying to head down to Laplace, worried about their loved ones there. We're getting many reports as we speak of people trapped in their attics, people trapped on their roofs, trying to be rescued. The Cajun Navy has some people in there, but the conditions were not where they needed to be to get some people safe. We're also going to check in, if we could come back out here to camera 3, we're also going to check in WWL TV. They did a story about that barge that we were telling people where the barges had come loose, I think, in Plaquemines Parish.
Yes, on the Mississippi River, they had reported, I think there were 22 barges that had broken loose at that point, and some difficult situations, I think, at that point. Earlier in the evening, it was the Coast Guard who's responsible for maintaining and basically tying up those barges, and they would have to be responsible and involved in the retrieving of those barges. So we do have, it appears, some update on that situation.
A situation here in St. Bernard Parish that parish leaders are watching very closely. We understand that there are 22 barges that have broken loose and are now in the Mississippi River near mile marker 86. Earlier in the day, we were talking about 2 ferry boats that got loose. Now we're talking about 22 barges that got loose. And just a little while ago, we spoke with the parish emergency operation manager, John Ram, about this situation. John, what can you tell us about the 22 barges in the Mississippi?
Okay, well, this afternoon, President McGuinness
devastating to so many issues, because we really saw that complete push of the eye wall, pushing that water into the areas of St. John Parish there.
Nicandra, it's Shelley now. I just had a question. You were talking about St. John and the flooding. So we're talking about neighborhoods that are close to I-10 that flooded in Isaac, 7 or 8 years ago? Some of these same neighborhoods.
Back in 2012, very similar flooding. I mean, very different storm. You can never compare the storms, but very similar reports that we're getting. And again, it's early. We haven't gotten the full picture of what's going on. And I don't know, maybe you guys have actually had an opportunity to speak with the officials since we weren't able to go on. And thanks for, burning the fires that while we're dealing with the storm here and having our issues based on just being in the hurricane zone. So we really appreciate you guys, being able to pick up the mantle. But we were about to get some information out of St. John, and we didn't. So I don't know if you guys were, I heard you say you were waiting to talk to Mike Treg.
Well, I was saying maybe we were hoping we could get him or maybe Jacqueline Hotard, the parish president. I did see, this is going back 3 hours now, a message from those officials on the St. John Parish government Facebook page saying the 911 call center is currently receiving residents' calls regarding emergency assistance, including evacuations, telling people to please remain in your homes. First responders will deploy as soon as it is safe to do so. Please call 911 if you need emergency evacuation assistance. Now, that was 3 hours ago, and I know y'all were not too long before you went off the air. You were trying to get Jacqueline Hotard on the air, so maybe she has some new information, so hopefully we can get that soon. Now, we talked about St. John. What about St. Charles? I mean, they're right there. Are they seeing any storm, any effects from storm surge? Are you hearing of anything in neighboring St. Charles?
The issues that I'm hearing about from St. Charles are more so on the West Bank. And remember, St. Charles has a levee along the Lake Pontchartrain side, and that largely protects a lot of that area. Now, they did also have torrential rainfall, and that's generally where they have a lot of their flooding issues, but we have not gotten a ton of reports on that yet. But again, it's still very early. As I was saying, this area is still dealing with eye wall effects. It's not done. It's a very slow-moving storm, and even though the center is pushing a little bit farther to the north along I-55, we're not seeing that fast movement that we were seeing early in the day where, every hour we were seeing a little bit of a slowdown, a little bit of a slowdown, a little bit of a slowdown. And if you have the radar up right now, you'll see that all of our North Shore parishes and going into the Mississippi Gulf Coast are still dealing with the worst part of the storm. It's just approaching those areas. So very slow moving here, and that's one of the reasons that it's going to take a little more time, because they're still dealing with just before I lost my internet access, I was looking at wind speeds that were still registering in the upper 70s range in St. John and St. Charles.
Is there anything that you know of that could help speed up this storm to get it out of here? Or is this what we're facing, a slow-moving storm for the duration? Is this going to be several more hours for the North Shore?
Unfortunately, yes. We are going to go through daybreak at least, and in some of the extreme northern sections of, say, Washington Parish, and then moving on towards Mississippi in Pearl River County. You guys are going to continue to be dealing with the effects of this storm really through much of the day, because there's nothing to move it along. One of the reasons that it's moving so slowly, what guided this storm right to us and following the track, and it really did follow along on that forecasted track for so long, very accurately. And then it was just at that last minute, we saw the high pressure that had been sitting to the east and sitting over the East Coast and Florida really break down. And that was the one thing that was pushing it along. Once that was done, it really doesn't have anything in particular to steer it except general global circulations, which is a hurricane wants to move north. So now it's just trying to move north, and eventually it'll get caught up in the westerlies. But for now, there's no real big push to move it along. I was talking to Kim about it last night, and she was asking, why is it going to slow down? Why is it going to keep moving? And one of the things I mentioned is it's kind of like when you push something, and eventually you get that that slowdown, that friction, it slows it down, and you don't have as much momentum. And that's kind of how we were. It had a lot of momentum coming around that high, and now it's shot around the side, and there's just nothing to push it along.
Okay, so that it's Liz now. So here's my question that I imagine a lot of people will have. A, how much longer in terms of hours for the North Shore? B, what will the weather be like tomorrow when rescue crews, emergency officials would like to get out there and see what they're dealing with?
We've got many more hours on the North Shore, at least 2 to 3 hours of the intense hurricane force winds, and then much of the morning still through 6, 7, 8 a.m. We're still going to be dealing with heavy rainfall, gusty winds, tropical storm force winds. It's going to take that long to get things to move along. And then even once the main storm system has pushed farther to the north and the main circulation of Ida is farther to the north, we always have that moisture tail behind tropical systems, and that's going to be stretched across the area. So that's going to be something that will continue to pull storms across the region from the Gulf of Mexico, and exactly where that sets up, that's going to be an issue for whatever region that it ends up setting up in.
Yeah, and that's not good to hear because, as you know, there's so many people who may not have significant damage, but they do have leaky roofs. So they're trying to make repairs or trying to figure out, how many more days of rain to deal with whatever situation Ida may have left them in terms of their roof.
Yeah, and it's not going to be everywhere that ends up in that tail, but somewhere in our area because the storm is moving straight to the north. So there's just not a lot of other places that it would set up. It's going to be slow moving again to get going farther to the east over the next couple of days. So that tail is going to be around for most of the day on Monday and some of the day on Tuesday as well. That's why we continue to see an extreme risk for flooding through the early part of the day today, and then I have to reset and think today because yesterday or tomorrow. So it is Monday now, and we have to see through this early part of the day still that extreme risk for flooding from rains, and then continuing to see that tail sticking around through the late evening hours and into the day on Tuesday. Will still be in that second level risk for flooding across parts of southeast Louisiana and going into the Mississippi Gulf Coast.
So at this hour, what would be your message for people on the North Shore, those who live near rivers? What do you want them to know?
River crests we are looking at, from the most recent information that we have coming in on Tuesday and Wednesday. As we continue to see more rain, that is going to update. So you have to pay close attention to those crest forecasts here through the day today and into tomorrow morning. We are likely going to see quite a few people that we are continuing to see problems along those rivers, maybe even starting later today. So that's something that's going to need to be monitored very closely as we continue on.
Okay, and you talked about the rivers. We have the water pushing up Lake Pontchartrain. I'm just trying to get an idea up against, the North Shore, Mandeville Lakefront, for example. I'm just thinking of those rivers. They normally drain in that direction, and they can't because the water is pushing up toward.
Yes, and so that's one big issue, and that's kind of the number one starting issue, is that they can't drain into the lake because the lake water is high. In addition, we are also seeing copious amounts of rain across all of the North Shore that's going into their watershed and going into their runoff system. So that's going to be the second issue with that. And what we'll continue to see as we get into the day tomorrow is exactly how that runoff is going to play out. We've had a good 5 to 8 inches of rain already in many locations, and we'll continue to see that built upon through most of the day today.
Is there any other area that, I know we've talked about the river parishes. We're talking about the North Shore right now. I know we talked about Lower Jefferson earlier. Some people were writing me actually on Facebook asking about Lower Lafitte. They were so concerned, Lower Jefferson, Lafitte, Barataria, this area. And we were seeing videos coming out of there. It was hard to even tell what we were looking at because it just looked like water everywhere these videos went. People who were on boats in the Lafitte area. Do you have any information on what could be the situation down there as far as storm surge and how high it could be in those areas?
There was significant storm surge in that region, and we did hear from Mayor Kerner earlier when they had to make a move and come farther inland into Jefferson. We're going to learn a lot with daylight, unfortunately, and it's not going to be good. That's what we've been picking up on as we've gone through the day today. We are seeing another surge issue in Plaquemines tonight, north of Alliance. Just recently, there was a breach in a temporary levee that had been put against Highway 23. I think you're probably going to talk with Caitlin about that in a little bit if you haven't had a chance to yet. But she actually witnessed that water coming up.
Yeah, we
so
actually
that's
just
another area of issue that's just developing.
Yeah, I think we just talked with her.
And that's going to be surge.
Okay, that is surge, and the concern there is Highway 23 on the west bank of Plaquemines, the water coming north up Highway 23. What about the east bank of Plaquemines? I had talked to a sheriff's deputy who was down there, and he had posted some videos, and you could just see, he said there was some overtopping on the back levees by the diversion, or I guess Braithwaite Park area near the flood wall. Do you have any information about the east bank of Plaquemines, Nicandra?
Well, again, that was the surge issue earlier in the day when we had the strong easterly wind coming in. The good news with that, if there is any good news out of it at least, is that we've seen the shift in that wind direction, and we're mostly seeing a southerly southwesterly wind now. So that's now affecting more so on the west side, while that east side is going to have a little bit of a break from seeing the extra push from the surge. And the surge is going to start to come down as well, just in general, as the storm continues to move north. So we're seeing that combination happening right now. It's just that we're now, seeing the effects of a different direction. Another area that I really haven't gotten a lot confirmed on, but I did see some discussion about it in our NWS chat, and we've also had some other people comment and ask us about more information on it, is around Lake des Almas and in Lafourche Parish, that possibly there was some extensive flooding in an area near there. So there's several pockets that we've been working with. Tangipahoa is Tikva area. They're seeing an extreme flooding event in that area where they had a flash flood emergency. When you have a flash flood emergency, that means that there is immediate life-threatening flooding. And so we've had several of those across the region tonight, and I'm sure we're going to unfortunately see more.
Yeah, and I feel like we've pretty much covered all the parishes in the metro area, but St. Bernard is one other one that I wanted to ask you about. Is there anything that people in St. Bernard need to know about it? I mean, I know we heard from Parish President Guy McGinnis earlier today about the 20-plus barges that had broken loose on the river, which, they have no control over anything like that. But as far as flooding outside levee protection where they built their rock dam, or flooding inside levee protection?
All of the reports we've had out of St. Bernard are outside of levee protection. We have had a number of reports about some of these smaller, kind of like sometimes John likes to refer to them as the speed bump levees, some of those smaller speed bump levees that are outside of levee protection. Everywhere inside the large hurricane risk reduction system, as of the last report that we had, did not have any kind of surge flooding. Of course, rain flooding is different, but again, most of St. Bernard has not been constantly in these rain flooding flash flood warnings. Caution now, we are continuing to see that tail setting up, and we've seen a lot of that coming over St. Bernard. But I think most of that, again, so far has been street flooding. But again, more rain on top of more rain can become an issue. So that is something else that we'll continue to watch. But for the time being, we've been hearing good things from inside levee protection in St. Bernard.
Okay, and Nicandra, while I have you on the phone, I'd really like to get to some of the questions people have, to hit a couple of places. People are saying we want updates on Raceland, Thibodaux, Gray, Homa, Bayou Blue, Lockport, LaRose, Cutoff, Golden Meadow. I know I just threw a lot there at you, and you are limited in terms of what you have access to because of the energy hit that you're also dealing with in New Orleans. But what can you tell people who, let's start with Raceland, Thibodaux, Gray area. What can we tell them about there?
All of those areas were right in the direct line of the eye wall. So really most concern in those regions is wind damage. We are seeing a lot of wind damage. We actually saw some, it was live, I wouldn't say video, but it was live video with Rob Krieger on his way back. And he was driving along Highway 90, and you were seeing the images of boats along the roads and sea-doos. So there's going to be a lot of wind damage in those regions, and that's what you need to be prepared for. I've already had several people calling and asking about when they're going to be able to come home, and my answer is we're going to have to wait until tomorrow to really see the light in the light of day, what's going on. Power is certainly going to be an issue for quite some time across the entire region, and just not to be pessimistic, but we have to be realistic. This is probably going to end up being the third strongest hurricane to ever strike the Louisiana coast.
Yeah, and you would say the same for Lockport, La Rose, Cutoff, Golden Meadow, the same hard-hit areas.
Through Lafourche, and through Lafourche, through St. Charles, St. James, going north into St. John, moving into Tangipahoa, and then really the extreme western part of Jefferson. We got into that heavy part of the eye wall as well. It's very strong winds in New Orleans. Here at the station, we had a gust of 113. We had numerous gusts higher than 100 miles per hour. So that is extreme. And what we also have to think about, a lot of times, we have not dealt with the wind version of the storm. We focus on the surge, and rightly so, because that is actually the most deadly part of the storm. And the thing is, it's, run from the water, hide from the wind. This is going to be a windstorm for us in one respect. This is going to be a surge storm in other areas. Kristen Palestina, our new news director, I think she said it best. Every parish has a different problem. And so far, that's really what we've been seeing today. Every single place has a different problem, whether it's the surge flooding that's happening in St. John, it's the winds that we saw across parts of the metro area, it's the rivers that are going to be rising on the North Shore. All the tornadoes today have been along the Mississippi coast. Haven't got a lot of reports of any that actually caused severe damage, but we are constantly on that little front edge, which is a place where you typically might see tornadic activity in a landfalling hurricane or a tropical system. Right in that little front edge, Bay St. Louis, past Christian, moving through parts of the area around DeLille. These little spin-up Diamond Head, little spin-up tornadoes across that area.
Right.
And that's been all day long.
Right. So you really did a good job for people who are tuning in. And here in Alabama, we ran into so many people from the Metro New Orleans area. So they want to know, and you did a good job with pointing out significant damages in those areas right along the coast that took the brunt of this. Lafourche, Terrebonne, Lower Jefferson Parish. It's going to be heartbreaking for some of the things they're going to come back to. What about the West Bank, Gretna, Harvey?
Once you get into that region in the metro area, it's going to be hit or miss. It's not as catastrophic. We didn't have as catastrophic winds, but people are going to have a lot of damage. And, like I said, not to be pessimistic, but to be realistic, we're going to be looking at roofs.
Oh. Nicandra, did we lose you?
Did we lose her? We may have lost her.
We may have lost Nicandra.
Her cell phone may have run out of juice, which is understandable because we've been talking to her for quite some time, but she did a really good assessment there, bringing us up to date as we broadcast to you live from our sister station WBRC in Birmingham, Alabama, because right now our station in New Orleans dealing with a lot of electrical related internet problems, so we're continuing our coverage here. And Nicandra just telling us, if you're wondering, wherever you are right now, you may not have electricity, as is the case for most people in those hard-hit areas, Orleans, Jefferson, and the river parishes. You can watch us online at fox8live.com, but significant damages in those river parishes, and combine that with all of the electricity that is just out in Orleans Parish.
Every parish has something, like she said. I mean, we went around and we tried to cover all the parishes to try to just, remind people what's going on. And a lot of people are asking who were able to evacuate. Hey, can you tell me about this part of town, that part of town? So we're trying to get all that in for people who are at home hunkering down, or if they've evacuated. She did mention right now the North Shore is really getting hammered, and unfortunately this is a slow-moving storm. There's nothing that's going to make it speed up. It's going to be a few more hours.
I mean, at least 2 more hours, which seems like an eternity when you're sitting and you're hunkering down. You know your loved one is there and you're not with them, or you are in it at that moment and you're wondering when it's going to end.
I just got a text from my brother. I was so concerned because he's in Covington and we can see the yellow and the red over it right now, and he's there with his wife and kids, and he just told me, finally texted, he said, I'm really getting, oh wait, you need this phone, Cody? I'm sorry. We've got a lot of different phones here. Yeah.
But as Shelley was saying, so many people with loved ones on the North Shore.
He said the wind is crazy right now. He's got at least 1 tree down, and that's the thing with the North Shore. There's so many trees. All over the place. I mean, fortunately, they have a generator and have not lost power, but I think it's a pretty frightening situation for people who are there right now. So our thoughts and prayers are with you, because you can see from Tangipahoa and Hammond, a meet going into St. Tammany, Madisonville, Covington, all the way to eastern St. Tammany and Slidell. I mean, you guys are really getting it right now, and unfortunately this is going to be going on for at least 2 to 3 more hours. And then she said even after we hit daybreak, there's still going to be more rain.
Of more moisture and more rain. And what's really, disheartening with this is that a lot of times when a storm moves inland, it gets weaker, and you hope it downgrades to a tropical storm, and that was not the case with this. It made landfall as a 4. It was hitting parts of the metro area as a 3, and it was still a 2 as it was moving across, the lake to the North Shore. So